Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 720 Seeing Mr. Li. Jia Yao has never seen Yang Kai's true face, and it is not unusual to see him at this moment. Yang Kai smiled and said hello. Hearing his sound quality, Jia Yao immediately woke up, shook his head and smiled bitterly. So you have never shown your true face, you are really vigilant. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, his expression was indifferent, but he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes, and said solemnly, I think Brother Yang is a little different from before, wouldn't he have been promoted to the transcendent realm? Quote. His eyes were quite vicious, and he immediately saw the problem. Lucky. Yang Kai smiled humbly and did not hide it. Kang Yan and Fei Yu were both shocked. It was only at this moment that they realized that Yang Kai had indeed reached the level of transcendent realm. The two were also excited. You brat, I'll give you 10 or 20 years, and I'm afraid you'll be able to catch up with my uncle. Kang Yan laughed and rubbed Yang Kai's shoulder with a look on his face as if he was a successor to the Soaring Sky sect. Brother Yang, you didn't really stay in the Starry Sky for a year, did you? Jia Yao asked with some uncertainty. Even if he had seen Yang Kai's strong body, he couldn't believe that the other party could safely live in the Starry Sky, spent so long. But if this is not the case, how can Yang Kai's cultivation base break through a big realm? Well, there was an accident there, and I only found the way back a few days ago. Yang Kai nodded. With a shocked expression on his face, Jia Yao was speechless to the extreme. In the Starry Sky, he persisted desperately for 3 months, but in the end he couldn't hold on any longer, so he returned to Tongshuan continent through the void Fudao. Even so, he was praised by the teacher for a while after he came back. Jia Yao himself felt that such an achievement was proud enough. But now compared with Yang Kai, it is obvious. Starry Sky. Kang Yan and Fei Yu were shocked when they heard the words, and looked at them in disbelief. You said about the Starry Sky just now. Could it be that you went there? Sit down and talk. Yang Kai chuckled. Everyone wanted to know the mysteries in the Starry Sky, and Kang Yan and Fei Yu were no exception. The four of them were seated, and Yang Kai brought together all the mysteries he had encountered in the Starry Sky for so long. Not only Kang Yan and Fei Yu listened with relish, but even Jia Yao, who had also been to the Starry Sky, was attentive and focused. Many of the wonderful things Yang Kai encountered were never seen before. During the 3 months that Jia Yao was in the Starry Sky, most of the time was spent beside the void Fudao, while tempering his own body and ready to evacuate at any time. How could he come running like Yang Kai, who didn't know whether to live or die? When I ran, I also encountered a Starry Sky storm that destroyed the sky and the earth. Hearing that the Starry Sky storm shattered hundreds of thousands of meteorites in an instant, the faces of several people turned white. It is difficult for them to imagine how Yang Kai survived this kind of disaster. In such a Starry Sky storm, I am afraid that the only way to die if the Saint Realm powerhouse is involved. But Yang Kai not only survived, but became stronger than ever. Yang Kai did not elaborate on what happened in the Starry Sky storm, but explained that he had brushed over the edge and suffered some injuries. After all, it is related to the body of the great demon god and the blood of the demon god, so Yang Kai did not dare to reveal it at will. He took out 4 drops of the collected medicinal liquid of the 1000-year-old magic flower, put it in a jade bottle and handed it to Kang Yan. As calm as Kang Yan, when he took the 4 drops of medicinal liquid, his big hands trembled slightly, and his expression was extremely excited. With these 4 drops of medicinal liquid, their 4 guardians have a high chance of being promoted to the Holy Land. Although there is only a first-order difference between the sacred realm and the transcendent realm, they are far from each other. On Tongshuan continent, there is no shortage of supernatural powerhouses, but there are very few saintly realm powerhouses. Every saintly realm powerhouse is the mainstay of their respective sects, and is a rare treasure. It seems that there are only 2 people who have entered the Holy Realm in a huge heavenly sect. In addition to the patriarch Chuling Xiao, there is another patriarch who has been in retreat all the time, and there is no such force as the Thunderlight sect. The strong in the holy realm sit in the town. Now that the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year-old magic flower has also been obtained, the little nephew has also returned. Kang Yan, we should return to the sect. Fei Yu said softly. She couldn't wait to return to Shishofeng to retreat, and hit the biggest hurdle in her life. Yeah, Kang Yan obviously thought the same thing, but before that, little nephew, you have to say goodbye to Li Lao Dao. If it wasn't for Li Lao Jiaojuo this time, things wouldn't go so smoothly. That's what I mean. Yang Kai nodded. Kang Yan didn't say that he would go to Li Lao to have a good talk. After all, there are only 2 of them in the world who have the fire of divine consciousness. There, Yang Kai felt that he could learn a lot of useful knowledge. The teacher also asked me to take you there. Jia Yao chuckled. Then let's go. Don't make the teacher wait too long. Are the 2 seniors going? We won't go. Kang Yan shook his head. Say hello to the respected teacher on our behalf. Okay. Jia Yao responded and left the inn with Yang Kai and walked towards the city lord's mansion. After a while, the 2 arrived at the city lord's mansion, led by Jia Yao, and traveled unimpeded. In front of a wing in the backyard of the city lord's mansion, Jia Yao stopped and said respectfully, Teacher, Brother Yang is here. Come in. Old Li's vicissitudes voice came from inside. Yang Kai looked solemn, sorted out his appearance, and walked in behind Jia Yao. After seeing Yang Kai's true face, Old Man Li did not show too much surprise, as if he had already noticed it. He smiled and said, Sit down. Nursing Old Li, Yang Kai cupped his fists and sat down in front of him cross-legged. Jia Yao personally poured tea for the 2 of them, brought it over, and sat beside Yang Kai. Sipping the tea, the house was quiet for a while. Old Li didn't speak, and Yang Kai didn't dare to speak rashly. The hands in front of him could be said to be a saint-like existence, and were admired by all beings in the world. After a long while, Old Man Li suddenly waved his hand. Yang Kai clearly sensed that an invisible force was wrapping the entire wing. From the inside, he could see what was going on outside, but from the outside, he couldn't hear what was going on inside. With a look on his face, Yang Kai suddenly realized that the white-haired old man in front of him was not only a top alchemist but also a very high-level powerhouse. I heard from Yaoer that the little brother is from the heavenly soaring sect. Old Man Li asked. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. The old man took the liberty to ask, did the little friend have been in the heavenly sect since he was born, or did he join the teacher's door only in recent years? Old Li suddenly asked a seemingly mindless question. Yang Kai looked at Old Man Li in amazement. How did the senior know? It's true that I only joined the teacher's door not long ago, about a year and a half. Sure enough, Li Lao Wei took the lead. Well, I won't tell you the specific reason first, and I will explain it to you later. The old man will ask you again, do you have the fire of divine consciousness? As soon as this statement came out, Jia Yao's face was shocked, and he turned his head to look at Yang Kai in horror. Yang Kai he smiled. Senior's eyes are like torches. When I saw the junior before, the senior has already noticed it. Yes, people with the fire of divine consciousness have some sense of each other. The higher the strength, the stronger the induction, so the old man can detect it, but you don't have to worry, as long as you don't use your fire of divine consciousness at will, even if it's not easy for the strong in the holy realm to spy. Do you really have the fire of divine consciousness? Jia Yao's eyes widened. Yang Kai nodded. You guy, I'm really envious. Jia Yao smiled bitterly. He dreamed of possessing the fire of divine consciousness, because he had seen all kinds of mysteries of the fire of divine consciousness from his teacher. What kind of help can divine consciousness fire provide? As a highly qualified alchemist, how could Jia Yao not want it? But this thing is not something that can be obtained by wanting. The fire of consciousness belongs to a variation in the cultivation of consciousness, and it is derived to a large extent depending on the ingredients of coincidence. Over the years, Mr. Li has not prepared a lot for Jia Yao, and has made a lot of efforts, but Jia Yao's consciousness remains the same as before, and there is no change in the slightest. What can you do with the fire of divine consciousness now? Elder Li asked again. Yang Kai scratched his cheeks, and said a little embarrassedly, by surprise, attack others. Li Lao laughed happily, looking extremely happy. Yes, this is indeed a magical effect of the fire of divine consciousness. The mutant divine consciousness is more lethal than ordinary divine consciousness, even if the enemy is stronger than you. If you are not prepared, you will suffer a big loss, and even your soul may be burned, which is a great harm to anyone. But this is only a use. You know, the greatest magical effect of the fire of consciousness, is it alchemy or alchemy? Junior has thought about it, but I don't know how to use it. Yang Kai looked solemn and said respectfully, I also asked the senior to give me some advice. Old Li smiled and nodded. Yang Kai's eagerness to learn made him very satisfied. I called you here this time to impart your experience in this area. Let go of your sea of AA knowledge defense. Elder Li said softly. Yang Kai's face turned serious. He quickly held his breath and condensed his voice, and opened the door to the sea of AA knowledge. Old Li's expression also looked strict. He slowly stretched out a middle finger, and an inexplicable energy burst out from the fingertip, flashing a little fluorescent light. The finger lightly tapped on Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's body trembled, and he instantly felt a pure power, with a huge amount of information, pouring into his mind. Without any hesitation, he hurried to investigate. These information are all the experience of Mr. Li in the study of the fire of divine consciousness over the years, how to use it to make alchemy, and how to use the fire of divine consciousness reasonably. All kinds of experiences, are extremely valuable. Yang Kaiyao was fascinated and intoxicated, and gradually, he also had some understanding of the magical effect of divine consciousness fire alchemy. It is impossible to investigate such a huge amount of information in a short period of time. After all, this is the summary of Old Li's hundreds of years of experience, and now, he has imparted it to Yang Kai without reservation. Time passed, and the room was quiet. Neither Li Lao nor Jai Yao spoke to disturb him. They all held their breaths and waited quietly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wachangkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 721 Unexpected Clues. After a long time, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly regained clarity. With a thoughtful look on his face, he reached out and summoned his own pill furnace, and took out a few herbs from the black book space. The fire of divine consciousness burst out, wrapping the herbs, and under the baking of the scorching energy, these herbs were quickly condensed into medicinal liquid, which was put into the pill furnace in an orderly manner. The fire of consciousness turned around the pill furnace, and those medicinal liquids underwent a gratifying transformation and fusion in the pill furnace. But after a while, the fresh danxiang permeated the wing room. A soft sound came out, and a rounded medicinal pill flew out from the pill furnace. Yang Kai grabbed it in his hand and checked it carefully, with a smile on his face. Spirit Grade Dan. It was easily refined. Compared with the previous use of real essence to refine medicinal pills, it is faster and more convenient, and the time alone has been shortened a lot. Moreover, Yang Kai can feel that if he is skilled in the use of the fire of consciousness, he will be able to refine it. The quality of the medicinal herbs produced will also be very high. Refining alchemy with the fire of divine consciousness is not at the same level as alchemy with true essence. During the whole process, Old Man Li and Jai Yao were also paying full attention. Jai Yao was amazed when he saw it. Even though he saw the teacher using the fire of divine consciousness to refine pills countless times, he still couldn't help but feel a little amazed. For him who couldn't have this advantage, he was naturally quite envious of Yang Kai's capital. Old Li also nodded approvingly. His eyes shone brightly. Yang Kai's comprehension ability and aptitude made him feel that his experience was well deserved. He must be able to understand his own experience, and on this basis he will have his own insights and development. Many thanks to Old Li for your guidance. Yang Kai put away the spirit pill and clasped his fists. Haha, you're welcome, little brother. In fact, I have conditions for this old man to teach you this. Old Li smiled slightly. Mr. Li, please speak. The old man wants to ask, how did your fire of consciousness come into being? Moreover, I see the strength of your fire of consciousness, it seems to be no less than the old man. With your age, it is difficult for me to imagine you. If you can cultivate the fire of divine consciousness to this level, if it is convenient, can you talk to this old man? Yang Kai pondered for a while and said, well, about the first question, it actually appeared inadvertently. I once had a piece of true spirit in jade, and I wanted to devour the energy of true spirit in jade and enhance my own cultivation and combat power, but I didn't expect that in that training the fire of consciousness was cultivated by accident. Quote, true spirit in jade. Old Li's expression changed when he heard the words, you are really brave, you dare to swallow this thing. I didn't think about it too much at the time, but when I think about it now, it's really dangerous. Yang Kai grinned. Fortunately, the true spirit in the jade is not too powerful, otherwise this life will be explained. Li Lao nodded slightly and pondered. It turns out that swallowing the true spirit in jade can also generate the fire of consciousness, but this method is still a bit too aggressive. He asked these questions, obviously for Jai Yao, wanting him to have the fire of consciousness. Yang Kai's method is not suitable for Jai Yao. Not to mention whether there is danger or not, Even if there is no danger, it may not be possible for Jia Yao to generate the fire of consciousness, the coincidence is too great. About the second question, Yang Kai said slowly, the reason why my fire of consciousness is comparable to that of old man Li, I think it is probably because I have swallowed the fire of other people's consciousness, not because of the fire of consciousness. I can do it by myself. Devouring the fire of other people's consciousness. Old Li suddenly changed color. Old Li misunderstood, it wasn't me who robbed me, but in a certain place, many warriors with the fire of divine consciousness died, and their divine soul energy was preserved, and I was able to swallow it by chance. Yang Kai explained Road. Your opportunity is really enviable. Jia Yao was envious. In the whole world, even though there are few warriors with mutant consciousness, there are always so many. It can only be said that the senior alchemists with the fire of consciousness are probably only Yang Kai and Li Lao. Maybe there are other people who have the fire of consciousness, but they are not proficient in alchemy, and can only use it to fight. The old man understands. Li Lao nodded slightly. Thank you little brother for clarifying the old man's doubts, this is of great help to the old man. Old Li, you're welcome, this junior has benefited a lot from Mr. Li. Yang Kai said quickly, thought about it, and asked, is there anything you want to tell me just now, senior? Before, Old Li guessed that Yang Kai had not long since entered the Soaring Sky sect, but he did not disclose the reason, which made Yang Kai a little concerned. A person like Old Man Li would not say outrageous words. Since he did this, he must have some deep meaning. Well, this matter may or may not have anything to do with you. Li Laohe smiled, reached out and took out a spirit pill and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it, took a closer look, and said stunned, isn't this the spirit pill that I refined? This elixir was refined when he competed with Jia Yao in the inn last time, and there were elixir marks on it. If it is convenient, little friend, can you describe the spiritual formation used to refine this elixir? Old Li said kindly, don't worry, this old man is not trying to spy on what you have learned, just a little doubt. It's not inconvenient. Yang Kai chuckled, he was still very relieved about a character like Old Man Li. He ran his true chi and painted the spiritual formation he used before in the pill stove. Soon, the spirit formation was finished, and Yang Kai handed over the pill furnace. Old Li took it and checked it out. With a thoughtful look on his face, he handed the pill furnace to Jia Yao, look at it. With a bewildered look on Jia Yao's face, he took over to investigate. After a while, he couldn't help but let out a small murmur, as if he had discovered something interesting. What's wrong? Yang Kai was confused by the two masters and apprentices. Interesting. Jia Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile, the spirit formation that Brother Yang used is slightly different from what we are using now. It seems to be an ancient technique. Li Lao nodded slightly, it is indeed a very ancient spiritual formation, a kind of lost tradition. Compared with the spiritual formation we are using now, it is undoubtedly better to use. I learned it from a very ancient scripture. Yang Kai explained, if Old Man Li wants, I can describe all the spiritual formations that I have learned. Li Laohe smiled. No need, the old man asked you this, not to covet your knowledge, but because the old man and Yaoer have seen this kind of spiritual formation before, so I think it may be related to you. Yang Kai frowned. I would like to hear the details. Brother Yang, it's like this. Jia Yao took over the words, I practiced with my teacher in the mountains since I was a child, and learned the way of alchemy. I have always felt that with my level of alchemy, among my peers in the world, I am afraid that I am invincible, but in this floating cloud city, I lost to Brother Yang, and before that, I lost to another person, just 2 years ago. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard the words, is there anyone who is better than Brother Jai in alchemy? Yes, the most depressing thing for me is that that person is still a woman. Jia Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai was stunned, and suddenly seemed to remember something, his eyes brightened, and he asked eagerly, what kind of woman? I don't know, the woman was covered with a veil, with a sapphire dotted on her forehead. Her eyes were very bright and clear. She should be a beauty, and she looked a little naive. Yang Kai's breathing gradually became rapid, and his voice trembled, is there another lustful old guy beside her? Lustful. Jia Yao looked at a loss. Probably lustful, anyway, that old guy feels a little disrespectful. Is that old guy surnamed Meng? Yang Kai took a deep breath. Sure enough, it has something to do with the little brother. Li Lao nodded lightly, I saw the traces of the spirit array used in this spirit pill before, and the old man had some guesses but he was not sure. Now it seems that the little brother and the one is the girl from the same vein. After all, the spirit formations you use are the same. Well, that's my senior sister. Yang Kai nodded heavily. You can't be wrong. 2 years ago, the person who defeated Jia Yao with alchemy must be Shaning Shang. In the world, only Shaning Shang can achieve this level, and it is impossible for anyone else. Which sect do you belong to? They are all so powerful. Jia Yao was speechless. That woman is just that. It seems that her constitution is different, and it is impossible to use a pill furnace to make pills, and the spiritual energy of the world will be gathered. If you can make alchemy, you can make alchemy patterns at will. I competed with her 3 times, and the result was a complete defeat. The blow was not light. You brothers and sisters are simply incomparable. She does have a special physique, a physique designed for alchemy. Yang Kai nodded. His excitement couldn't be more. After searching for so long, he finally found some useful clues. Sacred body of medicine spirit. Elder Li suddenly said, no wonder, so she has the holy body of medicine spirit. Over time, her achievements will definitely be higher than that of this old man. Meng Wuya, this old bastard is still mysterious. No Ken revealed it to the old man. Yang Kai's expression changed. Judging from old Li's name for Meng Wuya, the two seemed to have known each other for a long time, and they were still members of the same generation. Senior, when you met them, did you see anyone else? I have a senior sister and a friend by their side. Aren't you proficient in alchemy? Jia Yao asked with a bitter face. No, Yang Kai shook his head. I've never seen this before. It seems that Meng Wuya only brought the little girl surnamed Sha. Yang Kai's face sank, and his heart became impatient. Meng Wuya brought Shaning Shang, so what about Su Yan? What about Earth Demon? Where have they both gone? Don't worry about old demon, he was originally from Tongshuan continent, and he also occupied the body of a demon general. Except for those who entered the Holy Realm, I was afraid that no one could hurt him, but Su Yan was different, her daughter's family was alone. The strength is not too strong, looks like a natural beauty. What should I do if I encounter danger? What was the reason for her separation from Meng Wuya, or did she have an accident? Yang Kai's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley, and he inevitably thought about it. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wachangkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 722, Water Blue City. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's impatience, Old Li hurriedly comforted a few words. Yang Kai also knows that it is useless to think about these things now. Only by finding Meng Wuya and asking him can he know the specific situation. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's mood gradually calmed down and asked in a deep voice, Old Li, where did you and Brother Jai meet them? Water Blue City. Water Blue City. Yang Kai frowned. Well, it's about a few months away from here, but even if you look for it now, you may not be able to find it. We met them 2 years ago. At that time, Meng Wuya said that he would leave soon. Shuilan City, it's probably long gone now. Old Li regretted that, judging from Yang Kai's demeanor and emotions, Meng Wuya and the little girl surnamed Sha must be very important to him. Anyway, this is a clue after all. I have been looking for them for a long time, but I have no clue, so I think I still have to take a look. Yang Kai said sternly. All right, Old Li smiled and nodded, then I wish the little brother all his wishes come true. Borrow Li Laoji's words. Yang Kai clasped his fists. After saying goodbye to Old Man Li and Jia Yao, Yang Kai hurriedly returned to the inn. This time, it was a pleasant surprise to get such a valuable clue from Old Man Li. Yang Kai didn't want to delay any longer. After speaking with Kang Yan and Fei Yu, he immediately set off for the Blue Water City. Kang Yan and Fei Yu both knew that Yang Kai was looking for their 2 senior sisters, and now they had clues. Although there was little hope, they did not stop them, and instead asked to escort Yang Kai over. Yang Kai refused. It took me more than a year to bring back the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year-old magic flower, and the 4 uncles were waiting for this thing to be promoted to the Holy Realm. How could Yang Kai let him delay their important affairs? Yang Kai's attitude was firm. Kang Yan and Fei Yu could only agree. Qian Ding Wanwan told them to pay attention to safety, and if they suffered any grievances outside, they must go back to the sect and tell them. Feeling the care of the masters and uncles, Yang Kai felt warm. Operating alone, Yang Kai is still very experienced. Over the years, it can be said that he has basically been alone in the world. After simply packing up, Yang Kai set off immediately. Outside Floating Cloud City, after Kang Yan and Fei Yu watched him leave, they also turned around and rushed to the Soaring Sky sect. They also had to go back to prepare for promotion to the Holy Land. In the City Lord's mansion, Old Man Li and Jia Yao also bid farewell to Ao Ji Yu and others, and set foot on the road of traveling around the world. All the way, Yang Kai was in a hurry. Although he knew that there was little hope, he still tried his best to hurry, and just wanted to get to Shuilin City as soon as possible to see if he could get some useful clues from there. After stepping through famous mountains and rivers, wading through rivers and streams, Yang Kai ran as fast as lightning. Now that his cultivation base has reached the transcendent realm, the speed of his journey is much faster than before, and in places where no one has found, Yang Kai will also display the wings of wind and thunder to increase his speed. The transcendent realm is already a high realm, but in this transcendent and holy Tongshuan continent, it is still not enough to surpass the world. Yang Kai estimates that he must at least cultivate to the realm of entering the holy realm, so that he can travel unimpeded here. He must become stronger and stronger before he can have a foothold here. Although he is now in Soaring Sky sect, his ancestors and uncles are also very good to him, but this is not his foundation after all. What he wanted was the kind of power that belonged to him. As time passed, Yang Kai's impatience gradually calmed down. After the mood calmed down, Yang Kai suddenly became enlightened, and the kind of perseverance and self-confidence in the past seemed to return at once. He felt that as long as he was given enough time, one day, he would be able to stand on the top of this world and become the overlord of the party here. He has an arrogant golden body, and he has a world-destroying demon eye. Although these are all precious possessions left by the great demon god, only Yang Kai can make the most of them and use them to achieve his powerful goals. He was not idle when he was on the road, and realized all the wonders obtained from the starry sky, understood the usage of the fire of divine consciousness taught by Mr. Li, and combined it with himself. The change in self-confidence and mentality is like a catalyst, allowing him to gain more and more solidity when comprehending power. The transcendent realm, which has been promoted soon, is quickly stabilized. In front of you is an endless dense forest with towering ancient trees. All you can see is lush greenery, the air is fresh, and the energy is quite extraordinary. In the dense forest, there are many traces of monsters and human activities. Yang Kai galloped past without any psychological understanding. Half a month later, he passed through this forest, and at the moment when he crossed the towering mountain peak, Yang Kai felt a fresh and natural breath coming towards him. Mixed with a little fishy smell. Yang Kai's expression was shocked, and he couldn't help but feel a familiar feeling. Back then, when he was still very weak, it was the first time he left High Heaven Pavilion to go out to practice, and when he arrived at Haicheng, he smelled such air. Because it is the sea breeze, the wind carries the salty smell of sea water. Looking around, in the distant sky, a blue, sparkling, the wind is blowing from that direction, blocked by the mountains below, so there is no such breath on the other side of the mountain. Seaside, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the so-called Shuilin city was actually by the sea. He had left too quickly before, and he hurriedly came over without carefully inquiring about the information about Shuilin city. Kang Yan and Fei Yu didn't remind him either, which caused Yang Kai to feel as if he had passed away when he saw the Azure Sea. It seems that he returned to his own world at once, and came to the vicinity of Haicheng. The figures of the strong men of the overseas islands and the girl Zhang Miaoke who raised peacocks flashed in his mind one by one. Yang Kai laughed, shook his head, dispelled the memory in his mind, and flew forward quickly. The more you fly forward, the stronger the water energy contained in the air. This place is definitely a good place for water-based warriors to take root. 3 days later, Yang Kai finally arrived at Shuilin City, paid a crystal stone, and entered safely. In the water blue city, there is a clear smell everywhere. The warriors who come and go are mostly wearing light blue clothes. Because they practice water-based exercises and martial arts, they have a soft spot for this color. Here, Yang Kai's true Yang secret art was slightly suppressed, but it was harmless. A warrior like him who has practiced the Yang element or the fire element would not be willing to live in such a place. After living in this place for a long time, not only will the cultivator be suppressed, but his own strength may be regressed. Although he already knew that there was little hope, Yang Kai still showed a disappointed look shortly after he set foot in this water blue city. He didn't release his divine sense to investigate, but he was sure that Meng Wuya was no longer here. Because shopkeeper Menga's defensive secret treasure, the Heavenly Palace, was still in Yang Kai's hands, when he arrived at Shuilin City, Yang Kai deliberately took out the Heavenly Palace from the black book space. If Meng Wuya is really here, there must be a sense of feeling. After all, this secret treasure has the imprint of his soul. And since he didn't show up, it meant that Meng Wuya and Sha Ningchong had already left. Frustrated for a while, Yang Kai regrouped and began to search for information in Shuilin City. Although Meng Wuya has left, there might be some clues left behind that can be pursued. Now that he has the identity of an alchemist and has an alchemist nameplate, he is no longer as helpless as before if he wants to inquire about the news. He walked to the Alchemy Association in Shuilan City, showed his alchemist nameplate, and asked the alchemists in the association. Yang Kai's alchemy nameplate was the one that was first dealt with in Boulder City, and it has never been replaced, so under the investigation of others, he is only a low-grade alchemist at the spiritual level. This circumstance also surprised the alchemists in Shuilan City. The head of the Alchemist Association here, a high-grade spirit-level alchemist who is over 100 years old, is even more amazed, and he feels that there are talents from all over the world, warmly received Yang Kai. I have to say, with the alchemist nameplate, it is very convenient to go anywhere. Although the world is big, almost every city has an alchemist association, unless that city is too small. Of course, not every leader of the Alchemist Association is a saint-level alchemist like Du Lao, but the leader here is a top-level spiritual alchemist. In other places, a mid-level spiritual rank can take charge of an alchemy association. Yang Kai came here to inquire, firstly because of the convenience of being an alchemist, and secondly because Shaning Shang was also an alchemist, so he might have dealt with the alchemists here. Under questioning, everyone shook their heads. Only one person said that he seemed to have seen this combination of old and young, but he had never met, and 2 years had passed. He did not know what the two had gone to place. Yang Kai was helpless and could only say thank you. The clues I finally got from Elder Li were cut off like this, and Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Although a series of disappointments has hit Yang Kai quite a bit, he is not discouraged by this. He firmly believes that one day, he will be able to reunite with Su Yan and Shaning Shang, as well as Old Demon. This old bastard does not know where did the death go. For the next few days, Yang Kai has been paying attention to the information in Shuilan City, and by the way, he wants to buy some medicinal materials. This medicinal material is also the medicinal material necessary for refining the holy pill to save the ancient demon clan. It can only be generated in the sea area, and it is extremely rare and precious. Yang Kai felt that there might be some here. Time passed, and Yang Kai had nothing to gain. Not only did he not hear about Meng Wuya's information, but he also didn't find the medicinal material. The people who were inquired shook their heads, claiming that the medicinal material was almost extinct and that he had never seen it before. One day after a month, Yang Kai was inquiring about news in a pharmacy, and suddenly noticed the aura of a few people, who were leaning towards him without a trace. He frowned, and when he looked back, he saw a group of warriors walking over under the leadership of a middle-aged man. This group of people is not high in cultivation, and they are basically from the Immortal Ascension boundary, but there are a lot of people, and their breath is fierce. Obviously, they are the masters of licking blood on the edge of the knife. When he came to Yang Kai, the middle-aged man looked at him up and down. Is something wrong? Yang Kai asked with some displeasure. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe to the mobile network. Give a reward. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 723. Are you looking for them too? The other party's expressions are not very friendly, and Yang Kai certainly does not treat each other with courtesy. His mood at the moment is not too wonderful. If someone provokes it, just vent. I heard that your kid is inquiring about the whereabouts of an old guy and a little girl. The middle-aged man squinted at Yang Kai and asked coldly. Have you seen it? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Is it a lustful old man and a veiled little girl? The man confirmed. It's them. Yang Kai was overjoyed, and suddenly felt that the group of people in front of him became friendly. Then we have met. The big man nodded slightly. Why are you looking for them, and what is your relationship with them? You don't need to know. Yang Kai shook his head. Just tell me if they have any clues, and I can pay you. Reward. The big man suddenly laughed awkwardly. What's the reward? Spar or spirit pill. As long as it is a valuable clue, I can give it to you. The big man heard the words, and his eyes couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. Looking at Yang Kai's dress, he was so rustic, he really didn't expect the other party to have some wealth. He's quite arrogant. The big man nodded slightly, but although we have met the old man and the young man, we haven't spoken to them, and the specific information is not very clear. Then don't waste my time. Yang Kai's mood suddenly became a lot more subtle, and his face turned cold. The big man smiled and said, we don't know. It doesn't mean others don't know. If you really want to inquire, just come with us. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he suddenly smiled. Okay, take me to find someone who knows the situation. The big man nodded and walked in front. Yang Kai hurriedly followed, and the people brought by the big man also followed behind, blocking Yang Kai's retreat without a trace. This group of people is a little bit bad, and Yang Kai can naturally perceive it, but they have definitely seen Meng Wuya and Shanning Chang, otherwise they would not have described it so vividly. What the hell did old man Meng do to people? Why do these people seem to hate him so much? Although aware of this, Yang Kai is also a daring expert, without any timidity. He has been active in Shuilan City for a month, and he naturally knows that there is no strong person who enters the Holy Land here, so he is completely fearless. As the big man walked for a long time, he suddenly came to a big mansion. Entering the house, the big man led Yang Kai to shuttle through the courtyard, and after a while, he came to a garden. In that garden, there was a young man with a sullen look, sitting on a chair. Under the young man's knees, there were two women in revealing clothes, dressed in seductive clothes, half kneeling, snuggling beside him like pets. The strength of these two women is not high, and they probably only have the cultivation level of the real Yuan. One of the women had round buttocks, half kneeling on the ground, posing seductively, as if like a puppy, shaking her head and begging the tail at the young man, trying her best to please, while the other woman buried her head even more between the young man's crotch. He moved dexterously, his mouth seemed to be stuffed with something, and he was whimpering. The two women wore very little, tulle to cover their bodies, the beauty of the chest and the grass between the legs were faintly visible. When they came here, the big man and a group of warriors couldn't help but breathe a little short, lick their lips, and their eyes became dirty. And the young man sitting in the chair was even more sullen. Yang Kai's expression sank. Although he has long heard that some dandy young masters from rich and noble families have some unusual preferences, there are some people in Zhongdu who like these perverted tunes. But this is the first time I have seen it with my own eyes. Master, someone brought it. The big man watched for a while, seemed to realize that something was wrong, and said quickly. The young man sitting in the chair gave a sigh of relief, but he didn't pay much attention to it, and he still looked like he was rotten to the bone. Suddenly, the young man's expression changed, looking terrifying. He grabbed the hair of the woman who buried her head in his crotch, slapped her palm fiercely, and shouted angrily, "Bitch, how many times have I told you, don't use your teeth?" The **** palm hit extremely hard, and the woman's cheeks swelled up in an instant. She didn't dare to complain at all, and hurriedly crawled to the young man's feet, her delicate body shivering. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and his breath became dangerous. The young man tidied up his clothes, and then he looked at it in a leisurely manner, and snorted coldly, "You are looking for the old guy and the little girl?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "Do you have any clues about them?" "No, I'm looking for them too." The young man grinned. "If you have any information, can you tell me?" "You are looking for them too?" Yang Kai frowned. "Why are you looking for them? Get clear on your position, I should be the one to ask this." The young man's face suddenly gloomy, and he said unhappily, "But since you asked, it's okay to talk." As he spoke, his expression suddenly turned grim, his hands were holding the back of his chair, and his true essence burst out. "I'm looking for them, of course, I want them to die. The reason why this young master has come to this place is all because of that old guy. Boy, now you can tell me what your relationship is with them. You'd better think about it clearly before answering. If you are their friend or relative, I will let you experience torture all over the world, and then torture you to death." "That old guy crippled you?" Yang Kai was stunned when he heard the words. What kind of person is Meng Wuya? If there are no special reasons, it is impossible for him to take a heavy hand on such a junior. The only explanation is that this young man angered Meng Wuya. Yang Kai immediately thought of Shanning Shang. Shopkeeper Meng regarded little senior sister as a treasure. If this young man was trying to beat little senior sister, he might really anger Meng Wuya. And from the behavior of this young man, at first glance, it is a playboy who is addicted to women's lust. Although the little sister has never shown her true face, everyone can see that she must be born with a natural beauty, especially that kind of naive and innocent temperament. People will unconsciously fall in love. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's expression turned bad. My Cheng family treats the old guy like a VIP, but he is so heavy on my young master. It's unforgivable. The big man who led Yang Kai said coldly, "Boy, what are you and that old immortal, in the end? What's the relationship? If you dare to lie, Grandpa wants you to look good. Why does he treat your young master so much? Can you tell me?" Yang Kai turned to look at him, his eyes as sharp as a blade. The big man didn't realize it, and hummed, "It's just that my young master is infatuated with that girl, and he put herbs in the meal." "Prescribe medicine?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I can see that your young master can really do this. Shanning Shang is the holy body of medicine spirit, and using medicine to deal with her is really a joke in the world. Although she understands that the little sister will be safe and sound, Yang Kai is still full of anger. That old guy crippled you, it's a mercy, I wouldn't do it otherwise. Yang Kai grinned. Boy, what did you say? The big man asked sharply with a cold expression. The young man looked at Yang Kai with great interest. If it was you, what would you do? Kill. Everyone was stunned when they heard the words, and all of a sudden they burst out laughing. The kid is crazy enough to dare to say such a thing in my Cheng family. You don't know how the word, dead, is written, right? In this water blue city, my Cheng family is. The big man looked mockingly. Before he could finish speaking, the voice stopped abruptly. The faint smell of blood permeated out, the big man's eyes were round, his face flushed, and he felt that the meridians and blood in his body were constantly expanding. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress it. Boom-a-ay. Flesh and blood were flying all over the sky, and no one knew what was going on. The big man suddenly had no bones left, leaving only a pool of red blood on the spot. Those who were close to him were covered in flesh crumbs. The hell-like scene stunned everyone, standing stupidly in the same place without reacting, and the young man sitting in the chair was even more stunned and couldn't believe it. I'll ask for the last time, do you know where the old guy and the little girl went? Hurry up and say it if you know, and I can give you a whole corpse. Yang Kai swept around, and there was a cold meaning in his eyes. Kill him. The young man's color changed suddenly, he finally regained his senses, and hurriedly shouted angrily. The remaining warriors also woke up like a dream and started to move. The wind rose, the thunder moved, and Yang Kai stood there and didn't move, but the true chi in his body burst out. The wings of wind and thunder did not appear, but the two forces of wind and thunder contained in the garden merged into a killing field. Those warriors of the Immortal Ascension boundary were involved, and there was no room for resistance. They were cut into countless pieces, and the death was terrible. The young man sitting in the chair was stunned. He did not expect that this time he would provoke such a god of plague. Because Yang Kai looked very young, so he let someone bring the other party back, but he didn't know that the other party's strength was not what he should have at his age. Transcendent realm, impossible. The young man's eyes widened, and panic filled his heart. To be able to kill so many Immortal Ascension boundaries so easily, without moving a single body, only the Transcendent boundary has this strength, but is there such a young Transcendent boundary in the world? Looking at Yang Kai, who had a cold expression and approached him step by step, the young man roared heartily, "Don't come here. I don't know the whereabouts of those two, so don't come here. Then you are dead." Yang Kai grinned, confirming that the other party was not lying, and smashed the other party's head with a punch. In the garden, the smell of blood filled the sky, and Yang Kai looked indifferent. For him, such a battle could almost be said to be no battle. The other party dared to provoke him, and he was also seeking death. The two exposed women were not injured, but they seemed to be overly frightened. At this moment, they were staring at Yang Kai with a dazed look, their delicate bodies trembling, and they didn't dare to move. Yang Kai glanced at them, his eyes gradually softened, he did not want to trouble these two women. Suddenly, Yang Kai looked cold and turned his head to look in one direction. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe to the mobile network, give a reward, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 724. From that direction, a fierce momentum rose up, and it was obvious that a strong man was galloping. This Cheng family is also a force in Shuilan City. Naturally, there are supernatural powerhouses in the family. Feeling the fluctuation of the battle in the garden, they will come to see it immediately. Before the person arrived, a stern shout came, "Who is running wild in my Cheng family?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, stood there and waited quietly, without any intention of running away. The person who came here has a cultivation base of Transcendent First Tier, which is comparable to Yang Kai's cultivation base today. Although there are two people, Yang Kai is not afraid at all. In a battle of the same level, no one can beat him. After a while, two old men from the left and right came at the same time, one was wearing a khaki shirt, the other was wearing a light blue shirt. Yang Kai's brows are wrinkled, because he found that the two old men are incomplete. One has broken an arm, the other has a broken left leg, and now the position of the arm and left leg, I don't know if it is replaced it with some secret treasure, it looks lifelike but it has a cold feeling of metal. "Boy, did you kill these people?" The old man in the yellow shirt shouted angrily, his jaws splitting. Yang Kai nodded slightly, but did not deny it. "Why do you want to kill my Cheng family? What is the enmity between my Cheng family and you?" The old man in the blue shirt roared angrily. "No injustice, no hatred. Then you're still doing this poisonous hand. When my Cheng family is easy to bully, can't you? During the conversation, the true essence of the two old men condensed, apparently ready to take action and avenge the dead. Yang Kai's calm, let them know that the other party is obviously capable, and the other party is like a bottomless pit, and he can't find any clues, which makes them a little bit jealous. I don't know what this kid is from. The strength at such a young age is so unfathomable. If you don't give us an explanation today, my Cheng family will swear to you. The old man in yellow shirt blushed and gritted his teeth. Isn't the swearing? Yang Kai sneered in a low voice. All right, let's talk first, I still have something to ask you. The young man who died didn't know where Meng Wu and Sha Ning Chong were, but the two old men might know. While speaking, a scorching divine consciousness suddenly burst out, rolling up the artistic conception of burning everything, and slammed into the two old men without a shadow. The opponents are not young, and they have practiced for a long time. Naturally, the defense of the sea of AAAA knowledge is not so fragile, and they are also wearing defensive soul treasures. But they didn't react until the divine soul secret treasure on their bodies flickered, and they felt the scorching aura, their faces changed greatly, and they were inexplicably terrified. With Elder Li's guidance, Yang Kai also has a certain understanding of the use of the fire of divine consciousness. The fire of consciousness is not only extremely useful in alchemy, but also in battle. This is his first battle after being promoted to the transcendent realm. The opponents are still two warriors of the same level. Naturally, he has the intention to test his current combat power. So take action without mercy. But what he didn't expect was that the other two were so unbearable. The defense of the sea of AAAA knowledge was easily torn apart. If the two defense secret treasures did not play a role, with just one blow, Yang Kai would be able to burn their souls. Around like this, the two old men were also startled in a cold sweat, and they used their means to guard their bodies. Yang Kai's fire of consciousness has been withdrawn, and his body is like electricity, rushing to the front of the two. With two palms, the bodies of the two old men flew out like paper kites, vomiting blood in the air. Falling to the ground, before getting up, Yang Kai's figure has been imprinted in their eyes, like a mountain that cannot be climbed, obscuring the sunlight above their heads, making their eyes dark. No resistance. The two old men simply could not accept such a result. Yang Kai was also a little dissatisfied. He felt that it seemed that he had made a mistake in trying to find a martial artist of the same level. The dangerous atmosphere enveloped the two old men, so that they did not dare to move at all. They could only lie on the ground with a chill in their hearts. Their minds were like falling into an abyss, and they could not see 5 fingers in the darkness. Where are you, sacred? The old man in yellow shirt was still stubborn, holding back the fear in his heart, trying to find out the origin of Yang Kai. Yang Kai shook his head. You don't need to worry about who I am. I asked you some things, and the answer made me satisfied. I can let you go. If you are not satisfied, your Cheng family will destroy the family here today. The words made them tremble with fear, and they nodded quickly. Judging from the way Yang Kai dealt with them, the other party did have the ability to destroy the Cheng family. 2 years ago, did your Cheng family receive an old man and a veiled woman? Yang Kai looked directly into their eyes and asked in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the two old men suddenly turned pale, as if they had recalled something terrifying, their eyes filled with panic. The old man in yellow shirt said, So you were with them. Little brother, the Cheng family did something wrong, and he also paid the price. Even the two of us were punished for it. Now it's 2 years later. Why do you need to kill them all? The old man in the blue shirt also nodded quickly. Our Cheng family has learned a lesson, this should be over, right? Yang Kai frowned, and he found that the other party seemed to have misunderstood him. His eyes flashed and he said, Are your hands and legs chopped off by that old guy? Both of them nodded, with lingering fears on their faces, and some were reluctant to recall what happened 2 years ago. Yang Kai grinned, and his dissatisfaction with shopkeeper Meng was eliminated a lot. Someone dared to prescribe medicine to Sha Ning Shang. With Meng Wu's personality, it would not be as simple as breaking the young man's legs. It turned out that the two extraordinary realms of the Cheng family were also punished. The old man in yellow shirt opened his mouth and said, That senior seems to have some friendship with an ancestor of my Cheng family. When he came to this water blue city, he entered my Cheng family. During the few days as a guest, my Cheng family treated each other with courtesy, but not heart. Hey, my Cheng family Nizi actually attacked his disciple's idea and put medicine in her meal. The senior started to use it in a fit of anger. If it wasn't for one of the water god temple when the elder came forward, my Cheng family would have been wiped out a long time ago. Even so, we still paid a heavy price, and in the end, the senior thought of the friendship with my Cheng family's ancestors and only took our lives around. Water temple. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. You mean water temple? What's wrong? The old man in yellow shirt looked confused, not understanding why Yang Kai suddenly looked a little excited. Have the old man and the veiled woman ever been to the water temple? Yang Kai asked eagerly. It should be, because the elder of the water god temple led them to Shuilin city at that time, and this city was originally the site of the water god temple, and my Cheng family was also a force attached to the water god palace. Quote. Yang Kai patted his head and stood there in a daze, thinking about it. His expression changed. Watching the change in his face, the two old men were frightened. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly burst out laughing. So that's how it is. At this moment, he suddenly became enlightened. This is really a car to the front of the mountain. There is no way, there is another village. Little brother, you, the old man in yellow shirt asked tremblingly, for fear that Yang Kai would be unhappy and would really destroy his Cheng family. It's none of your business. Since the old guy didn't kill you, then your ancestors and his Guansang are definitely not shallow, and it's not good for me to overtake you, but I killed so many of your men, and there is still one to watch. He looks like a young master. How do you say this? It's not a pity to die. The old man in yellow shirt snorted suddenly. If it wasn't for him being blind, how could the two of us be in such a situation? During the speech, his face was full of anger, and it seemed that he was really angry. Okay, Yang Kai nodded slightly, and also accepted the idea of cutting the grass and rooting, and said lightly, which direction is the water temple? Point to me. Over there, in the endless sea, the islands are the foundation of the water temple. The old man in yellow robe quickly pointed the direction to Yang Kai. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai rushed out and passed away like lightning. After waiting in place for a long time, it was confirmed that Yang Kai had gone far, and the two old men ignored it and slowly climbed up. Their faces were blue and red. It was a shame to be easily brought down by a hairy boy. Fortunately, no one saw this scene, otherwise they would have to kill people. What a sin! After leaving Shuilan City, Yang Kai hurried forward, ignoring the consumption of true qi. The water temple is the force where the water spirit is located. It has been almost 3 years since he and Shuiling passed through the void in the wasteland and came to Tongshuan continent. At that time, when the independent city was separated, Shuiling also invited him to the water temple, but Yang Kai refused. It would be nice if he didn't refuse at that time. Yang Kai couldn't help but regret it. Yang Kai is sure that Meng Wuya and Shaning Shang went to the water temple to find Shuiling. Maybe shopkeeper Meng left some information for Shuiling to convey to him. After all, when he was in the central capital, Meng Wuya knew Shuiling's origin, and he also guessed that he might have come here, but he couldn't find his trace, so he could only go to the water temple. This is Yang Kai's speculation, but it is likely to be the truth. The words of the two old men of the Cheng family also made Yang Kai confirm this. At that time, it was an elder from the water temple who led Meng Wuya to Shuilin city. So, he had already been to the water temple and seen Shuiling before that. Having seen Shuiling, it means that he really knows that he has arrived at Tongshuan continent. Anxious, Yang Kai swept across the sea like a bolt of lightning, and the strong wind seemed to cut the sea in half. One night later, some traces of islands appeared in the shadows in the distance. These islands were scattered and scattered. As far as the eye could see, they were like chess pieces scattered irregularly on the chessboard of the sea. There are large and small islands that are only a dozen miles in radius, but large ones occupy hundreds of miles or even thousands of miles. Yang Kai's spirit was shocked, knowing that this must be the place where the water temple is located. On the sea near the island, ships of all sizes came in and out, transporting supplies for the water temple. The scene was magnificent, showing the extraordinariness of the water temple. To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Hongchenranshao. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to First Release to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 725 Cloud Island. Yinyan Island is one of the islands under the jurisdiction of the Water God Temple. I don't know what kind of changes have happened here. The clouds over the island are not scattered all year round, and the sun is not visible. In 10 days, there are 8 days of continuous drizzle, and the air in it's damp. Although Hepu only has the cultivation base of the peak of the Immortal Ascension realm, he is good at managing interpersonal relationships, and his cultivation base is not high in the Water Temple, but he takes up a job as a manager. Today, he manages the operation of various affairs on this cloudy island. The drizzle is continuous, and the weather is as bad as ever. He-Poo curses God while directing his brothers to carry the supplies sent by the boat. These materials are to be sent to the water god island for the cultivation and daily life of the elite disciples in the temple. Taking advantage of the unpreparedness, He-Poo quietly took 2 spar from the supplies, stuffed it into his pocket, and then pretended to be nonchalant and continued to instruct everyone to carry it. He-Guanxi, He-Guanxi. A shout suddenly came from the sidelines. He-Poo turned his head to look. Zheng Bei saw that a disciple named Squid was greeting him. "What are you doing?" He-Poo snorted angrily. At this moment, he was guilty of being a thief. When he was shouted, he almost broke out in a cold sweat. The Temple of Water is very strict. Even if he is the steward of Yinyan Island, if he is found to be guarding and stealing, he will be expelled from the door and wall, and he will have to break his hands and feet. He-Guanxi, there's a suspicious little black spot over there. Did someone fly over there? The disciple had a row-headed look on his face, and the squid was not his real name. It was passed down from time to time, so that now no one remembers his name, and he is just a squid and squid shouting on weekdays. Someone. He-Poo narrowed his small long eyes and looked over there carefully. After a while, he smiled and said, "This fool, I'm afraid he doesn't know the mystery of our Yinyan Island. No matter what, he will let him later. Taste the power of Tianwei here. What if he dies?" Squid was slightly worried. "If you die, you will die, it's none of my business." He-Poo snorted coldly. "I didn't even know the mystery of Yinyan Island, so I flew over like this. Obviously, I'm not an acquaintance. It doesn't matter if 1,000 people die like this." As he said that, he looked up at Yinba's sky and cursed. "This ghost, it really won't let people live." Hearing what he said, the squid also felt that it was very reasonable and immediately stopped worrying about that person. Instead, he looked forward to paying attention, wondering how tragically this person would die. Yang Kai flew all the way, and the first thing he saw was Yinyan Island. He was also quite strange to the dense clouds on the island. He felt that there was something unusual there. Special place. The figure turned into a long rainbow, and quickly approached Yinyan Island. There are many people over there, who seem to have discovered themselves, and are pointing at themselves on the shore, all saying something, too far away from the sea. The wind is blowing, the waves are rolling, and Yang Kai can't hear it clearly. After a while, Yang Kai had come to the sky above Yin Yunyi, and the warriors on the shore suddenly fell silent, looking at him with a sympathetic look. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what they were going to do, but he didn't notice that the hostility was about to fall from them, but there was a sudden cracking sound from the top of his head. Immediately, Yang Kai felt a surging current, shot down from the sky, and hit the top of his head. The force was so great that he was so short that he almost fell into the sea. The hair on the whole body stood up like an electric shock, and the anger rushed into the crown. Yang Kai couldn't help but stunned, and an unparalleled sense of comfort rose leisurely. The wind and thunder wings seemed to have absorbed a lot of thunder and lightning energy and stored it in the swollen bone of the right shoulder of the back. There was an exclamation from the people below, and they came to an abrupt end. All of them showed incredible expressions, staring at Yang Kai in a daze. Being struck by such a thick arm of lightning, this kid had nothing to do except for his hair standing up, which made them a little unacceptable. The special feature of Cloud Island is not only that it is overcast and densely covered all the year round, but there is also a huge power of lightning in the cloud. Usually, those clouds will not release lightning. Only when living creatures are close, the power of lightning will be inspired. Therefore, Yinyan Island, which is located at the outermost periphery of the water temple, is not only a place for handover of materials but also a natural defense barrier. If someone who doesn't know the inside story rushes over, they will only be baptized by lightning. That kind of heavenly might, even the elders in the water temple could not bear. Every 6 months, the elders of the water temple will use some special methods to release the power of lightning accumulated in the dark clouds. He-Poo remembered that the last time the elders unblocked the power of lightning was a few months ago. After such a long period of accumulation, the power of lightning in the dark clouds should have reached a level that made the transcendent realm retreat, but why didn't that kid think? In the absence of attention, lightning bolts continued to fall down one after another in the cloud, like a spirit snake coming out of a hole. With its teeth and claws, no matter which direction it fell from, it could hit Yang Kai with precision. The sound of kacha-kacha was incessant, and the light as bright as day was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. He-Poo narrowed his eyes and wanted to see, but he couldn't see anything clearly. I don't know how long this scene lasted, until the lightning that appeared from the cloudy clouds became sparse and less powerful than the beginning, and everyone could see the situation in the sky again. The exclamation came out again, and they found that the guy who broke into Yin Island was still standing firmly in the air. Not only was he not injured, but he had an ecstatic expression on his face, which was extremely lewd. What's the matter? Did that person get hacked? The squid leaned over and asked in a low voice. Hipu was at a loss, and he didn't know how to understand the scene in front of him. If the other party is not fooled, then the strength is so high that he ignores those thunder and lightning. But how is this possible? The elders have said that with such tianwei, even the extraordinary third layer can't retreat completely. This kid is young, and he looks like 23 or 4-year-old. Is he so powerful? In the absence of attention, the young man in the sky actually shook his head slowly, showing a look of disappointment, then straightened his clothes, and flew down toward Yin Island. Everyone's complexion changed greatly, and they raised their true essence and secretly guarded. Aware of their vigilance, Yang Kai grinned, revealing a white tooth and a harmless smile, and landed steadily on the island. Who are you? Hipu asked in a cold voice, looking up and down Yang Kai, and found that this person is really good looking, and he has never seen it before. Anyone who enters or leaves the water temple will be the first to come to Yin Island. If they are really acquaintances, Hipu will definitely have an impression. Excuse me, is this the water god temple? Yang Kai did not answer the question, glanced around, and found that there was not even a supernatural powerhouse on this island, most of them were in the Immortal Ascension boundary. Not bad. Hipu nodded. This is Yin Island in the water temple. Who is your excellency? Why did you come to my water temple? Yang Kai's outrageous performance just now made Hipu feel that this young man is not too provocative, and he does not dare to be presumptuous, but his responsibility is to find out the identity and purpose of the other party. Don't get me wrong, I'm not malicious. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I'm here to find someone. Looking for someone? Hipu frowned. Who are you looking for? Well, a girl named Shui Ling. If I remember correctly, she should be the daughter of the master of your water temple. Looking for water, looking for the little princess. Hipu's eyes popped, his expression was weird, and he laughed. The others also looked at Yang Kai with ambiguous eyes. Yes, I'm looking for your little princess. Yang Kai nodded. Can you tell me where she is if it's convenient? Well, it's best to take me to see her. Boy, Hipu smiled with a playful expression, although I don't know which faction you belong to, I think you are quite capable, and I will not embarrass you. Go back to where you are, the little princess is not you. Such people can be approached. Eh? Saying so, Hipu waved his hand, as if he didn't like Yang Kai very much. Yang Kai frowned, thought about it and asked, have you misunderstood something? Hipu pouted. Everyone who came here said that. Don't you just want to pursue my little princess, and I won't waste time with you. My little princess is beautiful and beautiful, it's normal for you young people to think about it, brother, I'm here too. He said with a side expression, but although I understand you, I'm not accommodating. If you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude to you. Yang Kai took a breath and laughed in surprise. He felt that this group of people really misunderstood him. Although Shui Ling is indeed not bad, and the elves are eccentric and likable, Yang Kai did not think much of her from beginning to end. When they were in the central capital, the two of them had some friendship from enemy to friend. When they brought her back to Tongshuan continent, the friendship was greatly improved. Yang Kai felt that Shui Ling would not have feelings of men and women for himself. After thinking about it, he took out an object from the black book space and handed it over. Look at this. Hipu glanced at him and took it casually. After looking at it carefully, he couldn't help exclaiming, the token of the little princess. Where did you get it? Nonsense, of course it was given to me by your little princess. Yang Kai snorted. For you. Hipu widened his eyes and patted his head, as if he had remembered something. By the way, it turns out that you are the one that the little princess explained. Oh, this is really rude, brother Mo. No wonder, brother, you took out this token earlier, and I won't be so difficult for you. It's okay. Yang Kai shook his head and asked curiously, what did your little princess explain? 3 years ago, when the little princess came back, she explained to me that if a young son comes here with her token, he must treat each other. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchangkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 726 Aren't You Dead? 3 years ago, it was the time when he and Shui Ling separated in Duao City. After learning that Yang Kai was the young son who had been told by his little princess, Hipu changed his inattentive attitude and became enthusiastic. This person is also a lively person, and he is very good at speaking, and he keeps praising Yang Kai for his young and handsome, and his strength is so powerful. Yang Kai let him talk for a while, and had to interrupt his chatter. I want to see your little princess, can you take me to where she is now? Hipu suddenly seemed a little embarrassed. If there is a little princess's advice at ordinary times, the brother will take out this token, and he will lead you there, but now, the little princess doesn't seem to be on her own island, so let's do it. I'll ask the brothers to inquire about where the little princess is, and then how about I take you there? Alright, Yang Kai nodded. He had already found the water temple, and as long as he saw Shui Ling, he would know what message Meng Wuya sent her here, and what happened to Su Yan and old demon. Not in a hurry at this moment, then I'll trouble you. Don't bother, brother, sit down, I'll come when I go. Hipu said respectfully, then withdrew, and then ordered someone to bring a plate of wine and fruit, and entertain them attentively, and then brought a group of people in a hurry. Leaving Cloud Island. Yinyan Island is a natural barrier at the outermost periphery of the water temple, and it is also a place for material circulation. People come and go, which is extremely lively. Yang Kai waited here for a full half a day before Hipu hurried back and said with a big smile, brother, I have lived up to my trust, I have found the little princess seems to want to see you too, she asked me to hurry up. Take it there, and let's see if we should leave now. Yang Kai stood up and walked out with Hipu. On weekdays, the people of the Water God Temple must take a boat when they enter and leave Yinyan Island, because once they leave the ground and fly, the power of thunder and lightning accumulated in the cloud over the island will fall down, but today those thunder and lightning have just been absorbed by Yang Kai. So Hipu also boldly took Yang Kai Yukong to leave. Halfway through, Hipu introduced Yang Kai to the foundation of the Water Temple. There are thousands of islands around here, all large and small, all of which are the property of the Water Temple. Because the islands are widely distributed, it is often troublesome to find someone. As the little princess of the Water Temple, Shui Ling naturally has an island of her own, and that island is the best among the islands of the Water Temple, but today, she is not on her own island but goes to an island called Yun Windy Island Place. The foundation of the Water Temple is on the sea, away from the turbulence of the world and the noise of the city, and the environment is elegant, but there is only one place that makes the people of the Water Temple feel annoyed. That is the sea beast in the sea. From time to time it will come to the islands to be presumptuous. These monsters in the sea are very different from the monsters on land. Sea beasts are generally huge and proficient in the mysteries of the water system. They are also very troublesome to deal with. The monsters, even the warriors of the Water Temple, have to spend a lot of effort to expel or kill them. At this moment, on Yunfeng Island, Shui Ling was commanding a group of warriors to fight against a sea beast the size of several houses. The reefs around Yunfeng Island were beaten to a pulp, the waves rolled, and the scene was extremely dangerous. The sea beast had 8 long fleshy feet, which slid back and forth, and moved freely. From the hideous beast's mouth, there were continuous jets of water arrows that were like a rainbow, and the lethality was not bad. Although Shui Ling's subordinates have gathered a lot of strong men, the vitality of this sea beast is so tenacious that if it cannot be killed in one hit, it cannot be driven away at all. When I heard Hipu's report just now, Shui Ling couldn't believe it. There was chaos in his head, and his command was out of order. Lu Zhou, you are here to command. Shui Ling's heart was in a mess, there was no other monster in his eyes, and his beautiful eyes were full of surprise and anticipation. Standing on the spot, he stood on tiptoe, constantly raising his head toward the distant sky. Looking around, as if waiting for something. When the martial artist named Lu Zhou heard the words, he nodded heavily, took over the command and issued various orders in an orderly manner, and the chaotic scene quickly calmed down. Quietly turning his head to look at it, Lu Zhou found that the little princess's mood seemed to fluctuate a little, and seemed very happy, and couldn't help but ask, Miss, what kind of person is that person? Hipu said. Why does Miss care so much? A friend. The appearance of Yang Kai appeared in Shui Ling's mind, remembering all the rudeness he had treated him in Zhongdu, and suddenly gnashed his teeth. A very hateful friend. Lu Zhou was stunned. He was a friend, why was he hateful? Shaking his head, he didn't know what the little princess was thinking. But as the squire of the little princess, it is not easy for him to inquire about each other's private affairs, and he is also curious about that person in his heart. He has been with the little princess for several years, but he has never seen her reveal so much today. Changed expression. About half an hour later, 2 small black dots appeared in the sky. Wei Ling's expression was shocked, and he quickly looked carefully, just seeing Hipu leading a person over there, speeding towards him. Getting closer, Shui Ling finally saw the man's appearance. His heart trembled, and his eyes were quickly covered with a layer of watery color. Just like a few years ago, there has not been much change, but it has become more mature and stronger. Still in the air, Yang Kai discovered Shui Ling over there. His speed suddenly increased, and He Pu was left behind, and in the blink of an eye, he landed in front of Shui Ling. "Beauty, long time no see." Yang Kai greeted cheerfully with a friendly expression. Shui Ling can be said to be one of his few friends. "You bastard." Shui Ling bit his teeth lightly, looking like he was going to swallow Yang Kai alive. He suddenly rushed up and punched and kicked Yang Kai. He Pu, who was following behind, and Lu Zhou, who was commanding the battle, were dumbfounded at the same time. They had never seen the little princess flirting with young men like this, and they were dumbfounded at the time. "Why?" Yang Kai didn't shy away, letting her fen fist hit a few times, and asked stunned. "Aren't you dead? Why are you alive again?" "Who said I was dead?" Yang Kai was furious. "That beauty from the Independent Proud League said it." Shui Ling Chi hummed, "When I went to the Independent Proud League to find her last time, she told me who had taken you away, and then there was no news, probably dead." Quote. "There are many people here," and Shui Ling didn't bluntly say the word, "coffin-carrying person," obviously because he was afraid of getting Yang Kai into trouble. "Oh, there is such a thing." Yang Kai nodded and did not deny it. "Then how did you escape?" Shui Ling was shocked. "Good luck, he let me go." Yang Kai responded casually. "It's true that good people don't live long, and disasters can last for thousands of years." Shui Ling pouted. "When the beauty told me, she was still crying, looking like she wanted to live. Is there something tricky between you? Otherwise, why is she so sad when you die? When I left, your relationship wasn't as good as this. Tell me now, what happened between you two? You didn't give her to, well." Seeing Yang Kai come back to life, Shui Ling seemed to be particularly happy, and he didn't stop talking and asked a lot of outrageous questions. "Little girl, why are you asking so many questions?" Yang Kai glared at her. "I knew it." Shui Ling had a disdainful expression on her face. "You are such a ruffian, you will be messing with flowers wherever you go. I shouldn't have let that woman approach you at that time, it really hurt her." "Accident, purely accidental." Yang Kai died of embarrassment. At that time, he was poisoned by Charming Monster's consciousness, and he couldn't help it. "HMPH, who believes you?" Shui Ling snorted, suddenly straightened his face, and said solemnly, "Anyway, many people will be happy that you are still alive." "Are you happy too?" Yang Kai raised his brows with an obscene expression. "I wish you would die sooner." Shui Ling pouted fiercely, his face flushed. When He Pu and Lu Zhou saw this scene, they became more and more surprised. Seeing this, the relationship between the little princess and this young man is not shallow. What is the origin of this guy? It made the little princess lose her usual etiquette. Somewhat incredible. "You guys are very lively here." Yang Kai glanced and found that in the sea area beside the island, a group of warriors were fighting against a huge monster. The rest were all in the Immortal Ascension boundary, but the monster seemed to be of the 7th rank, with a wild posture in the sea, and the 8 long fleshy feet were powerful and lethal, and the seawater shot up into the sky. Those warriors created large and small wounds on its body, but they couldn't eliminate it. Light blue blood flowed out of those wounds, and the flesh was moving, and it was healed after a while. Yang Kai only looked at it for a while, and knew that with the level of these people, it was impossible to kill this monster. Its vitality is too tenacious. Well, this beast seems to be eyeing a kind of spiritual grass on Yunfeng Island, and stole a lot of it. Shui Ling was also a little annoyed, staring at the monster with hatred. "Miss, I'm afraid I have to find some more people." Lu Zhou also saw that the situation was not good, and said quickly. Shui Ling nodded heavily. "Why don't you go up?" Yang Kai glanced at Lu Zhou in amazement. "This person has some extraordinary first-level cultivation. If you go up to cooperate with those people, although it will take some hands and feet, you should be able to kill the sea beast, but he is here to take command, and has no intention of going up to help." Lu Zhou looked at Yang Kai and snorted coldly, "If I go up, who will protect Mrs. Safety?" Yang Kai was astonished and didn't say anything more. It seems that Shui Ling only has the cultivation base of the peak of the Immortal Ascension realm, and has not been able to advance to the Transcendent realm. When she separated from Yang Kai, she was at this cultivation base. Now 3 years have passed, but she has not been able to break through that layer of shackles. How hard is this layer? To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Senshin Ranshao. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to First Release to vote for recommended votes and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 727. Meng Wuya's Message. Chapter 727. Meng Wuya's Message. A new book is solemnly recommended. God Defying the Heavens, Spiritual Realm, was released today, book number 2,817,301, please support it a lot. During the new book period, please rush to the list for votes. Shui Ling's status is noble, and it is natural for Lu Zhou to have such concerns. Yang Kai is not easy to express his opinion on this. This is someone else's territory. If he talks too much, he will only be annoying. Shui Lingchong stuck out his tongue to Yang Kai, looked at Lu Zhou and said, "Go, it's good to get rid of that guy earlier." "But miss." Lu Zhou frowned, obviously not too willing. His duty was to protect Shui Ling, and everything else was secondary. "If you want to go, you can go, what are you talking about? I'm still in a hurry to talk to this bastard." Shui Ling glared at him and comforted him softly. "Don't worry, I'll stay away from here. And, with this bastard here, even if the monster rushes over, I'm afraid it can't do anything to me, right?" The last sentence was asked by Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and didn't answer directly. Seventh order monsters, although they are huge and not weak, he is also confident that he can kill them, but it is better not to do such things as arrogant guests, and Yang Kai does not want to be remembered. "Go, what are you still doing here?" Shui Ling couldn't help urging Lu Zhou to see that Lu Zhou didn't move. Lu Zhou then glanced at Yang Kai coldly and said bitterly, "Boy, take care of Miss Dian carefully, don't let her go wrong." "Don't worry." Yang Kai nodded. Only then did Lu Zhou unfold his movements and swept toward the sea. With his participation, the battle situation is really different. The two transcendent realms joined forces, and those immortal ascension realms cooperated on the side, and quickly seized the initiative. Yang Kai stood there and watched for a while, and after confirming that there was no problem there, he smiled slightly. "These people seem to be very loyal to you." "They are all my people, of course they are loyal to me." Shui Ling looked proud. "Do you think that Miss Ben is still the same as when she was in Central Capital? She is lonely and lonely. Dare to bully me, I'll let them cut you off." "I haven't bullied you, have I?" Yang Kai was stunned. Shui Ling snorted. "Bullied or not, you know it yourself. I haven't seen you for a few years, I think you have grown a lot. What is your cultivation base now?" Yang Kai sniffed. "What are you asking about this?" It wasn't that he wanted to hide it from Shui Ling, he was just afraid that it would hurt her a bit. "When I met her for the first time, Shui Ling was a master of the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and Yang Kai was only at the peak of the True Essence boundary. After a few years, Yang Kai's cultivation base has completely surpassed Shui Ling's, which is really progressing too fast." Yang Kai didn't say it, Shui Ling also noticed it, and Guaner smiled and said, "I can guess if you don't say it, this kind of cultivation speed is in line with your style, and it also proves that I didn't see it wrong at the time. No matter where you go, you can mix well, which is really enviable. I'm different, I can't do anything without the Temple of Water. You are a girl, why do you want such a high cultivation base? I won't tell you this, how about it? After seeing the richness of my water temple, do you have any idea of AA joining here? I still say that, as long as you join, I can provide you with the best cultivation environment. By the way, I have many islands under my command, as long as you like it, you can choose any one, and from now on, that island will be yours." 3 years ago, Shui Ling tried to win over Yang Kai, and now she still has this idea. Because no one has ever been able to make Shui Ling give birth to a bright feeling. Only Yang Kai did it. Although this person is a bit hateful, his ability and aptitude are nothing to say. "If I join here, it will be ruined." Yang Kai smiled and declined Shui Ling's kindness. "The water energy here is so strong, how do you want me to cultivate? Of course there is a place for you to practice in my water temple. There are several volcanic islands over there, and the climate is hot." "No, I already have a place to stay." "Where?" Shui Ling suddenly became interested. "It actually makes you fancy." Yang Kai briefly said what happened in Soaring Sky Sect, and hearing that the ancestor there was the one who founded the High Heaven Pavilion, Shui Ling was relieved a lot. High Heaven Pavilion is Yang Kai's division, and it is reasonable for him to choose Sky Soaring Sect, and Sky Soaring Sect is also a big force in Tongshuan continent, even Shui Ling has occasionally heard of it. As he spoke, the battle over there was over. After Lu Zhou joined, the sea beast was defeated and escaped with heavy damage. Although it was a pity that he could not be killed, it is also good news that he did not lose. Shui Ling gave an order to let them handle the affairs here and led Yang Kai to fly in one direction. Shui Ling Island, among the thousands of islands in this sea area, is a relatively large one, and it is rich in spiritual energy. It is one of the islands under the name of Shui Ling. The name of the island is also derived from the name of Shui Ling. She usually lives and cultivates on this island. Most of the residents on the island are disciples of the water temple, as well as the family members of those disciples. On the island, houses are arranged in an orderly manner, and the crowds come and go, making it quite lively. On the highest point of the island, there is a row of palace-like buildings, that is the palace of the water spirit. Leading Yang Kai to this place, when even a young and beautiful maid greeted him diligently, serving delicious wine and delicacies, Shenzhen seafood, and warmly entertained Yang Kai. Yang Kai has something to do, and he eats and drinks, but it doesn't feel good. Shui Ling also seemed to see this, and after waving away the servant who served, he said, I know what you are here for, and I can tell you that I do have the information you want here. Yang Kai's breathing was a little short, and he stared at her with burning eyes. Meng Wuya really came here to leave a message for you. Well, 2 years ago, he suddenly came to the water temple with your little senior sister who is proficient in alchemy. After leaving a few words, he left in a hurry. When I see you, I will convey it to you. I originally thought I went to look for you at the Independent Proud League, but when I got there, I heard Yunzan say that you are probably dead. Shui Ling sighed faintly. Fortunately, you are safe and sound. Jiren has a natural appearance. Treasurer Meng asked you to convey to me what? Yang Kai asked eagerly. He said that after the old man from Old Demon came here, he separated from them. It seems that he threatened to go to the demon border, develop his power there, and wait for the visit of the young master. Shui Ling pursed his lips and smiled. This old guy. Yang Kai also shook his head and smiled bitterly, but Old Demon's ambition is really possible to achieve. He is different from ordinary people, he has the body of a demon general, this is his greatest capital, if used well, it will definitely be smooth sailing in the demon race. What about Su Yan? Where is Su Yan? Shui Ling glanced at him and said, can I not tell you where she is? But I can tell you that she is fine. Senior Meng and your little sister seem to have important things to do, so Senior Meng he entrusted Su Yan to the force of an old friend of his, and let her practice there temporarily, and the position of that force is very suitable for Su Yan. Not only is she not in danger, but there will be endless benefits there. Quote. Then why didn't you tell her where she is? Yang Kai was stunned. Because I told you, you will definitely go to find her. That power is not something that anyone can go to. The people there are a little unfriendly. The power is much larger than that of my water temple. There are countless experts in the sect. If your temper goes away and you can't see Su Yan, you might not be able to make a fuss, but at that time, I'm afraid you won't be able to come back. Isn't it? I'm going to see my senior sister, why are they embarrassing me? I've said it all, the people there are a bit inhumane and can't be measured by common sense. Yang Kai's brows wrinkled, thoughtfully, and whispered softly, Treasurer Meng entrusted Su Yan to that force before he came to the water temple to leave a message with you, so that force is very likely to it's near your water temple. And my senior sister Su Yan is cultivating the Bingxin art, which is suitable for her environment, and it is only in the extremely cold area. There are sects in the extremely cold area near your water temple, and it is better than the water temple. The power is greater. Okay. Shui Ling was speechless. Yang Kai said a few words, and almost deduced Su Yan's location, and immediately knew that even if he concealed it, it would be useless, and glared at him hatefully. You are smart. Quote. Then tell me, I have no clue after thinking about it, and I have to find someone to ask. Yang Kai laughed. He didn't know much about the forces in this world, otherwise he would have guessed it long ago. Ice sect, Shui Ling said helplessly, have you heard of it? Yang Kai shook his head. In the west, almost thousands of miles away from my water temple, there is a world made up of glaciers, ice sect, in that glacial world. They rarely have contact with outsiders, and they almost live a life of isolation from the world. That's why I said that they are not friendly. The closest place to them is my water temple, and because of this, I know a little bit about them. Occasionally, my water temple will also have some business dealings with them. But each of them, men and women, young and old, are as cold as ice cubes, and when your ice doll-like senior sister entered there, she really went to a suitable place. How could shopkeeper Meng bring senior sister to that kind of place? Yang Kai frowned. It seems that it is because Senior Meng has some friendship with the ice sect master, so I can trust Su Yan with confidence. After Shui Ling finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai and asked, are you going to ice sect? Yang Kai nodded. He has been looking here for several years, and now he finally has definite news. Of course, he wants to see how Su Yan is doing. If ice sect is really suitable for her, it is fine to let her stay there to cultivate. If she wants to follow if you go by yourself, then Yang Kai will bring her to Soaring Heaven sect. Chu Lingxiao is the patriarch of Lingxiao Pavilion, and of course Su Yan's patriarch. When are we leaving? Let's go now. Do you know the location? Shui Ling rolled his eyes at him. Wait for a few more days. I'll find someone familiar with the route to take you there, so you don't waste time looking around there. All right. Yang Kai nodded, not rejecting Shui Ling's good intentions. It is naturally much better for someone to lead the way than to mess around. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 728. You're in the wrong place. On the endless sea, a huge iron ship rode the wind and waves, heading west at an extremely fast speed. The ship was loaded with supplies for cultivation, and the crew members were all disciples of the water temple. Yang Kai stood at the bow of the boat, looking at the western land. His thoughts were flying. Since he and Su Yan double cultivation, it seems that he and she have never been separated for such a long time. The deep thoughts in his heart are like adult old wine. The more it is stored, the more fragrant it is. After staying on Shui Ling Island for about half a month, Yang Kai also came along with the boat to take advantage of this trade exchange between the Water God Temple and Ice Sect. In the past half-month, Shui Ling has taken good care of him, enjoying all kinds of conveniences, and constantly persuading Yang Kai to join the Water Temple, but unfortunately, Yang Kai did not let go until the end. When he was about to leave, Shui Ling was suffocating and did not show up to say goodbye to Yang Kai. Taking advantage of this half-month time, Yang Kai also found the medicinal herbs that blindly refined the holy pill through Shui Ling. There is no such medicinal material in Shuilan City, but it is not too difficult for the Water Temple to find it. Although the speed of the big ship is not as fast as Yang Kai's flight, it is definitely not slow, and this iron ship should be refined by a secret method, and there are some traces of secret treasures. Even if it is attacked by monsters in the sea, it will not be a blow. Sun destroyed. The ship is equipped with several transcendent realm powerhouses to sit in case of an accident. Hipu of Yinyan Island was also here this time, and he was mainly responsible for dealing with Ice Sect. Although Bingzong is powerful, there are many masters, and the people are cold, but because of this, he is very honest when trading. The Water Temple has cooperated with it for a year or two. Bring it, and you can exchange for a large amount of ice-type spirit herbs and medicines from Ice Sect. In addition, Ice Sect is also rich in a kind of ice-type ores, which are also good things that the Water Temple needs. Young Master Yang. Hipu appeared beside Yang Kai with a flattering smile. In half a month, we will probably be able to reach the place where the glacier is, and then we have to disembark and fly over. The person you are looking for is just in that glacial world. Ice Sect, what kind of sect is it? Yang Kai turned to look at him. I don't know that. Hipu smiled awkwardly. You don't know? Don't you have frequent trade with them? There are good contacts, but I have never entered the Ice Sect. Every time I trade, it is carried out on a glacier, and it seems that there is still some distance from the Ice Sect. Those people in the Ice Sect are not very friendly. They all put on a stinky face, as if we owed them money. Moreover, they are quite taboo to outsiders, thinking that Ice Sect is a pure place, and outsiders will only bring pollution to the flawless world. If anyone dares to approach there, they won't be polite. So you don't know where Ice Sect is? Yang Kai frowned. Hipu shook his head and coughed lightly. Miss ordered, if this time does not go well, please ask young Master Yang to return to Shuiling Dao. Miss will be there waiting for the big driver. Yang Kai laughed dumbly. This little girl is still trying to make up my mind. The corners of Hipu's mouth twitched. He had never heard anyone call the young lady a little girl. Young Master Yang's tone was unusual, and his relationship with the young lady was also unusual. It's windy and rough outside, let's go in. Hipu said with a smile. The brothers have prepared some food and drinks, and would like to invite young Master Yang to honor him. Okay. Yang Kai nodded and followed Hipu into the cabin. Although Hipu and the others don't know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Shui Ling is, they can guess that one or two. Shui Ling treats Yang Kai that is different from ordinary people and naturally wants to make friendship with him. Yang Kai is also at ease as soon as he arrives, and quickly mingles with the crew members, pushing cups for cups, staggering, and the scene is harmonious and lively. The days passed, and the air became obviously colder, and it seemed that as the iron ship moved forward, it gradually came to a cold world. The waves on the sea were also much weaker than before, and the ship was surrounded by thin ice. Over time, this situation has become more serious. Yang Kai knew that it should be getting closer and closer to the world of ice. Immediately, his heart was filled with endless expectations, and he was in a good mood. Half a month later, the sailing ship came to a stop. the sea ahead was completely frozen, goose feather-like snow fell from the sky, and the ice on the sea surface was several feet thick. The ship could no longer move forward. Hipu skillfully instructed the crew to put the supplies on board into the Chenkin bag and prepare to board the glacier. A busy day, everything is ready. A few people were left to take care of the iron boat, and the rest jumped off and headed westward against the icy cold wind. The temperature here is extremely low. Even a warrior like Hipu wears a lot of clothes to keep out the cold. Yongkai's clothes are thin. Tisk amazed, I don't know what kind of cultivation base Yongkai has, in this harsh environment, he is like nothing. The eyes are snow white, and there seems to be no impurities in the glacier world, as pure as the pupils of a newborn. A group of several people galloped hard, flying forward for several days, and the leader of the transcendent realm suddenly made a gesture. Everyone stopped, squinting and looking forward. In that snowy world, there seemed to be a few figures in front of them, dressed in snow-white clothes, which were completely imperceptible against the pure background. Yongkai could feel the life breath emanating from those people, but he didn't break it. After observing for a while, the leading man finally confirmed it, looked happy, and hurried forward. After a while, they finally arrived at the location where those people were. These few should be the disciples of Ice Sect. Yongkai glanced at it, and his heart was slightly stunned. Although these people don't smile, their expressions are indifferent, and they are indeed a little impersonal, but no matter the level of cultivation, everyone's true essence is extremely pure, and there is a chill that penetrates the heart. The harsher the environment, the stronger the martial artist that can be trained. This episode is well known. Living a life of isolation in this glacial world, it is difficult for a disciple of Ice Sect to be strong. It seemed that manager Meng had put some thought into entrusting Su Yan here. With Su Yan's temperament, this place is really suitable for her. Both sides are acquaintances, so it is so. The leading Ice Sect disciple still showed some impatient look on his face when he saw these people in the water temple, and asked indifferently, why is it a little late this time? Hipu hurriedly laughed. I'm sorry, some things have delayed the trip and made you wait for a long time. It's better not to do it next time. The man snorted coldly. Hipu was so choked that he could hardly speak. He rolled his eyes, but stopped talking at the moment. He hurriedly asked people to gather those Chenkin bags and let the people from Ice Sect confirm the goods. After some busy work, the leader of Ice Sect nodded lightly, expressing his satisfaction with the supplies sent by the Water God Temple this time, and then took out 2 universe bags from his arms and handed them to Hipu. After Hipu counted, he smiled. Okay, this time the handover went smoothly and the cooperation was pleasant. Bingzong's group turned around and left without saying a word of kindness. Everyone stay, Hipu shouted quickly. The man in the lead turned around and asked unhappily, what else? That's it, I want to ask you about someone. Yongkai stepped forward and clasped his fists. Inquiring about who? The man frowned, his expression rather impatient. A woman named Su Yan, she should be in your Ice Sect. Su Yan, well, she entered your Ice Sect 2 years ago. If possible, I hope to see her. Ice Sect doesn't have this number, you're looking in the wrong place. The man waved his hand to interrupt him before Yongkai could finish his words, and then left without looking back. Yongkai was slightly angry, but he didn't attack on the spot, just stared coldly at the back of the group of people leaving. Soon, these people disappeared into the wind and snow and disappeared. Young Master Yang, this. Hipu looked at Yongkai with some affection, although he knew that people from the Ice Sect were not easy to get in touch with, this group of people was too indifferent and didn't give people a chance to speak. Go back first, and tell Shui Ling, I thank her this time, and I will thank her in person when I have the opportunity in the future. But the lady said that if things don't go well, let us take you back no matter what, lest you be bullied here. Hipu frowned. I understand her kindness. When you go back, tell her that I will insist on staying. Yongkai chuckled and patted Hipu on the shoulder, this time I have to work with you all. Hipu was flattered, and quickly laughed with him. Young Master Yang is serious, then he will wish young Master Yang success. If things don't work out, please leave early. People like Bingzong are not easy to provoke. I know, everyone, there will be a period in the future. Yongkai clasped his fists, chasing after the few Ice Sect disciples, and quickly left. Looking at his disappearing back, Hipu sighed and could only lead the others back the same way. Yongkai's consciousness was subtly released, locked onto the group of Ice Sect disciples, and followed their route in the distance. He was sure that those people knew Su Yan. Although the person who spoke was impeccable, when a young woman next to him asked the word Su Yan, her beautiful eyes flashed with a look of astonishment. Although it quickly converged, it was caught in Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai didn't know why they denied Su Yan's existence, but if he didn't meet in person, he couldn't feel at ease. There was always a faint unease lingering in my heart, as if something wrong was about to happen. Logically speaking, Su Yan was entrusted by Meng Wuya to Bingzong. Manager Meng had some friendship with the master of Bingzong, and the friendship must have been good. If not, Meng Wuya would not have done this. Yang Kai believes in Treasurer Meng. That being the case, Su Yan would not be wronged in the ice sect, but that faint unease made Yang Kai vigilant and vowed to find Su Yan and see how she was doing now. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchangkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 729 Ice Sect. On the glacier, several ice sect disciples in snow-white clothes were rushing. It was the group of people who had made deals with Hipu and the others. Under the leadership of the leading middle-aged man, this group of people swayed left and right, erratic. There are many large and small icebergs on the glacier, and they are wearing snow-white clothes, and the means of restraining their breath are quite subtle. The leading middle-aged man frowned while leading the disciples to fly. He always had a feeling of being followed, but he could let go of his spiritual sense to investigate, but he found nothing, and he couldn't help but feel a little impetuous. After running for half a day, not only did he not get close to where Ice Sect was, but he was getting farther and farther away from Ice Sect. A young woman beside him finally couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Niren, why are we running in this direction?" The middle-aged man didn't answer, as if he didn't hear it. The young woman pouted and asked again, "Also, that person was looking for junior sister Su Yan just now, why did you tell junior sister that she was not in the Ice Sect? She was obviously there, and I saw her a year ago." Quote. Niren then gave the female hand a cold look, and when he stared at him like this, the woman immediately panicked and quickly shut up. A young man next to the woman comforted, "Junior sister, don't ask, Shishu has his own reasons for doing this, it's all for our own good, people outside are sinister, that guy is row-headed and mouse-eyed, it's not a good thing at first glance, come to us Bingzong is looking for someone but I don't know what kind of intentions he has." "Oh," the young woman responded. Although she was a little disapproving, she didn't dare to ask any more questions. Another disciple who seemed to be a little steady stepped up, approached Niren, and asked softly, "Uncle, are we being followed?" Niren frowned and said lightly, "I don't know, it may be my illusion that no one in the group has the strength to follow me without being discovered by me. To be on the safe side, let's go around for a while." Quote. Yes. Niren's brows furrowed tightly, recalling Yang Kai's appearance, shaking his head, wondering if he was a little too cautious. Although the young man looked somewhat extraordinary, he was not a mediocre person in the younger generation, but after all, given his age, his cultivation base might not be much higher. But what Niren cared about was that what he was looking for was Su Yan. The woman who entered the Ice Sect inexplicably 2 years ago. Not long after joining, this woman burst into a sensational and peerless radiance. The sect master and several elders said that in time, she will definitely reach the top achievement of the third layer Holy Realm. And her performance is also amazing. When she joined the sect, she was only on the 8th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. In less than a year, she had successfully been promoted to the Transcendent Boundary Realm and progressed by leaps and bounds, according to the Elder Qianyu. Over the past year, this woman named Su Yan has been retreating in the ice cave, and now she doesn't know what realm she has cultivated to. She knew all of the secret skills in Ice Sect's secret scriptures just by looking at them. This is something that no one in the history of Ice Sect can do. Her aptitude is not far from the legendary special physique, the Ice Crystal Jade Body. Unfortunately, the Ice Crystal Jade Body is too rare, and no one has ever found anyone with such a special physique. Niren and Su Yan had not met a few times, but he also learned from Elder Qianyu that a woman like Su Yan is the best person to practice the unique skills of Ice Sect. Originally, the sect master accepted her into the sect with reluctance, but after discovering her amazing talent, Elder Qianyu moved her mind to accept her as a disciple. Let her walk freely. It's a pity that the girl doesn't seem to be too willing to join the Ice Sect, so Elder Qianyu hates and loves her, she is really helpless. When Yang Kai mentioned Su Yan, Niren became vigilant. If it was another disciple, Niren probably wouldn't hide it like that, but it was Su Yan. Niren felt that this matter should be reported to Elder Qianyu first to see what she meant. Thinking like this, I kept my feet and still shuttled in the world of glaciers and icebergs. Yang Kai, who was following in the distance, squinted slightly, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. The other party seemed to sense that he was following, but he couldn't be sure, so he went around in circles, trying to get rid of him. But under Yang Kai's powerful consciousness, everything Ni Ren did was in vain. 3 days later, Yang Kai noticed that the group of people suddenly disappeared in an iceberg, and the life aura was so strangely disappeared. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai frowned and walked to the area where the icebergs were dense. After careful exploration for a long time, Yang Kai did not gain much, and he could only be sure that there must be some mystery hidden inside these icebergs. But what excited him was that he felt Su Yan's breath. Because of the practice of yin-yang harmony gong, as long as both parties are within a certain range, they can sense each other's existence. Moreover, the energy of yin-yang demon ginseng flows in each other's bodies, which strengthens this invisible spiritual connection a lot. Su Yan is not far away from him, just somewhere inside this iceberg, the breath is even, and it seems that he has fallen into a deep sleep. No matter how Yang Kai conveys his spiritual sense, he can't get the slightest response from her. Yang Kai's face instantly gloomy. Su Yan, I'm afraid something happened. Otherwise, if she noticed that she was coming, she would definitely run out excitedly. In an instant, Yang Kai's anger surged, murderous intent spread, and his eyes became unkind. Inside the iceberg, everything is crystal clear. Ice Sect's foundation lies in this rolling iceberg. I don't know how many years ago, Ice Sect was still a well-known huge force on Tongshuan continent. No longer in contact with the outside world, and no longer accepting outsiders. Every 10 years, the elders of Ice Sect would go out to travel, looking for some disciples with excellent root and bone qualifications to bring back to replenish the fresh blood of Ice Sect, and all of these people were orphans who were wandering outside without parents. The strict selection of disciples makes every disciple of Ice Sect have impressive capital and strength. There are not many people in the Ice Sect. From the sect master down, there are only about 500 people, but there are many masters. There are several strong people in the Holy Realm, and there are 20 or 30 people in the Extraordinary Realm. It can be seen that Bingzong has educated people. The tyranny and the unique vision of finding disciples. At this moment, in the center of an iceberg, in an ice room, Ni Ren was reporting the transaction to Elder Qianyu. Qianyu was a middle-aged woman who looked like a beautiful woman. Although she looked young, she was actually a strong person in the first-level Holy Realm. Just like Fei Yu, she was skilled in her appearance. After listening to Ni Ren's report, Qianyu nodded slightly. You did a good job, thank you for your hard work, and bring those disciples to get some supplies to practice. Elder Xie, Ni Ren said respectfully, but did not retreat immediately, looking like he was hesitant to speak. What else? Qian Yu looked at him with a pair of beautiful eyes, keenly noticed something, and asked lightly with her red lips. It's like this, Elder. During this transaction, something happened that made the disciples care a little bit. Tell me about it. A young man asked his disciple about Su Yan's whereabouts. He didn't know where he got the news. He seems to know that Su Yan is in our Ice Sect. He's looking for Su Yan. Qian Dao's pretty face froze, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. What kind of man? Ni Ren quickly described Yang Kai's appearance, and added, he is not very old, but a little weird, his disciple is incompetent, and he has not been able to spy on his strength, but he gives me a feeling of oppression. He oppressed you? Qian Yu looked surprised, thought about it, and murmured, could it be the person that the old guy mentioned to the sect master before? Why did he find him so quickly? When that old guy brought Su Yan to Bingzong and handed it over to the sect master, he once said that there will be a young man looking for Su Yan one day, cause big trouble. The sect master and himself didn't know that Su Yan's aptitude was so good at the time, so naturally they agreed in a hurry, but now, after seeing Su Yan's intelligence, they really don't want her to leave. As long as they stay in the Ice Sect, with her talent, she will definitely be able to inherit the position of the suzerain and become the leader of the party. And the most helpless thing for Qianyu is that Su Yan has gone wrong now, not when she can see people. The young man's relationship with Su Yan must be very close. If he were to see Su Yan's state at the moment, what kind of trouble might happen? Qianyu couldn't help rubbing her forehead, feeling a headache, and asked, has that man come to Ice Sect? No. Ni Ren shook his head. The disciple felt that this matter should be reported to the elder first, so he didn't tell him the truth. Well done. Qianyu nodded in satisfaction, just about to praise a few words, her face changed suddenly, her divine sense was released to investigate, and she snorted coldly, Ni Ren, you are really incompetent. People are following you. When you came to our Ice Sect, you didn't even notice it at all. Ah, Ni Ren was shocked. No, I deliberately walked around outside for a few days and came back after I was sure there was no problem. How did he? Humph, Qianyu coldly snorted. I said he's here, so of course he's here, and this kid seems to be very dissatisfied with our ice sect, and his breath is a little violent at the moment. Elder, calm down, the disciple will go and drive him away. Niren said quickly, a little annoyed on his face. When he came back, he was already alert enough, but he was chased to the door of the house, which really made him feel a little humiliated. Go, bring some more people, this kid is not a good stubble, just teach him a lesson, and don't hurt his life. Qianyu urged, after all, it has something to do with the old guy, if it really kills him he is not easy to explain in front of the old guy and the sect master. For Su Yan's accident, the sect master has already reprimanded himself once, but Qianyu doesn't want to be reprimanded again. Niren hurriedly responded, bowed and exited, looking extremely cold. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchangkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 730 Who is the Master? Outside the iceberg, Yang Kai's expression was also unsightly. He closed his eyes and probed. From Su Yan's uniform breath, it was inferred that her life was not in danger, but she didn't know what happened, and she didn't respond to the call of her spiritual sense, as if falling into a deep sleep. Several strands of not weak life energy suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's perception, and were flying towards this side at a rapid speed. Yang Kai opened his eyes filled with cold light, staring at the few ice sect disciples who suddenly appeared. After a while, those people came to Yang Kai one after another. Sure enough, it's you. Niren let out a low voice. The face of the boy on the opposite side was domineering and murderous, and at a glance, he knew that he was not a good bird. For this kind of person, Niren owes nothing to him. You dare to follow me? You're not timid. Niren snorted coldly and said displeased ly. I'm going to ask the water temple, so the water temple is the place where such insidious villains are cultivated. He saw that Yang Kai was acting with those people in the water temple before, thinking that Yang Kai was born in the water temple. The water temple can't control me. Yang Kai snorted heavily. Niren frowned. Ji glanced at Yang Kai, and calmly said, I don't care which faction you are, this place belongs to my ice sect, you can go back wherever you came from, otherwise don't blame us for being rude to you. I don't want to go anywhere until I see the person I want to see. Yang Kai looked at Niren, feeling a little bored in his heart. This guy clearly knew Su Yan, but he even asked himself a question before that. There is no chance. Now that he has found this place, he still wants to chase people away. The attitude is arrogant to the extreme. Yang Kai was furious in his anger, but he still endured that he didn't do anything. After all, the sect master of the ice sect had something to do with Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya entrusted Su Yan here, obviously with good intentions. If the ice sect could give him a reasonable the acceptable explanation is that Yang Kai doesn't want to make things bigger. He just wanted to know what happened to Su Yan. He wasn't angry, but Niren was angry, and shouted, Boy, don't toast, don't eat or punish you, you are the first person who dares to talk to me like this on my Bingzong's territory. If you dare to provoke me again, ask you look good. You can try it, Yang Kai sneered. Niren took the lead. I didn't want to hurt you, but you brought it on yourself, a junior who dares to be so presumptuous in front of me, I don't know what it is, I will let you know today who is the master here. Saying this, Niren's eyes suddenly lit up, and a white light burst out leisurely from his eyes. In this white world, it is extremely difficult to detect such light. A ray of light mixed with icy coldness, like a sharp sword, pierced into Yang Kai's mind, tearing apart the defense of Yang Kai's sea of AAAA consciousness, and seemed to defeat him in one fell swoop. God attack. With an indifferent smile on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth, he slowly shook his head. I thought there were so many people in the ice sect, but that's all. If you only have this means, then you're probably going to be disappointed. Niren's attack of divine consciousness, although easily pierced into Yang Kai's sea of AA consciousness, was quickly burnt out in the scorching waves. Niren's expression changed, and the ice sect disciples around him all looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. After all, Niren is also a supernatural powerhouse. Although he does not major in the power of spiritual consciousness, his spiritual consciousness is relatively powerful. In dealing with such a junior, he has returned without success. Leisurely and eloquently speaking, it is really difficult for them to accept. Junior brother, this kid is a little weird. Beside Niren, another transcendent realm said solemnly. Niren nodded solemnly. Just now, Elder Qianyu asked him to bring more people out to drive this kid away. He still felt that it was a big fuss. Now that I think about it, I am fortunate to have found a few brothers and sisters to help me, or else I will come out to fight alone. If so, I'm afraid it will be a big loss. Thinking like this, looking at Yang Kai's expression is also dignified, and said solemnly, "Boy, you still have some skills, I will not embarrass you, you can go." I said, "I won't leave until I see the person I want to see." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, his attitude was firm, and his expression became cold and stern. Sen Leng said, "If you don't let me see, I will calm down. You 3,000 iceberg worlds. Crazy. Is Ice Sect a place for you to run wild?" Ni Ren was furious. "It seems that it's useless to tell you, your status in the Ice Sect is not high, so I will find someone who can talk." The iceberg went away, and in that iceberg, there was a tyrannical sense of consciousness faintly heard. It seemed that someone was spying on the movement here. Delusional. Ni Ren shouted angrily, his true essence burst out, frozen heaven and earth. The icy cold wind became more and more gloomy at this moment. Around Yang Kai's body, an inexplicable energy suddenly appeared, surrounding him. He lashed over, and every ice edge was as sharp as a knife, with an aura like a rainbow. It drowned him in an instant. Ni Ren's face not only did not mean light, but became heavier and heavier. Shish! The ice ridges shot continuously, but in the center of the ice-type energy package, a flaming fire burst out, spreading at an unbelievable speed. Soon, the red fire was as dazzling as the sun. Boom-a! The frozen world was disintegrated. Yang Kai was fiery red, with a scorching aura, standing in the air, looking at Ni Ren indifferently. Transcendent realm. Ni Ren's expression changed greatly, his eyes were lost. Feeling the fluctuation of Yang Kai's true essence, he immediately knew how the other party's cultivation base was. This young man, just like him, is a supernatural powerhouse. Moreover, his true essence is pure and powerful, which is several times more tyrannical than his own. What makes Ni Ren even more disturbed is that his true essence attributes are competing with his own true essence attributes. Senior brother, be careful. When Ni Ren lost his mind, the senior brother next to him suddenly shouted and hurriedly pulled him. Post A. A fiery red spear rubbed his body into the ground, breaking a huge hole in this 10,000 years of ice world, more than a few hundred meters deep. Feeling the power of this spear purely condensed from true essence, everyone suddenly changed color. They are all powerhouses in the transcendent realm, but no one is confident that they can resist such an attack with their bodies. If they do, they will die immediately. The scorching unbearable real energy spread out, covering a radius of several hundred meters. In this area, the ice-type exercises that everyone cultivated were suppressed to varying degrees, and the real energy seemed to circulate in the body. Suddenly a lot slower. Yang Kai walked down from the void step by step, with a shuddering chill in his eyes, and said lightly, "Finally, let me ask you, what happened to Su Yan?" "Boy, if you want to fight, fight, we don't know any Su Yan, and we don't know who Su Yan is." Ni Ren said bravely. "Okay." Yang Kai nodded slightly, and stopped talking. A drop of yang liquid seeped out through his fingertips, and he flicked his fingers and flew out. That yang liquid suddenly turned into thousands of tiny droplets in midair, shooting towards that direction overwhelmingly. Ice curtain, ice lock, ice crystal war beast. Ni Ren and those transcendent realms shot at the same time, and the brilliance of various ice-based martial arts bloomed together. A defense full of icy energy suddenly rose in front of them. At the same time, a chain of pure white energy rolled towards Yang Kai, and accompanied by a howling of monsters, above the glacier, suddenly, there appeared one after another huge, hideous-looking war beasts. These war beasts are all composed of energy, like carefully carved ice sculptures, lifelike, running on the ground, flying in the sky, everything, and fiercely attacking Yang Kai. Chi. Turning into millions of yang liquid, effortlessly, they penetrated the layer of ice-cold defense. Ni Ren and the others looked ashen, and they all sacrificed their own defense secrets to stand in front of them. The ice lock that came suddenly, directly tied Yang Kai firmly, but before the strong man who cast the ice lock was happy, he was shocked to find that this was enough to bind any martial skill of the extraordinary 1 or 2 layers. The true yang energy that was opened outside the body melted directly, and it didn't play any role, and it couldn't even delay his pace. Yang Kai walked like a flying, facing the ice crystal war beasts and rushed up. The beast soul imprint, which had not been used for a long time, was used again. The roar of the cow and the tiger resounded through the sky, shaking the sky and the white tiger. Around Yang Kai. Clap clap clap, all the ice crystal war beasts that were rushing towards them were all unable to withstand the blows of Yang Kai and the 2 beast souls. It was only a matter of time before Yang Kai rushed to the front of those people. The surging true essence and overwhelming aura made them tremble. They never thought that among warriors of the same level, someone could fight with their own strength. The few of them joined forces. Not only did they show no sign of defeat, but on the contrary, they were able to fight with ease and ease. Feeling the force star surging in his body, Yongkai was happy and intoxicated. These people from Ice Sect were far more powerful than the other warriors of the same level outside. The two extraordinary first-level realms of the Cheng family who had been cleaned up in Shuilan City were not of the same rank at all. Although the cultivation realm is the same, but the understanding of heaven and martial arts is different, the combat power that can transform one's own realm is naturally very different. At this point, Yongkai has achieved the ultimate, and the people of Ice Sect have also done a good job, but they are far less profound than Yongkai. With every move, the move was fatal, and the anger seemed to be released along with these attacks, and Yongkai's mind gradually calmed down. He came to Bingzong not to fight or kill, but to find Su Yan. Thinking like this, the murderous intention has been restrained a lot, but the attack is ruthless. Ni Ren and others tried their best, not only failed to stop Yongkai, but instead retreated, showing signs of failure. This scene made them fearful, and their attitude towards Yongkai was also quietly changing. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 731. Outside the iceberg, several Transcendent Realm experts from Ice Sect joined forces to fight against Yongkai, complaining endlessly. I thought that the other party was just a young boy, and my senior brothers could easily beat him with any shot, but Ni Ren and the others did not expect that Yongkai's strength was so outstanding, and they were caught in a fight as soon as he shot. Elbow, miserable. Such a huge contrast shocked them all. Although everyone's true essence attributes are mutually exclusive, in comparison, the opponent's true essence is undoubtedly purer and more intense. When the true essence collided, the martial arts and moves that he displayed were like spring snow under the scorching sun, melting completely, and not as good as the opponent's. The periphery of the body is dissolved. Whoever dares to stop me today, I will let whoever die. During the rushing attack, Yongkai suddenly showed an impatient expression, shouting coldly, and there was an extremely cold chill in his eyes. Ni Ren's heart trembled, he suddenly felt uneasy, and subconsciously he was about to retreat, assuming a defensive stance. Under the threat of Yongkai's murderous intent, he finally had a bad feeling. Yongkai's performance was completely beyond his expectations. He never imagined that this young man could completely control his brothers and sisters by himself. This is my Ice Sect, and you can't help being arrogant. Ni Ren screamed inwardly, gritted his teeth. You said that just now. Yongkai squinted at him coldly. Ice Sect is amazing. I'll show it to you. As soon as the voice fell, the wind blew and thundered, and Ni Ren and the others suddenly appeared around the body of a killing field formed by the intersection of wind and thunder. The power was raging in this killing field, and the defensive secret treasures held by those few people flickered on and off, and their spiritual energy was greatly reduced, and they lost their effectiveness in less than a moment. The ice element true essence guarding the whole body could not resist the erosion of the wind and thunder. Feeling the breath of death coming towards them, Ni Ren and the others were extremely pale. Imprisoned by this energy-staggered killing field, they couldn't even escape. Yongkai slowly stretched out a hand and patted them in the direction they were in. Suddenly, a huge palm print appeared in the sky, and the golden light returned, like the sun falling, with the energy of scorching destruction pressing down like a mountain collapsed. General. The imposing manner is pressing, and before the palm print arrives, the glacier world has already begun to melt, and the mist rises into the sky. Ni Ren and his fellow apprentices all became weak, almost fell to their knees, their eyes trembled violently, and stared blankly at the huge palm print taken from the sky. Stop! A coquettish shout came to everyone's ears, and a white figure suddenly shot out from the inside of the iceberg. In the blink of an eye, it came to the sky above Ni Ren and the others and raised a jade palm to greet him. On the attack of Yongkai. La-A. The palm print of the golden light returned directly to disintegrate. Yongkai stepped back several steps, his face turned pale, and some blood oozes from the corner of his mouth. But instead of being surprised, he was overjoyed. With a smile on his face, he stared at the woman who suddenly appeared. This woman is a middle-aged and beautiful woman, wearing a long white dress, with a plump and full body, with an unusually mature expression and a cold expression. She is looking at Yongkai with a fearful and unbelievable gaze, as if she can't believe it is such a young man. Easily defeated Ni Ren and the others. Niren and his fellow apprentices, all of whom are extraordinary one-layer mirrors, are not too weak in ice sect, but with more enemies and fewer enemies, it is difficult for her to accept it. When did such a powerful young man appear on the mainland? Finally there is someone who can take care of things. Yang Kai snorted softly. Elder Qianyu. Niren and the others shouted with surprise in their eyes as if they had seen a savior. You guys step back. Qianyu waved her jade hand, and the wind and thunder killing field wrapped around Niren and others' bodies was also cracked. Yang Kai's expression is solemn. This woman is a Saint Realm powerhouse, and it is not surprising to have such a means. The reason why he acted like he was going to kill Niren and the others, and made such a mighty movement, was to lure this woman out. This woman is the one who spied on her inside one of the icebergs just now. Niren and the others couldn't be the masters of the ice sect, but this person probably could. Which faction are you from? Why are you proficient in the mysteries of the three-element energy? Qianyu Dai frowned slightly, looking at Yang Kai solemnly, trying to see some clues from his clothes, but unfortunately nothing. You don't have to worry about it, I'm here, I just want to see one person. Yang Kai took a deep breath. I also ask you ice sect to open a door of convenience. If she is well, I will take her away. This time the matter has been revealed. If she is not good, you ice sect will wait to pay the price. Crazy. Qianyu shook her head slowly, a mocking look in her beautiful eyes. Ice sect has lived in seclusion for a long time, is not well known, but not everyone can bully it. The person you are looking for is not here. You go back where you came from, otherwise don't blame me for shooting you. You don't need to be sloppy with me. Su Yan is in your ice sect, you know this. Yang Kai's eyes were indifferent, and he was not shaken by Qianyu's words. I said, the person you are looking for is not in the ice sect. Qian Yufeng was slightly angry, and her face was not very good looking. Really? Yang Kai smiled mockingly. Would you like me to show you where she is? Saying this, he stretched his finger in a direction. It's about 10 miles away from here, inside the iceberg. The person I'm looking for is sleeping. Qianyu Warong changed color and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment, extremely surprised. What this kid said was extremely accurate, and Qianyu couldn't figure out how he knew it. Is it right? Yang Kai took her look into his eyes and said coldly, I just need to see her once and see what's wrong with her now. I don't know what you're talking about. Qianyu straightened her face, with an inhuman look on her face. If you insist on not letting me see, then I'll have to push hard. Yang Kai suddenly turned violent and roared, I hope your ice sect can bear the price. You dare to be wild here, be careful of your own life. Qianyu clenched her teeth tightly, full of threats. Yang Kai gently led the leader, no longer long-winded, and the majestic true essence suddenly erupted. Wow! Fengali's wings opened directly, and the magnificent and huge wings made everyone look at it for a while, and they didn't understand whether it was a martial skill or a secret treasure. In the absence of attention, Yang Kai disappeared in place. Qianyu's expression changed, her delicate body shook, and she hurriedly chased out. Boom-a! 100 Zhonghai icebergs suddenly heard a loud noise, and under a huge and unparalleled force, it broke at the waist, and the upper half of the iceberg collapsed into ice cubes and fell in all directions. Boom boom boom. A series of loud noises continued to spread to the inside of the iceberg. Niren and others were stunned. They couldn't grasp Yang Kai's figure at all. After opening those strange wings, the young man's speed seemed to increase, reached a limit. Even if they released their divine sense, they could not lock each other. As the figure swayed, one iceberg after another was hit hard. Like a flaming fireball, he slammed straight into the iceberg, using his own body and true essence to directly break out one after another on the iceberg. Big hole. In just a few breaths of effort, 500 or 600 Zhonghai icebergs were destroyed, and many ice sect disciples who were cultivating inside the iceberg suffered in vain. Passed. Niren and others did the same. After watching for a while, they suddenly fell to the ground for no apparent reason. Qianyu didn't notice this. The moment Yang Kai went out, she chased after her, but even with her first-level saint-level cultivation, she wanted to catch up with Yang Kai, who had used the wind and thunder wings. Some are not realistic. The wind is agile, the thunder is fast, and the speed bonus provided by the wind and thunder wings for Yang Kai can no longer be described in words. In the sky above the iceberg world, two figures flickered rapidly, one chasing and one running. During the chasing, the icebergs kept breaking open and crashing down. From the very beginning, Yang Kai never planned to confront a Saint Realm powerhouse. His current strength is indeed not bad, and he can fight beyond the ranks. It is even more effortless to deal with Niren and others, but he still has some self-knowledge, and entering the Holy Realm is not something he can fight now. The energy flowing in the body of each saint realm is very different from the transcendent realm. The lethality of the martial arts and moves they display is not comparable to the transcendent realm. The holy level is the level above the transcendent realm. If you want to fight against the strong in the holy realm, you must at least be promoted to the extraordinary 3-layer realm, so there is such a glimmer of hope. Fighting with such a beautiful woman, Yang Kai has no chance of winning, so he can only use this method to force the other party to submit. He's going to make a mess. Kid, stop me. Qian Yufeng was furious, unable to catch up with Yang Kai, so she could only scream. I said, if I don't see Su Yan, I will destroy your 3,000 iceberg worlds. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Not only did the speed not decrease, but it increased a lot. The powerful body was wrapped in the scorching real essence, and he slammed straight into the iceberg. No iceberg could withstand the force of his collision. Wherever he passed, it was devastated and ruined. Qian Yu's eyes were on the verge of splitting. Seeing Ice Sect's 1,000-year-old foundation being destroyed like this, she felt both distressed and angry in her heart. When she met such a tough young man who didn't know whether to live or die, she felt that she was really out of luck. While chasing, Qian Yu suddenly stopped. Her beautiful eyes were icy cold. She stared at Yang Kai's figure coldly, and shouted, exciting. The energy of heaven and earth suddenly became sly. Yang Kai's expression changed, his body quickly stopped, and he hurriedly turned in a direction, but in all directions, icy energy came suddenly, leaving him no place to dodge. The heaven-penetrating means of the Saint Realm powerhouse, he had already been recruited without seeing what was going on. Boom boom boom. The extremely icy energy hit Yang Kai, causing him to roll over and over in the air, blood scattered, and a faint golden light glowed. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchangkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 732. Let's see for yourself for 4 weeks. 2 changes today. Seeing that Yang Kai was hit hard, Qian Yu couldn't help but have a relaxed look on her face. This time, she knew that she was wrong, denied Su Yan's existence, and did not let Yang Kai see Su Yan, all because of selfishness, so even if Yang Kai destroyed more than a dozen icebergs, she did not kill her. Just want to let the other party retreat. Su Yan, she couldn't easily hand it over. She finally met such an outstanding person, and Qian Yu was still thinking of accepting him as a disciple. Moreover, Su Yan's state is not good at the moment, it is not the time to see people. Injuring him and driving him away is fine, Qian Yu thought so. Before she could fly over to check on Yang Kai's situation, her expression changed again. Below, Yang Kai, who should have been hit hard and fell to the ground, rushed forward once again wrapped in golden light. Impossible. Qian Yue's eyes trembled violently. She knew how much power she had used just now. A young man at the transcendent first tier could not bear it at all. But now, the other party seems to be only slightly damaged. Not only has the momentum not reduced, but has become more violent, a posture that will not give up until the ice sect is razed to the ground. How tough is his physical body? In order to withstand such a blow without coma. Boom boom boom. One iceberg after another continued to collapse, and Qian Yu screamed like a mad woman in hysteria. Boy, you are seeking death, don't blame me for being merciless. Yang Kai laughed wildly. If you can kill me, just do it and see if I die first, or if your ice sect foundation is destroyed first. Don't let me see Su Yan, I will let you all be buried with me. Presumptuous. Qian Yu shouted tenderly, seeing that Bingzong's foundation had really been destroyed by 1/10, she finally had the intention to kill. If he doesn't get rid of this kid, with his speed of destruction, Ice Sect will have to find another place to relocate in less than an hour. Such a huge movement naturally alarmed the rest of the Ice Sect. One after another strong men emerged from different icebergs and gathered together. Qian Yu, what's the matter? Where did the savage boy come from? A middle-aged man asked coldly with a gloomy expression. Big brother, grab this kid for me first, we'll talk about this later. Qian Yu hurriedly shouted while chasing Yang Kai's figure. The middle-aged man frowned. Although he was a little reluctant to take action against a young man, he was also furious when he saw his violent destruction of the Ice Sect's foundation. He nodded immediately and said, okay. While speaking, his body swayed, blocking Yang Kai's front, and he shouted coldly, boy, let's stop here. Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai was wrapped in a gust of wind, blowing past him. There was a loud rumbling sound, and an iceberg behind the middle-aged man instantly shattered. Sure enough, the middle-aged man snorted coldly, but he didn't see how he moved, but he appeared on the side of Yang Kai's side in a strange way, and pointed out, in the middle of Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai's face turned pale, and the speed of the attack suddenly decreased a lot. At the same time, an extremely cold energy spread into the body from the place where it was recruited, and the speed of the real essence suddenly slowed down, just like the figure fell into the quagmire, unable to move an inch. Visible to the naked eye, a thin layer of frost appeared on the surface of Yang Kai's body, and even the hair was frozen. Enter the holy two-layer realm. Yang Kai's head was awe-inspiring, he twisted his body, and hurriedly avoided the middle-aged man. The true essence in the body poured out violently, quickly dispelling the chills of body and mind, and the next moment, he regained his freedom. The middle-aged man had a look of surprise on his face, and he couldn't help but let out a small voice, "What a powerful boy." With his cultivation at the second level of the Holy Spirit, he injected a frozen essence into the opponent's body, and anyone else could lock and freeze it at will, but this guy was only slightly hindered in his actions. It's all right. He shot Yang Kai once, and it was extremely embarrassing. If he shot again, it would be outrageous. A strong person like him is a self-reliant person, and generally does not make acts of bullying the strong and the weak. Big brother, still haven't done it yet. Qianyu urged the middle-aged man standing in midair with his hands on his back, with the demeanor of an expert. The middle-aged man frowned and said solemnly, "What's it like?" "Boy, stop it, I won't do anything to you anymore, but don't be too arrogant. Let's sit down and talk about anything." When the middle-aged man spoke, Ice Sect and two Saint Realm experts had blocked Yang Kai's retreat. The two of them didn't make a move towards Yang Kai, instead they showed a relaxed expression, full of interest. He looked at him with curiosity in his eyes. 4 into the Holy Land. Bingzong's tyrannical background can be glimpsed. Yang Kai was in the center of the encirclement. He knew that with a lineup like Lu Fang, he couldn't continue to do anything wrong. He noticed the sincerity of the middle-aged man. "What can I tell you?" Yang Kai looked at the middle-aged man and asked indifferently. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, nodded and said, "I am the elder of Ice Sect, Qian Hao." Yang Kai glanced at the middle-aged beautiful woman and sneered, "She is also an Ice Sect elder, how do I know if you are wearing a pair of pants?" Qian Yu's pretty face froze, and she was about to speak, but was interrupted by Qian Hao, who smiled and said, "I and she are brothers and sisters, do you think we are wearing a pair of pants?" "Big brother." Qian Yu glared at him angrily. "But you don't have a choice." Qian Hao's expression turned gloomy, "You ruined so many properties of my Ice Sect, don't give me an explanation, do you think I'll let you go? You'd better do it for a reason, otherwise I will let you taste the torture of the world, and then torture you to death." Yang Kai sneered, took away his fengli wings, glanced at Qianyu and said, "I'm looking for someone, but she will prevent me from seeing her." "Looking for someone? Who are you looking for?" Qian Hao frowned. Su Yan. Hearing this, Qian Hao and the other two Saint Realm experts raised their brows. "Big brother, this person should be the one that the old guy explained before." Qian Yu whispered in Qian Hao's ear. Qian Hao nodded slightly, expressing understanding, and said displeased, "Ly, if that's the case, why don't you let him see? You have to cause such a big thing." Su Yan, something unexpected happened. Qian Yu was a little embarrassed. "There was an accident." Qian Hao was shocked. "What happened?" Although Qian Hao is an elder of the Ice Sect, he has been in retreat for the past few years, and he does not know much about the things in the sect. Be alarmed. Hey, let's not talk about it in advance, I will explain it to you later when I have time. It's just that Su Yan is really not the time to meet people, and this kid is cruel and cruel. It's not a good thing at first glance, how can I let it? Su Yan had contact with someone like him. Quote. It's an old acquaintance. Qian Hao sighed heavily. I think it's the toad who wants to eat swan meat. Qian Yu snorted coldly, looking at Yang Kai with an increasingly disgusting look. Seeing that my sister had such a bad impression of that kid, Qian Hao didn't want to say anything more. No matter what, this time, although my sister was the first to lose, this kid didn't take Bingzong seriously, and he would destroy it all at once. There are so many icebergs, if it really is like this, the big things are turned into small ones, and the small things are turned into small things, and it is not easy to explain in front of the disciples. Thinking of this, Qian Hao said coldly, because of this, you are so aggressive that you don't hesitate to destroy my Bingzong industry. I'm not happy, no one should be happy. The kid is crazy enough, I just don't know if you can afford the consequences. I won't kill you, I'll give you two choices, either join my Ice Sect as a slave and pay for the loss you caused this time, or I cut off your hands, you choose. After speaking, He stared at Yang Kai coldly, wondering what choice he would make. I choose neither. Qian Hao smiled and shook his head. It's not up to you. Well, seeing that you have good aptitude, just choose the first one, although your practice is contrary to my ice sect, but it is also a talent, it is indeed a pity to ruin it like this. Saying this, an invisible energy burst out suddenly, directly imprisoning Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't mean to dodge, and let him bind himself. Not only did he not panic, but he had the winning ticket on his face and sneered softly. What are you laughing at? Qian Hao frowned. From now on, you will be by my side, serve and take care of me, don't worry, I will not treat you badly. When you become a slave in the ice sect, one day you will be able to see the person you want to see, the premise is that you have to be honest, otherwise you will suffer. Want me to serve and take care of you? Yang Kai laughed, I'm afraid you don't have that fortune. Qian Hao snorted coldly, to let you serve me is to flatter you, but don't be ignorant. Another strong man in the Holy Realm also shouted, yes, boy, brother Qinhao, this can be regarded as the heart of love, you don't know how to praise. The last person also said, it's not good for you to anger brother Qinhao. Qian Hao looked at Yang Kai with interest, and smiled, I don't care what you did in Ice Sect, and I don't care what kind of grievances you have suffered, but it is a fact that you are doing wild things here, I don't kill you, it is for you. The greatest kindness, you say, what capital do you have to bargain with me now? Do you think that with your strength, you can escape from me? Look around for yourself, Yang Kai reminded lightly with a sneering smile on the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, the four Saint Realm experts all showed strange expressions and checked the situation around them. The next moment, the expressions of the four of them changed drastically. From the beginning, they had a feeling of being uncoordinated, but everyone's attention was all on Yang Kai, and they didn't explore it carefully. But now, after investigating with Yang Kai's reminder, I was shocked to find that the surroundings were quiet, and almost all the Ice Sect disciples who were forced out of the iceberg did not make a sound. Moreover, those Ice Sect disciples were all in pain and unconscious. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 733 Ice Lord Qingya. After a cursory investigation, there are more than 200 people in this situation, no matter how high or low they are, no matter their age, everyone is like this. It is impossible for the disciples in the sect to become like this for no reason. But what ability does he have to do such a thing under the eyes of the four saints? Qian Hao and the others became suspicious. What did you do? Qian Hao looked at Yang Kai coldly while winking at the other two Saint Realm powerhouses. You guess. What did you do to them? Why are they all in such pain? Qian Hao asked sharply. Yang Kai he smiled, his smile extremely cheerful. After the two strong men who had been instructed by Qian Hao's eyes went down to investigate, they were shocked to find that these people had no wounds at all, and there was no sign of poisoning. Looking at each other, the two were shocked and puzzled. No poisoning, no injuries, why did all the disciples become like this? Without thinking too much, the two hurriedly released their divine senses, wanting to carefully investigate what happened to the disciples. But not long after the consciousness was released, the expressions of both of them changed, and they screamed, "What?" While screaming, they fled in embarrassment, as if something powerful was chasing them behind them. Looking at this scene, whether it was Qian Yu or Qian Hao, there was a chill down the spine, and a coldness appeared all over his body. What's the matter with you? Qian Yu asked in a whisper. Don't come here, don't use your divine sense to investigate. One of them turned pale, and shouted while flying, is there something against divine sense that I can't get rid of? At the same time, another person let out a shrill scream, and his face was extremely painful. The two powerhouses in the first-level Holy Realm looked like they were in great distress. Qian Yu wanted to go up to help, but didn't know where to start. Qian Hao glanced at Yang Kai coldly, with a thoughtful expression on his face, a deep sense of jealousy in the depths of his eyes, and he quietly condensed his true essence. This kid's methods are too weird, and he didn't dare not to be on guard when he even suffered the first-layer saint. After a while, the two strong men who entered the Holy Realm gradually stabilized, but each of them turned pale and frowned with fearful expressions on their faces. Boy, what did you put in here? One of them looked at Yang Kai's expression wrong, no more contempt before, and asked while enduring the pain in his soul. As expected of entering the Holy Land, but still able to stay awake. Yang Kai's expression was freehand, and he praised. Not only were they able to stay awake, but their fighting power was not damaged. That is to say, they were not much different from before, but they were just a little worried about it. What the hell is going on? Qianyu asked in horror. How strong these two elders were. She naturally knew that even they were recruited, and if it was her, she might not be spared. An imperceptible zerg spread all over the sea of AA consciousness of those disciples, and we were also stained with it when we used our spiritual sense to investigate. One of them looked at Yongkai resentfully and explained slowly, although we have temporarily suppressed this zerg, but it will take some time to get rid of it, and with the strength of the disciples we may not be able to do this. Quote. Zerg. Qianyuehua's face paled. What kind of zerg? I don't know, I have to ask him. Qian Hao took a breath and looked hesitant. After a while, he untied the restraints on Yongkai's body, and said lightly, Boy, you won. I let you go first to show my sincerity in Ice Sect. You answer our questions obediently. Quote. Those who know current affairs are Junji. Yongkai sneered. The faces of the four of them were pulled together. 4 people who entered the Holy Realm dealt with a young man who was in the extraordinary first-level realm. Not only did they fail to do anything to others, but they also fell for his tricks. The foundation of Ice Sect was destroyed countless times. The life and death of hundreds of disciples did not know. This time it was a big shame. Although Yongkai's sarcasm made them angry, no one dared to attack. What kind of zerg is that? Qian Hao asked in a deep voice. Since you released it, you should know better than anyone else. Yongkai gently led the leader, and said indifferently, the soul-devouring worm, haven't you heard of it? Hearing this, the 4 of them all froze. They have naturally heard of the name of the Soul Eater. This ancient zerg is so small that it is almost imperceptible. It specializes in devouring the energy of the soul. Once it is contaminated, it will quickly multiply and grow, and it is difficult to exterminate and kill it. But after all, this is only the zerg that has been heard in the legend. Who would have thought that they are still alive now? Boy, one of the powerhouses who was hit by the Soul Eater snorted coldly, although my Ice Sect is isolated from the world, I'm not ignorant. The Soul Eater is indeed amazing, but those who want to devour the warriors who enter the Holy Realm are not ignorant. Divine Soul is still a little bit of heaven and night, this can't be a soul-devouring worm. Soul-devouring worms can be dealt with in the Holy Land, and can also avoid its harm to oneself. The powerful soul energy can kill these ancient zerg in an instant. So when Yongkai reported the name of this zerg, his first reaction was that the other party was lying. Yongkai grinned. I'm sorry, my soul-devouring worm may not be the same as the legendary one, it's a little bit more powerful than the legendary one. It has been almost 2 years since Kang Yan and Fei Yu entered the former mansion with Kang Yan and Fei Yu to get this ancient zerg. During these 2 years, the soul-devouring worm has been in Yongkai's consciousness. Living in the treasure island has been greatly nourished, and Yongkai can also feel that they have become more powerful. When Yongkai was entangled with Qianyu, he destroyed those icebergs and scattered countless soul-devouring insects along the way. All the Ice Sect disciples who were forced out were recruited, without exception. Did you say it's a soul-devouring worm? Why are you safe and sound, and how did you let them out? The man asked coldly. You have too many questions, I have no obligation to answer them. Yongkai glanced at him contemptuously. I can only tell you that your Ice Sect disciples will not be in danger for half an hour, but after half an hour, I can't guarantee that these little bugs are not so obedient. You are committing suicide. If one of my Ice Sect disciples has an accident, you are ready to die. Yongkai laughed loudly. Let hundreds of people be buried with me, as long as you are willing, I will die. The 4 were silent for a while, feeling a headache. There were not many Frost Sect disciples, and they were only 500. If 200 or 300 died at once, the loss would be too great. This kid is simply an omnipotent demon, a hog meat on a chopping board, and he is extremely abhorrent. The 4 of them already hated Yongkai in their hearts, but they didn't dare to make any rash moves, although they were absolutely sure that they could kill this kid with a single blow. But after killing him, what about those soul-eating worms? But let them be soft now, everyone can't swallow this breath. And when they are secretly hating, a woman's voice suddenly came over. Little guy, is your surname Yang? Yongkai's expression changed suddenly, because he didn't notice anyone approaching, but looking at the source of the voice, he was surprised to find that there was a graceful figure not far from his side. This woman looked so young, at most about the same age as Su Yan, but her cultivation base was unfathomable, her aura was stable, and the ancient well was unwavering. Yongkai felt a lot of pressure from her. This kind of pressure was something he did not feel from the 4 elders of Ice Sect. She stood there, seemingly integrated into this frozen world, omnipresent. Enter the holy 3-layer realm. Yongkai took a deep breath and looked alert. Although he knew that this was a strong enemy, it was strange to say that after listening to this woman's words, the violence and anger in Yang Kai's heart actually weakened a lot. There is a magical power in her voice, which seems to be able to resolve the resentment and injustice in her heart. I've seen the sect master. Qian Hao and the others also straightened their faces and bowed to saluting. The woman smiled slightly. You're welcome, it's not too big for you to make a commotion here, right? Although the tone did not reveal the taste of blame, Qian Hao and the others couldn't help but feel a little ashamed, as if they wanted to find a hole to dig into. Their faces flushed. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he asked, "Are you the Lord of Ice Sect?" "Well, I'm the master of the Ice Sect, Qingya." The woman nodded lightly and smiled. Her aura was extremely pure, like this ice. Without any impurities, it made people feel refreshed and refreshed. Soft and asked again, "Is your surname Yang?" Quote. The hostility on Yang Kai's face was eliminated a lot, his expression became relaxed, and he nodded slightly. "That's right, the person Meng Wuya said is you, right?" "Yes, it's even better than what he said. I didn't expect you to find this place so quickly." Qingya pursed her lips and smiled. "I didn't expect that the Ice Sect master was so young and beautiful. I thought shopkeeper Meng's friend was a white-haired old woman. When I saw her today, it was an eye-opener." Yang Kai looked at her up and down with surprise on his face. The color is clear, the eyes are clear, only the meaning of amazement, without the slightest obscene light. "You think so?" Qingya seemed to be very happy, and her smile became more and more pleasant. "Stinky brat," Qianyu pouted fiercely over there. "Sure enough, it's not a good thing. Treasurer Meng actually knows someone like you, I underestimate him." Yang Kai nodded sternly. Qingya giggled, and Yang Kai's flattery left no trace, making her heart happy. Qian Hao and the others watched secretly from the side, not feeling good in their hearts. They had not seen the sect master laugh like this for a long, long time. They never thought that a boy who popped out of nowhere would actually be able to amuse the sect master like this. Damn, this kid must be a lecher who often messes with flowers, otherwise how can he know such a woman's mind? Several people cursed in their hearts, and the expressions on their faces were as contemptuous as they were. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchangkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 734, Ice Body Locks Heart. Outside the iceberg, Qingya, the master of the Ice Sect, appeared strangely. Not only did he not show any dissatisfaction or hostility towards Yang Qi, but he was very easygoing, which made Yang Kai embarrassed to continue making trouble. He had already decided to tear up his face with Ice Sect, have a good fight here, and then take Su Yan away. But the attitude of the Ice Master Qingya made him unable to use his strength. People greeted him with a smile. If he was like just now, he would be a little unreasonable. "Are you here to find Su Yan?" Meng Wuya said this before. Qingya still asked softly. Yang Kai leads the charge slightly. "To tell you the truth, Su Yan had an accident." Yang Kai's face turned cold. Qingya quickly said, "But don't worry, she is not life-threatening, she is just freezing herself." "Frozen yourself?" Yang Kai frowned. Her current situation is her own choice. "Of course, I have some responsibilities for my sect. Come with me, you will know when you see her. I can't say a word or two." Qingya waved at Yang Kai. "Sect master," Qianyu hurriedly shouted, seeing that she was trying to stop her, but Qingya glared at her. She quickly shut up and said nothing. "By the way, before that, can you take back those little bugs in my Ice Sect disciples' sea of AAAA consciousness? Since you released these bugs, there should be a way to take them back, right?" Qingya looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "I'm sorry, I'm not going to take those Zerg back before confirming the status of my senior sister." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He only had this trump card now, threatening the lives of more than 200 Ice Sect disciples to let him. Bingzong casts the mouse, although he feels that this Qingya is a credible person, but the heart of guarding against others is indispensable. In case the soul-devouring worm is collected, the other party suddenly kills him, and Yang Kai has no ability to enter the third layer holy state. Survive. Really careful. Qingya shook her head helplessly. "In this case, my Ice Sect disciples won't have an accident, right? I said that within half an hour, their lives are not in danger." Yang Kai looked indifferent. "That's okay, you come with me first, Qianyu, you too, Qinhao, you guys will take care of these disciples outside." Yes. Everyone complied with their promises. With a respectful attitude, Qianhao stared at Yang Kai coldly, and threatened, "Boy, don't play any tricks, or you will look good." Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him. As Qingya galloped forward, she stopped in front of the iceberg where Yang Kai felt Su Yan's breath before. Qingya waved her jade hand, and a gate appeared strangely on the mountainside of the iceberg. This gate is also carved from ice crystals, with mysterious energy flowing on it, and there are faintly visible formation patterns, which obviously can isolate the detection of spiritual consciousness. Entering the inside of the iceberg, a bone-chilling chill came from all directions. Yang Kai's expression was slightly stern, and he quickly turned his true chi to expel the cold from all over his body. Feeling the hot energy in his body, Qianyu was greatly displeased, and her pretty face showed a look of disgust. Everyone in their ice sect is an ice-type cultivation technique and martial skill, and they are most sensitive to this kind of mutual restraint energy. The inside of the iceberg is crystal clear, and the roads inside are also paved with crystals, which are very beautiful, and are dotted with strange stones for lighting, which impresses the dazzling brilliance of the ice crystal corners. Going all the way down, Yang Kai's breathing gradually became heavier, and he could clearly feel that he was getting closer and closer to Su Yan. After about half a cup of tea, the three of them came to a huge ice room. Qingya looked back at Yang Kai. Su Yan is here, but you have to promise me, don't get too excited later. I know, Yang Kai responded lightly. Qingya nodded slightly, pushed open the door of the ice room, and walked in first, followed by Yang Kai and Qianyu. In the ice room, there was nothing but an ice bed, and on that ice bed, Su Yan was closing her eyes tightly, and her body was wrapped in ice, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and a monstrous anger rose in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it and slowly walked towards the ice bed. Qingya and Qianyu were all staring at him, and they found out strangely that the moment this arrogant and sinister young man saw Su Yan, his ferocious face calmed down, and there was also a look in those eyes. There is a strong sense of thinking, and the gentle is almost dripping with water. The expression on his face was ever-changing and exciting, and he seemed to be a little scared and also looking forward to it, and he was approaching that side step by step. As he walked, his expression calmed down. Coming to the ice bed, staring at the jade man on the bed, Yang Kai's mouth curved a tiny arc. Su Yan was lying on the bed, and her life was safe, but her whole body was wrapped in an unusually strange ice block, which seemed to be frozen in it, and did not respond to Yang Kai's arrival. Yang Kai stretched out a hand, but couldn't touch her. Watching quietly, Su Yan's demeanor was calm, her hands resting on her flat belly naturally. She seemed to have a high level of consciousness before the freezing, and she didn't feel the slightest pain. And at this moment, the real energy in Su Yan's body is still running rapidly, and the exercises she cultivates are still running, faster than usual. Knowing that Yang Kai's mood was up and down, Qingya and Qianyu kept quiet and did not disturb him. Time passed little by little. Qingya's expression did not change, but Qianyu was a little impatient. More than 200 ice sect disciples were in great distress. If Yang Kai did not take back the soul eater after half an hour, they would be dead, and couldn't help urging, "Boy, when will you see it? No matter how you look at it, you can't wake her up. She not only freezes her body, but also freezes her consciousness." Yang Kai suddenly looked back and stared at her coldly. Qianyu looked away unconsciously, as if she had a guilty conscience. Is this a martial skill? Yang Kai looked at Bai Qing again and asked. Qingya nodded slightly. Yes, it is the secret of my ice sect that is not passed down. The ice body locks the heart. After using it, condensing the whole body's true essence, freezing her body and mind, and losing all feeling in an instant. Quote. Then why is my senior sister's practice still working? Yang Kai frowned. Qingya pursed her lips and smiled. The ice body locks the heart to assist in the practice. My ice sect disciples can use this trick to force themselves into a state of no desire and no thoughts. Cultivation in this state is more efficient than usually, it is faster to cultivate. Many disciples will use this trick when they are in retreat, and depending on the real energy and awakening they use when performing this martial art, the duration of the ice body locking heart will be different. How long will my senior sister last? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Qingya's face darkened. She slowly shook her head and said, I can't say, it may be 10 years, it may be decades, or it may be forever. The true essence that this child Su Yan has cultivated now is also used to maintain its frozen outside the body. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Why did she freeze herself? Did you suffer some grievances in your ice sect and was abused? Saying so, she looked at Qianyu with a bad look. Stinky boy, look at what I do, it's too late for me to like her, how could I abuse her? Qianyu was a little annoyed. Little guy, don't worry, Elder Qianyu will not abuse Su Yan, she still wants to accept your senior sister as a disciple. Qingya quickly comforted her. I'm afraid she doesn't have this fortune. Yang Kai hated the beautiful woman Qianyu in his heart. However, this matter does have something to do with elder Qianyu. Qingya sighed softly, she has a certain responsibility for Su Yan becoming like this. Qianyu's expression also darkened, and she said in pain, I didn't expect her to be like this, and I don't know when she learned to lock her heart with ice body. If she knew it earlier, I wouldn't force her so much, hey. Quote. After speaking, he glanced at Yang Kai and said coldly, boy, I don't deny this, but I'm also doing it for her good, not to harm her. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai's eyes spit fire. Although Qianyu said this, it was only her side of the word. What is the situation? You still have to ask clearly. Tell me, Qianyu. Qingya rubbed her forehead. Qianyu nodded slightly, and immediately explained what happened after Su Yan entered the ice sect. 2 years ago, Meng Wuya suddenly brought Shanning Sheng and Su Yan to the ice sect, sought out the ice master Qingya, and entrusted her to take care of Su Yan temporarily. Bingzong lived in seclusion in this glacial world, and generally did not accept outsiders, but Meng Wuya had some friendship with Qingya after all, so Qingya had no choice but to agree to this old fellow's brazenness. After entrusting Su Yan here, Meng Wuya and Shanning Sheng left. The old guy said that what he was going to do was very dangerous, and it was fine to bring his own apprentice, but he couldn't take Su Yan with her to put her in danger, so he secretly left Su Yan here until after the old guy left. Su Yan learned the truth and had to temporarily stay in the ice sect. Qianyu explained. Yang Kai leads the head slightly, but it is understandable for shopkeeper Meng to do this. He must not have told Su Yan the purpose of coming to ice sect. Live a comfortable life in Bingzong. Then what? Yang Kai asked. Then the sect master handed the child Su Yan to me. At first, I didn't pay much attention to her. When she came here, although her strength was not low, she was not too high. But soon, I found that this child has an unparalleled strength. Talent, her cultivation is also progressing rapidly. The most commendable thing is that the exercises she cultivates are in line with my ice sect, and they are all ice-type exercises. I think that the old guy must have planned beforehand to kill Su Yan Tuo came to Bingzong. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, thinking that it would be strange if Meng Wuya didn't have a plan. He must know a lot of experts in Tongshuan continent, Chuling Xiao and him are old acquaintances, but he chose Su Yan after being sent here. It is obvious that he also took a fancy to the background of ice sect. Meng Wuya's move was to ask Bingzong to help teach Su Yan for free. If it were Yang Kai, he would do the same. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wachangkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 735 What kind of exercises? After seeing Su Yan's supreme aptitude, Qianyu gradually became interested in her, and wanted to test how she was. Never thought that Su Yan could learn all kinds of martial arts and secret scriptures of ice sect. Qianyu was greatly surprised, thinking that she had picked up a treasure. Since then, she has taught Su Yan carefully, taking care of her meticulously. The forbidden area of Aa Ice sect, the ice cave is even more open to her, allowing her to enter and leave to practice. After a while, Qianyu proposed to accept Su Yan as a disciple, but to her surprise, Su Yan did not agree, which made her a little disappointed. But cherishing Su Yan's aptitude, Qianyu did not mean to blame her, and still maintained the same procrastination as before. Su Yan was also very grateful to her. Although she was not called a master, she also held the gift of junior. This child's aptitude is not to be said, and her physique is very pure, and she doesn't know what kind of adventure she has. It seems to be very close to the legendary special physique, ice crystal jade and body. Qianyu said slowly, with a slight expression on her face. Doubt, but I carefully checked some books and found that her physique is not an ice crystal jade body. Yang Kai snorted lightly. She had left so many myriad medicine spirit liquid and myriad medicine spirit milk for Su Yan at the time. After taking it for many years, it was no wonder that her physique was not pure. Moreover, I often see her meditating alone, and every time at this time, there will be some happy smiles on her face. Qianyu coldly glanced at Yang Kai. There will also be some nostalgic expressions in her eyes. Look. Yang Kai took a breath. Qingya pursed her lips and smiled, quietly looked at Yang Kai, and was a little puzzled. She didn't know what was so special about this kid, but that girl Su Yan was so tempted. My ice sect disciple, I practice the ice element pit technique, so I have to keep my mind clean and few desires so that I can achieve great achievements. This child often shows the expression of sicken, all because of you. Qianyu said here, she was not angry. From one place, He stared at Yang Kai angrily, as if it was this guy who hindered Su Yan's future and development. Yang Kai pouted and said with merciless contempt, "You old woman, how do you know the beauty of love between men and women?" Qian Yu was so angry that her delicate body trembled, her pretty face turned pale, and her true essence surged as if she wanted to slap Yang Kai to death in order to vent her hatred. "You child, how did you talk?" Qingya glared at Yang Kai angrily. Yang Kai said impatiently, "Okay, let's continue." Qian Yu's teeth were clenched tightly, her chest was constantly heaving, it seemed that she was very angry, and her beautiful eyes burst out with hatred for a long while before she calmed down under Qingya's comfort, and said without turning her head, "No mood, stop talking." Yang Kai sneered and looked at Qingya with a questioning gaze. The ice master sighed helplessly, and said slowly, "Let me tell you. Originally, Su Yan's aptitude has made excellent progress, and Elder Qian Yu didn't care much after she was rejected when she wanted to accept her as a disciple. One day, she will be willing to worship under my ice sect and become my ice sect disciple. It's a pity that the good times didn't last long." Qingya frowned slightly. "After coming here for a year, Elder Qian Yu and I both discovered the problem with Su Yan." "What's the problem?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. "It seems that she has practiced more than one type of exercise in her body, and there is another type of exercise that coexists with her original ice technique." Qingya shook her head slowly. "If there is no such exercise, Su Yan, there is no hidden danger if you only practice ice-type exercises, but that unknown exercise seems to hinder the progress of her original exercise and become a hindrance. Constraints. Although there is no problem for the time being, but if it goes on like this for a long time, if it is not channeled, not only will Su Yan's strength not progress but there is a danger of going backwards." Qingya looked at Yang Kai. "Since you are with the child as a brother and sister, and she is so fascinated by you, you should know what kind of exercises she is practicing, right?" "I know." Yang Kai nodded. "What exercises?" Qingya and Qian Yu both asked quickly. "Shuangshou's cultivation technique," Yang Kai said bluntly. The two women blushed all of a sudden, and Qian Yu cursed with disdain. "You bastard, you are indeed the culprit who harmed Su Yan. If you hadn't ruined her innocence early and let her keep her natural body, how could she have achieved such a feat now?" "You know what a fart." Yang Kai snorted. This woman looked like she wanted to put all the responsibilities on her head, which made Yang Kai very dissatisfied. From knowing Su Yan to the present, not only did the practice of Heihu and Gong do her no harm, but it also benefited her a lot. For Yang Kai and Su Yan's strength to progress so quickly, Acacia Gong was an indispensable factor. "Shuangshou's practice." Qingya frowned. "How can you practice such a nasty practice?" Although the double cultivation practice can make people grow rapidly, generally speaking, the foundation is not too stable. Sooner or later, it will become a hidden danger on your growth path. Where is the love between men and women? Your thinking is too conservative, right? Yang Kai cast a glance at her. "Besides, Su Yan and I have no unstable foundations, you should know this." Qingya's expression suddenly became suspicious. Indeed, if she really practiced the poor dual cultivation technique, Su Yan would not have the foundation and cultivation she has today. With her strength, the hidden dangers buried in the past should have erupted long ago. But she's still so good. This kid in front of him is also, he can deal with strong people like Qian Yu with his extraordinary first-level cultivation, but not everyone can do it. The only explanation for that is that the dual cultivation method they practiced must be very high-end, not only does not harm the two of them, but also has various benefits. It's not that there is no such chaotic method in the world, but when the world hears the double cultivation practice, it is inevitable that they will think wrongly. Let's not talk about this. After all, we haven't seen any double cultivation exercises, so it's hard to comment on it. Qingya blushed and changed the topic, but when Elder Qian Yu discovered this problem, he hoped that Su Yan was able to abolish that unknown practice and devote herself to her ice-based practice. If she abolished that practice, she could also practice it, another supreme practice of my ice sect. Only good, no bad. Quote. My senior sister refused, right? Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Kindness. Qian Yu and I don't know why she refused so outright, but now it seems that this exercise should be the connection between you and her, so she refuses to abolish it. Qingya sighed faintly. This child, he's quite an infatuated person. It's a pity that some people are not worthy of her. Qian Yu said with a gun and a stick, with a look of contempt. If you dare to gossip again, I will let your 200 ice sect disciples die now. Yang Kai gave Qian Yu a cold look. Qian Yu gritted her teeth, and had a hideous expression that wanted to swallow Yang Kai's life. Qingya continued. Elder Qian Yu persuaded her several times, but she did not agree. In the end, Elder Qianyu wanted to forcibly abolish her practice, but unfortunately she seemed to be aware of it. I used the ice body lock heart to freeze myself, and I didn't give Qianyu a chance to do it. Yang Kai laughed savagely. So, the reason why my senior sister has become like this is all the fault of this woman. As he spoke, his true essence became violent, and his murderous intent overflowed. Qingyu's expression changed, and she quickly said, "Don't get angry first, although I also feel that Qianyu's actions are a little wrong, and she wants to do it without Su Yan's consent, but speaking of it, she can be considered kind, Bingzong. That set of exercises is not something that everyone can learn, and it can only be said that she did something wrong with good intentions, and it also hurt Su Yan. This is really a great kindness, I thank you on behalf of senior sister." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and snorted. His voice was cold, like the yin wind blowing from the 9 Serenity Purgatory, which made people horrified. Qianyu surprisingly did not refute Yang Kai, but instead looked ashamed and angry, her eyes were dodging, and her expression was painful. If she is swaying again, Yang Kai will probably really be unable to hold back, and he will start with her here. It can be seen that she looks ashamed and regretful, and Yang Kai's murderous intention has disappeared a lot. Although this woman is hateful, it seems that she really cares about Su Yan. At this point, Yang Kai would not be able to entangle with her anymore. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down the monstrous anger in his heart, and said slowly, "I understand what happened." Qingya frowned and said softly, "Actually, it's not a bad thing. The ice body locking the heart is not harmful to Su Yan, and she can quickly improve her strength by maintaining this state. When she wakes up again, the cultivation base will also greatly increase. Wait for her to wake up." Yang Kai sneered, "When will she wake up? 10 years, 20 years? Or longer?" Qingya and Qianyu were silent. Yang Kai's question was too tricky for them to give an answer. No ice sect disciple has ever used the ice body to lock the heart so thoroughly. Su Yan has not considered whether she can wake up or not. If she can't find a way to solve it, maybe she will remain in such a deep sleep forever. The matter has been explained to you, then my 200 disciples of the ice sect. Qingya asked, "Don't worry, I promise you in the name of the Lord of the Ice Sect that as long as the 200 disciples are out of danger, there will be no danger here. People will embarrass you again." Yang Kai stared at her deeply and took the lead. After Qingya and Qianyu walked out again, Yang Kai's spiritual sense spread, covering a huge area, and all the soul-devouring insects that were released were all taken back along with the spiritual sense. However, the 2 Saint Realm elders of Ice Sect who were hit by this ancient zerg did not ask Yang Kai to help, instead they returned to their residences and retreated to expel them. They are confident that they can use their powerful cultivation and spiritual power to kill the worms that flooded into the sea of AAAA knowledge, and naturally they are too lazy to accept Yang Kai's favor. Qianyu and the others carefully investigated the disciples, and only after confirming that their lives were not in danger, did they relax. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchangkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 736, Wasting Your Effort. Ice Sect. It has been half a month since Yang Kai arrived. For the past half month, he has been accompanying the sleeping Su Yan in the ice room, never leaving. In another ice room, the Ice Master and the 4 elders who had entered the Holy Realm gathered together. It seemed that they were discussing something fiercely. The 4 expressed their opinions and argued endlessly. The Ice Master Qingya sat on a crystal-clear ice silent. A Saint Realm expert who had been invaded by the Soul Eater insect in the sea of AAAA consciousness was infuriated and shouted, "That kid doesn't look like a good thing, and I don't know what special method is used to control the ancient Zerg. Judging from the vicious hand he played against my Ice Sect disciple, this person must be a ruthless person, and such a person needs to get out of the way quickly." Another Saint Realm powerhouse who had suffered a loss from Yang Kai also nodded quickly, "That's what I mean too." Saying this, he turned his head to look at Qian Hao and asked, "Brother Qian Hao, what do you 2 brothers and sisters say?" "He has to go." Qian Hao pondered for a while, then said solemnly, "My Ice Sect is a pure place, and he brought a fight for this place as soon as he came. Such a person is always a disaster and cannot be kept." Qianyu didn't say a word, but looking at her face, she obviously didn't want Yang Kai to stay in the Ice Sect. "Sect Master." Qian Hao looked up at Qingya, "It's time for him to leave, and he's always staying in my Ice Sect, what's the decency?" Qingya smiled slightly, "What are you doing in such a hurry to drive him away?" Although his previous methods were indeed a bit extreme, but in his position, he was forced to be helpless, and he was merciful to my ice sect disciple. The souls of the injured disciples are not damaged, they only need to cultivate for a few days to recover, and we can't cross the river and demolish the bridge. Mei Mu flashed, and sighed. Besides, people came to find her senior sister, and now Su Yan has fallen into a deep sleep again, and she doesn't know when she will wake up. If we insist on driving him away, I'm afraid it will backfire and force him to go. He has to let those ancient Zerg out again. Then what should I do? Do you keep him in my ice sect? Might as well let him take Su Yan away together. Qian Hao suggested. That old guy didn't say it when he came here. If someone comes to look for Su Yan, they must let him go. What if he cares about his past mistakes, and lets him leave with Su Yan? Qian Yu frowned. Big brother, Su Yan is in this state now, I don't worry about you letting that kid take her away. Although she hates Yang Kai, she loves Su Yan with all her heart. Naturally, she has to defend herself and shake her head decisively. I don't agree to this. Okay, Qingya waved her hand, let's not talk about it in advance. I think that kid is also an infatuated person. These days he has been in the ice room and hasn't moved. I will talk to him first. Let's talk, let's see what he thinks, maybe people don't plan to always rely on my ice sect. Quote. The four elders could only nod their heads when they heard the words. The three male elders left quickly, but Qianyu stayed behind. Sect master, I will accompany you. Qingya gently led the way, and the two of them got up and walked in the direction of the iceberg where Su Yan was. After a while, she came to the ice room and knocked lightly on the door, but there was no response, but Qingya felt some unusual energy fluctuations, so she couldn't help frowning, pushed the door open, enter. At this moment, not only was there a chill in the ice room, but also a scorching energy was spreading. Looking forward, Qingya couldn't help covering her mouth. Yang Kai's hands actually covered the ice layer outside Su Yan's body, and his true essence surged. You idiot, what are you doing? Qian Yu immediately started drinking, and she came to Yang Kai in a flash and waved at him. Yang Kai didn't resist, just turned his head and gave her a cold look. Qian Yu's heart suddenly froze, and the slap close to Yang Kai's body suddenly stopped, gritted her teeth and shouted, what are you doing? None of your business. Yang Kai snorted. Qingya also hurried over and said worriedly, don't do this, it will hurt Su Yan. I have a measure. Yang Kai responded lightly. He didn't want Su Yan to be injured more than anyone else, so he was naturally cautious when he started, and only made sure that there would be no accidents. Are you trying to contact Su Yan? Qingya was thoughtful. Yang Kai nodded. He and Su Yan have practiced Yin-Yang Heihuan Gong. There are 3 stages of Heihuan Gong. In the first stage, the body blends together so that they can practice both. In the second stage, there is no need for physical contact. If the other party is not too far away, they can carry out the fusion and fusion of their true essence and the sublimation and purification of their minds. This will be of great benefit to both parties, whether it is cultivation or fighting. Now, Su Yan's body is wrapped in a thick layer of ice, and in the first stage, you don't need to count on it. The ice layer is extremely strong and is condensed from Su Yan's whole body's true essence, and Yang Kai didn't want to break it. I only hope to use the second stage method to conduct double cultivation with Su Yan and see if I can communicate with her by taking this opportunity. But after trying for so long, he still made no progress. Su Yan's true essence didn't respond to his call, and the two simply couldn't blend. Don't waste your efforts. I don't know what kind of double cultivation you are practicing, but the ice body lock is a secret that I don't know from ice sect. Once you use it, you will lose all feeling. I don't think your dual cultivation will be better than the ice body. The lock must be excellent, to be able to break the shackles. Qian Yu splashed cold water on the side. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear and frowned. He tried for half a month without any progress. Now it seems that he can only try again with the third stage of Acacia art. If it still doesn't work, then Yang Kai is helpless and can only wait for Su Yan to wake up. He didn't expect to wake Su Yan right now. Not only would it not be bad for her to use the ice body lock, but it would also benefit her. There was no need to wake her up. Yang Kai just wanted to be able to communicate with her and see what she was thinking now. If Su Yan doesn't want to stay in ice sect, Yang Kai will take her away immediately. If Su Yan says she wants to stay here, then Yang Kai will follow her wish. This place is simply a paradise for Su Yan to practice. It is hard to find such a suitable environment. Seeing him pondering, Qian Yu snorted coldly and stopped trying to provoke him. Qingya sighed softly and said, Yang Kai, there is a saying that haste is not enough, so don't be too impatient. Yang Kai smiled, raised his head and asked, since your ice sect has such a secret technique, is there no way to remove it? Qingya shook her head. Unless the caster disarms himself, there is no way for outsiders, and it is even more impossible to reach a connection with him. It is precisely because once he casts the ice body lock, he will lose all consciousness, so it can assist me in the ice sect. Disciple practice. I see. Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai, I have something I want to ask you. Qingya pondered, her face a little embarrassed. Ask me when I'm leaving. Yang Kai revealed a playful smile and broke the sentence. Qingya was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect his mind to be so delicate, and said generously, it's not that I want to drive you away, it's just that my ice sect never accepts outsiders, so Suyan is fine, but your presence is bad. I followed the rules of my ice sect. Don't worry, I don't want to stay here forever. It's freezing cold, and the exercises I practice have been suppressed. Yang Kai pouted, but I don't plan to leave for the time being, well, I'm going to retreat for a while. Days, I hope no one will disturb me. Retreat here. Qingya keenly noticed something. You don't want to try to reach a connection with Su Yan, do you? Boy, I advise you to give up early and leave early. You said with a displeased look on Yang Kai's face, no one can reach a connection with the person who has used the ice body lock heart, so don't waste your efforts. Su Yan is here, no matter if she enters my ice sect, I will take good care of her, no need for you to bother. Quote. I don't need you to take care of me. Yang Kai gave her a cold look, then looked at Qingya and said, Sect Master, please agree to this request. Okay. Qingya nodded helplessly, I will allow you to retreat in my ice sect, but only for this time. When you leave the gate, no matter what happens to Su Yan, you must leave. Whether Su Yan takes it away or stays here, it is up to your own will, and I will not stop it from the ice sect. Thank you, Sect Master. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Qingya was much easier to talk than Qian Yu. She was young and beautiful, her voice was soft, and she didn't know if she was old friends with shopkeeper Meng. However, when he thinks of her standing with a lousy old man like Meng Wuya, Yang Kai has a feeling of regret that flowers are inserted in cow dung. Thinking like this, his eyes became weird. Qingya frowned, did not ask more, and left quickly with Qianyu. After they left, Yang Kai took a deep breath and stared at the jade man sleeping in the ice with soft eyes. After watching for a while, Yang Kai closed his eyes, his hands covered the ice layer outside Su Yan's body, and his consciousness burst out. The third stage of Heihuan Gong is a bond of heart to heart, a fusion of spirit and soul. When Yang Kai and Su Yan separated back then, they had already reached the level of heart-to-heart bond, but they had never tried to use soul fusion to cultivate double cultivation. Now, he can only use this method to see if he can reach a connection with Su Yan. From close range, divine sense was constantly calling out to Su Yan, and the real essence in her hands also burst out subtly. Through the strange and thick layer of ice, it reached Su Yan's body and poured into her meridians. Without a response, Su Yan seemed to have lost all consciousness. At this moment, she is purely a sleeping ice doll. Yang Kai was neither in a hurry nor impatient, nor was he discouraged at all, and kept repeating this boring and monotonous move. He believes that with the deep bond between Su Yan and himself, he has a great possibility to break the blockade of the frozen body and reach a resonance with Su Yan's consciousness. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 737 Divine Soul Blending. Time passed, and Ice Sect regained its former tranquility. Although those who entered the Holy Realm could clearly feel that there was some scorching energy aura in a certain iceberg, they all received Qingya's advice, and they did not. People will bother. 10 days have passed, 1 month has passed, 2 months have passed. That scorching energy aura has never been broken, blooming from time to time. Although they didn't like to see Yang Kai very much, this perseverance made people look at him with admiration. Occasionally, Qingya and Qianyu would stare at the location of the iceberg, sigh and sigh. In the ice room of the iceberg, Yang Kai was like a demon, mechanically repeating his movements, true essence, spiritual sense, conveying to Su Yan all the time. In the first few days, he got no response. But gradually, he seemed to feel some unusual movements. In the dark, there seemed to be such a sense of consciousness. He wanted to respond to himself, but he couldn't find the direction to respond. Aware of these, Yang Kai's expression is excited, and he will spare no effort. I don't know how long it took, even he felt deeply tired. Suddenly, as sensed by the divine sense, it was pitch black, as if it had fallen into a bottomless abyss and lost its direction. The bone-chilling chill spread from the soul. Yang Kai couldn't help but shivered. Looking around, the surrounding darkness was boundless, and there was no trace of light. Here, a feeling of loneliness and longing is spreading, and vaguely, Yang Kai heard a subtle voice calling out to himself. My heart trembled, and I suddenly realized that this was Su Yan's spiritual world. Using the ice body lock heart, she closed all her perceptions. Her spirit was dark, but there was still a little bit of her own subconsciousness. Just as she was about to respond to Yang Kai, it was as if she had fallen into a nightmare, unable to break free from the darkness, bondage. Yang Kai searched diligently and kept his footsteps, but the road under his feet was never ending. Spiritual consciousness surged wildly, stabbing into the dark space, conveying his emotions in all directions. Somewhere, some unusual information was fed back, and Yang Kai stayed where he was, closing his eyes to sense. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, and in front of him, in the darkness, a faint light was blooming. Yang Kai grinned, and the spirit body quickly rushed in the direction of the light. As he approached, a familiar breath came from the light, which was Su Yan's spiritual energy. The light became brighter and brighter, and when Yang Kai passed through the light, the darkness around him suddenly swept away and suddenly became unusually bright. What he saw, Yang Kai's expression froze. He found that the scene here was very familiar to him. High Heaven Pavilion. In the sense of consciousness, the ruined house where he lived before, Su Yan's small attic, the contribution hall and other familiar buildings are all available, even the road is not different. The only difference from High Heaven Pavilion is that there is no one here. It looks extremely peaceful, and the ice is unusually cold, with ice hanging everywhere. This is Su Yan's spiritual world. Everything can be constructed according to her thoughts and thoughts. Just like Yang Kai's sea of AAAA knowledge, the colorful soul-warming lotus has transformed into a colorful treasure island. Su Yan's spiritual world shows the scene of High Heaven Pavilion. The only explanation is that she misses the time in the sect very much, so she subconsciously arranges the spiritual world like this. This was not something she deliberately created. Yang Kai was very clear about it. It is a pity that Yang Kai still did not find any trace of Su Yan here. Standing there and thinking for a while, Yang Kai smiled slightly, and soon knew where Su Yan was. The spirit body of the gods set foot on the road that had not been on for a long time, crossed the various roads in the sect, and came to the sleepy dragon stream behind the High Heaven Pavilion. On the side of the huge sleepy dragon stream, there are several fruit trees that are fluttering in the wind. There are a few red fruits hanging on the fruit trees. These fruit trees were planted by Yang Kai himself. When they got out of trouble, these fruit trees had already been destroyed, and now they have reappeared in Su Yan's spiritual world. Standing by the fruit tree, Yang Kai remembered for a while, and suddenly jumped down. When he was in midair, he quickly turned around and slid into a cave on the rock wall of trapped dragon stream. This is Yang Kai's cave mansion. When he was very weak, he worked hard to excavate the cave mansion. The rocks on the cave mansion were shocked by him with real yuan. The cave is not big, only the size of 2 houses. The outside is where Yang Kai usually meditates and cultivates. There is a stone bed inside, which is a resting place. The little sister, Shaning Shang, often took a nap on the stone bed. Passing through the outside and coming inside, I saw a familiar and beautiful figure lying on the stone bed. Even in the spiritual world, Su Yan was still sleeping, and after casting the undisclosed secret of Ice Sect, she even closed her consciousness. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't be able to sense Yang Kai's existence. Walking slowly over, Yang Kai stopped beside the stone bed, squatted down slowly, and looked at the sleeping beauty with infinite tenderness on his face. Seemingly sensing that someone was coming, Su Yan's eyelashes twitched slightly, her brows were slightly wrinkled, and a moment later, a relieved smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The long eyelashes trembled even more, and suddenly, she opened her eyes and stared blankly at Yang Kai who was squatting beside the bed. Yang Kai was stunned. Looking at each other, he seemed a little unbelievable. Su Yan pursed her lips and laughed lightly. With this smile, the chill around her was quickly reduced a lot. Su Yan, you. Yang Kai was stunned. You broke into someone's sea of AA consciousness without the permission of others. Junior brother, you are not too timid. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai angrily, and bit her teeth lightly. How did you wake up? Yang Kai was very excited. Didn't you use the ice body lock heart? Su Yan sat up slowly and smiled. Yeah, but I placed a restriction when I cast it. What restriction? Yang Kai asked. If your consciousness breaks in and finds it, I will wake up for a while. Wake up for a while? Yang Kai frowned. Well, Su Yan gently led the leader, it's just that the consciousness is awakened, and the body still maintains the state of the ice body and the heart. I am afraid that Elder Qianyu does not know this. Su Yan has already fully comprehended the ice body lock heart, and there are all kinds of benefits when using it. Qianyu only thought that Su Yan could use the lowest level ice body lock heart, but she didn't think she had already fully understood this secret skill. Why do you want to do this? Yang Kai was puzzled. Cultivation is fast like this. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai up and down, you seem to have become stronger, if I don't practice well, won't I be holding you back in the future? Yang Kai laughed dumbly, and only then did he understand why Su Yan took so much trouble. What if someone else broke into your sea of AA consciousness? Yang Kai suddenly remembered a terrifying possibility. Su Yan was sleeping here and knew nothing about the outside world. If someone broke in with bad intentions, she would have no resistance. Power. What others can't do, only you can. Maybe those powerful masters can break through my spiritual defense, but if that's the case, I'll just burn with him, and won't let him get any advantage. Su Yan had a determined look on her face. You are making a fool of yourself. Yang Kai was so frightened that he couldn't help but blame him. Su Yan didn't take it seriously, stretched out a hand to stroke Yang Kai's cheek, and said softly, you seem to have suffered a lot. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I didn't endure hardship, there are people taking care of me along the way. That's good, how long has it been outside? It's probably only been a year since you fell asleep. It's only been a year, you came here so surprised. Su Yan's face was filled with a happy and sweet smile as she spoke. Then senior sister, do you want to give some rewards? Yang Kai smiled strangely. What reward do you want? What do you say? Su Yanbai's neck was instantly covered with crimson, and her beautiful eyes were filled with water. It seems that we have never tried the double cultivation of the third stage of Acacia Gong. Yang Kai looked at Su Yan with a burning gaze, his eyes were full of aggression. Junior brother. Su Yan was overwhelmed and shy. The third stage is the fusion of spirit and soul. Su Yan naturally understands this. Although she and Yang Kai have long been married, if the spirit and soul are really blended, she still can't let go. Once the souls are blended, it means that each other has opened up all the secrets to each other, and there is nothing to hide. Su Yan. Yang Kai unceremoniously grabbed Su Yan's little hand and kept rubbing it, his eyes like a wolf foraging for food in the snow, swishing green light. Su Yan symbolically broke free, then stopped moving, bit her red lips lightly, and sat on the stone bed without saying a word, her face flushed red. Seeing her appearance, Yang Kai no longer had any scruples, jumped directly onto the stone bed, sat down facing Su Yan cross-legged, pinched her ruyi with both hands, and smiled lewdly. Soulmate, I have only heard of it in the rumors, and Yang Kai has never tried it. It is said that he can get a more pleasant feeling than the physical body, and it is very addictive. Once you try it, you can't get rid of it. Let's start, Yang Kai said seriously. Su Yan nodded slightly. The two performed the Heihuan Gong at the same time, and the next moment, their spiritual bodies suddenly turned into little fluorescent light, dissipating in the stone room. A voice resounded in this world. Yang Kai was drunk, he felt as if he had fallen into a honey pot, and he couldn't extricate himself. The comfort and joy in his body and mind made him feel ups and downs, and the feeling of exhilaration was almost indescribable in words. Although there is no physical contact, the kind of pleasure is really like the legend, and it is countless times more. He could sense that Su Yan's soul was wrapped around him, and the contact and collision of the soul made both of them unable to control themselves. Both went deep into the depths of each other's souls, but neither went to spy on each other's secrets, although both sides opened their hearts. No matter who they are completely immersed in the feeling of soul blending and experience the beauty that is beyond the flesh. In the fusion of spirit and soul, the spirit bodies of the two of them are undergoing gratifying and subtle changes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 738. The Yin-Yang Harmony Technique, during the double cultivation, not only allows both men and women to integrate and converge on the true essence, but also makes the true essence undergo earth-shaking changes, and even the consciousness can do the same. While experiencing the speed that made people want to screech and scream, Su Yan felt the energy of deep and mysterious energy being transmitted from Yang Kai's soul. Yang Kaizhong's various insights about Tiandao and Wudao are all shared with him. Su Yan didn't dare to neglect, she opened her heart to accept her, and the memory is deep in her soul. And Yang Kai's soul also benefited a lot. Although Su Yan's perception has no effect on him, under this fusion, he clearly noticed that his soul was rapidly becoming stronger, and the energy of his consciousness was becoming stronger. It has also become more condensed. In the ice room, the souls of the two people are converging, and the true essence in their bodies also bursts out involuntarily, merging and communicating, and flowing on each other's bodies with the yin and yang harmony method. Every time it flows, the true essence becomes pure. The double cultivation this time has given both of them a huge benefit that is unimaginable. Suddenly, the phantom of a giant dragon appeared behind Yongkai, and at the same time, the phantom of an ice phoenix swam on the surface of Su Yan's body. The two phantoms absorbed the true essence of the two, and their volume expanded rapidly. In just a moment, they filled the entire ice room. The high-pitched dragon roar came out, and the loud phoenix ming echoed. The world of 3,000 ice trembled for a while, and the ice edge hanging under the ice peak turned into a strange powder in an instant, and the ice cubes fell down slowly. Fall. Boom! Two sensational energies with diametrically opposite properties burst out from the inside of the iceberg and shot into the sky. From the ice sect to the ice master Qingye, down to the ordinary disciples, they were all alarmed, and they all jumped out of the iceberg where they lived. Qianyu was also startled. She was meditating and practicing in her own iceberg, and she felt these two unusual energy fluctuations, so she naturally hurried out to check the situation. As far as the eyes can see, the other three elders in the sect are all standing in the void, looking up at the sky with dignified expressions and trembling eyes. Even the ice master Qingye had a pretty serious face. Sect master, Qianyu hurriedly approached them and called out, but she didn't get any response. Looking at the direction they were looking at, Qianyu's beautiful eyes shrank for a while. In that sky, a giant dragon with a length of more than 100 feet, covered with golden light and shining like a flaming flame, was swaying, and the scene was magnificent and bizarre. Wantong's huge blue ice phoenix spread its wings and flew. One dragon and one phoenix, chasing each other and frolic with each other is huge. From that dragon and phoenix, everyone felt an excruciating heat and a cold chill, and no one present could despise this kind of heat and chill. What shocked Qingye and the others the most was that there were two auras that were familiar to them from the golden dragon and the ice phoenix. That is the breath of Yongkai and Su Yan. Just when everyone was shocked and inexplicable, the chasing dragon and phoenix suddenly reversed direction and flew straight towards the direction of Qingye and the others. Several elders who entered the holy realm suddenly changed their colors and gathered their true essence, secretly guarding them. The golden dragon and the ice phoenix flew 100 feet in front of the several people and stopped slowly. The golden dragon was in front and the ice phoenix was behind, and the two were as intimate as husband and wife. Jinlong's two gong-sized eyes stared at him, looking at Qingye and the others with great interest. Everyone was involuntarily nervous. Looking at these two eyes, they felt for no reason. He is very small and seems to be destroyed anytime, anywhere. Especially Qianyu, she always felt that when this golden dragon was staring at her, there was a strong warning smell. Qingye frowned and ran her true qi, resisting the oppressive aura from Longfeng, and asked tentatively, Yongkai. A strange look flashed in Jinlong's eyes, and he suddenly turned his direction and took the lead. The ice phoenix left quickly. In the high-pitched dragon's roar and the loud phoenix's roar, the dragon and the phoenix gradually drifted away, and soon disappeared. Until they left, everyone in Ice Sect couldn't help gasping for breath. When the cold wind blew, everyone realized that there was a cold sweat on their backs. Looking at Longfeng's disappearing back, Qingye was thoughtful. She could feel that they didn't just leave like this, but that they wanted to play in this glacial world. Sure enough, within a short time, there was a rumbling movement in the distance, apparently caused by the dragon and the phoenix. Qingye shook her head and smiled bitterly, waving her hand. Go back, it's all right. Sect Master, is this the kid who made it? Qian Hao frowned and asked uncertainly. When Longfeng first appeared, it was indeed above the iceberg where Yongkai and Su Yan were, but with this how could the strength of the two juniors create such a huge momentum? Probably. Qingye smiled slightly. They will come back. Will you come back? Qian Hao's expression changed. Didn't you notice? The souls and consciousness of those two children are in the dragon and the phoenix. The dragon and phoenix were manifested by their gathering of true essence. Their bodies are still in my ice sect. Where can they go if they don't come back? So, he woke Su Yan. Qian Yu was overjoyed. I don't know, let's ask when they come back. Qingye pursed her lips and smiled. This kid, it's really abominable, making such a big move. Is it warning me that Ice Sect should not treat Su Yan badly? Qian Yu gritted her teeth, thinking about the warning in Jinlong's eyes when he looked at him just now, and suddenly became angry. Come in one place. But sect master, with the cultivation of the two of them, they can't store such a huge amount of real energy in their bodies, right? Qian Hao looked puzzled. If it was really according to what Qingye said, then the dragon and phoenix were Yongkai and Su Yan using the real energy. Manifestation, how much real yuan does it cost? Is there such a huge amount of true essence in their bodies? That's all for Su Yan. The ice-type magic formula that he cultivates doesn't have enough real energy in his body, so he can replenish it on the spot to mobilize the ice-type energy in the world. Then how did Yongkai do it? Unable to understand, Qian Hao shook his head. In the distance, while the dragon and the phoenix are chasing, Yongkai and Su Yan's consciousness are constantly communicating. In the last few times of double cultivation, it seems that every time there is a scene of dragon and phoenix showing auspiciousness, but Yongkai and Su Yan have never thought that their souls can enter this dragon and phoenix. This time, because of the fusion of spirits and souls, such a feat was achieved by taking advantage of the situation. The accidental discovery made Yongkai realize that the dragon and phoenix patterns engraved on the backs of himself and Su Yan are not just a pattern, they also hide a huge amount of energy and can even transform them into extremely powerful ones. Divine soul skill. He deliberately ran to the people from the ice sect, and Yongkai's intention was exactly as Qianyu had guessed. He deterred and warned the people from the ice sect to let them stop worrying about Su Yan's business in the future, lest there would be any kind of wrongdoing. In this regard, Su Yan seemed to feel a little uneasy, and blamed Yongkai twice, saying that he should not be like this. While dancing and chasing, they communicated. Incarnated as dragons and phoenixes, the world they see is very different from before. It seems that the whole world is under their control, which makes their state of mind inadvertently get a lot of sublimation. Somewhere, Yongkai stopped and stared blankly at a towering iceberg in front of him. He felt that there seemed to be something huge in the iceberg. If it is normal, even with his spiritual awareness, it is impossible to feel it, but at this moment, the soul is in charge of the golden dragon, and the facial features are particularly sensitive. Su Yan apparently noticed it too, stopped by Yongkai's side, stared at the other side dazedly, and his spiritual sense conveyed, "I heard that some precious genius treasures are easy to give birth to in some time-honored icebergs, senior ice master. I got some back then, and Qinhao and Qianyu Elder also got it. Could it be that there is such a thing in the iceberg?" "What is that?" Yongkai asked stunned. "Frozen jade crystal is a holy level material, which is of great help to our practice of ice-type exercises." Yongkai's spirit was shocked. "Is it there? Just look at it and you will know." While speaking, the golden dragon body slammed straight towards the iceberg, exuding a scorching heat that was enough to melt everything. Boom-a! The iceberg swayed a few times, and there were huge icebergs that existed for thousands of years. There were countless cracks, and the whole mountain was like a spider web. Although the mountain was damaged, the firmness of the iceberg was beyond Yongkai's imagination, and it did not collapse. Su Yan didn't say a word. Ling Li came to Yongkai's side, looked at each other, and everything was silent. The next moment, the two of them exerted their strength at the same time, and the golden dragon ice phoenix disappeared in place like lightning. The combined force of the two is several times stronger than the destructive power that Yongkai can exert alone. Without the slightest sound, Yongkai and Su Yan had already passed through the iceberg and came to the opposite side. Waiting quietly for a moment, the sound of rumbling came out, and the huge and towering iceberg collapsed. At the same time as the iceberg shattered, the energy fluctuations that Yongkai felt before became clearer. But before he could look for it, his eyes suddenly swayed, and deep in his soul, there was a strong sense of exhaustion. Not only is he like this, but Su Yan seems to be like this too. The body of the ice phoenix is changing a little bit, and it may collapse at any time. "Junior brother, I seem a little tired. Go back first," Yongkai hurriedly said. "This is the first time they have brought the soul to the dragon and phoenix, and it is inevitable that they will not adapt. What damage really happened?" Hearing this, Su Yan nodded lightly and returned quickly with Yongkai. Ice sect. After a brief period of silence, there was another commotion. As two huge energy fluctuations approached, the golden dragon ice phoenix really came back, and in a hurry, it flashed directly into an iceberg and disappeared. Looking at the place where they disappeared, Qingye shook her head constantly and smiled bitterly. "It's them, these two children. Qianyu, come with me." Quote. Qianyu responded quickly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wachangkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 739 Frozen Skeleton. In the ice room, Yang Kai and Su Yan's spirits returned, and after another conversation, Su Yan fell asleep again, closing off his 5 senses. After receiving Su Yan's advice, Yang Kai's head was determined. When she used the ice body Lockhart this time, she had to directly break through a small level to wake up. Will be able to voluntarily release the current state. This is also the prohibition she issued when she cast this secret technique. After knowing the truth, Yang Kai is no longer worried, nor does he want to take Su Yan away from the ice sect. The environment here is very suitable for her cultivation, and it will be of greater benefit for her to stay here. Moreover, the ice master Qingya and Qianyu are really good to her. Although Yang Kai hates the woman Qianyu, but Su Yan has said a lot of good things for Qianyu, which also makes Yang Kai no longer hate this woman so much. After adjusting the breath, the exhaustion on the soul gradually faded away. Feeling the 2 breaths of life outside the ice room, Yang Kai got up and opened the door of the ice room. Sure enough, Qingya and Qianyu were standing outside. After seeing Yang Kai, the 2 women's beautiful eyes flashed with extremely complicated rays of light. Su Yan isn't awake, Qianyu took a look and asked in surprise. Woke up for a while, then fell asleep again. Yang Kai explained lightly. Qianyu looked at him, frowning slightly. She found that this kid's hostility towards her seemed to have disappeared a lot now, and she didn't know what was going on. You should have discussed it carefully, right? Qingya asked softly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. We talked about it. Then how did you decide? Su Yan continues to stay here, and asks the senior sect master to take more care of her. Qingya pursed her lips and smiled. Don't worry, although ice sect, don't accept outsiders, but in terms of Meng Wuya's face, I won't treat her badly. Thank you sect master, Yang Kai said solemnly. Well, in fact, I didn't expect that someone would be able to wake up the disciple who had locked the heart with the ice body. You are really eye-opening. This also proves that the relationship between you and this girl Su Yan is not ordinary. Qingya's pretty face flashed with admiration. Yang Kai smiled and did not explain much. Although part of this was the reason for his call, the most fundamental reason was the prohibition that Su Yan issued in advance. If it weren't for her restriction, Kuo-kai estimated that even if he was lucky enough to break into her spiritual world, he would not be able to find her soul. I still have something to ask you, Qingya suddenly said with a serious face. Seeing her being so solemn, Yang Kai couldn't help but look serious, nodded and said, Sect Master, please speak. What kind of double cultivation skills are you and Su Yan practicing? What's wrong? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little strange. The ice sect's disciples practiced ice-type techniques and they had always been pure-hearted and had nothing to do with double cultivation. Yang Kai didn't understand why Qingya was suddenly interested in this. Even if she knew about this technique, I'm afraid she wouldn't be a target for double cultivation. Don't be so vigilant, I'm not trying to inquire about your exercises, but there are some things that I care about. Qingya frowned, pondered for a moment and slowly said, do you know that a long time ago, there was a several top forces? Oh, what kind of power? The big power that covers the sky with only one hand. Qingya said solemnly, these powers used to be powerful on the mainland for a while, and in their era, the demons, monsters and other races did not dare to be too presumptuous, it was humans who made the decisions. The era, today's demon territory was also the territory of human beings at that time. Is there such a force? Yang Kai was extremely surprised. Qingya nodded slightly, it's just that I don't know what kind of rape happened later. All these forces have lost their strength, and even some forces have cut off even the most fundamental inheritance, gradually declined a lot. However, the 100-footed worm is dead and not dead. Although these forces have declined, there are still a few that still thrive and have not been destroyed. Yang Kai's expression changed. Ice sect is one of them. Qingya was surprised, she nodded with a wry smile on her face, and said, yes, I am the ice sect. Back then, the ice sect had tens of thousands of disciples, and he was very strong for a while, but after that accident, our seniors put the ice zone relocated here and lived a secluded life, ignoring the disturbances of the outside world. Yang Kai was stunned again and again. What kind of change is it, so that such a big force has suddenly declined? Qingya shook her head. I don't know either. It's been too long, and all I know is only sporadic past events. Why did the sect master tell me this? Yang Kai was surprised. This adult past probably has nothing to do with him, right? Because I remember that there seemed to be a disciple of such a force at that time, and it was through double cultivation to improve their strength. And the top powerhouse of this force was called the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Queen by the world. The two of them joined forces, and they were almost invincible, and the two of them also mastered the most fundamental inheritance of that power. When they were fighting, there would be scenes of dragon and phoenix appearing. Having said that, Qingya stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Yang Kai's expression lifted. Sect master means. Qingya smiled lightly. I'm just guessing, and I don't know if it's true or not. However, the general double cultivation method is a practice of abandoning the basics and chasing the bottom. The foundation of the double cultivator is unstable, and the true essence is not pure. Achievement, but you are different from Su Yan. The exercises you two have cultivated are obviously extraordinary, and there is such a vision today, so I wonder if the legendary power has something to do with you. I don't know. Yang Kai's expression became strange. Qingya looked at him with a smile, and didn't ask any more questions. Having said that, what Yang Kai would think about it was his business, and if he asked more, he would seem to be a bit of a nosy. Sect master, do you still remember what that force was called? Remember, it seems to be called long function. It should be still stretching now. If you want to find it, it shouldn't be difficult. Yang Kai took the lead, thought for a while, suddenly remembered something, and said suspiciously, no, sect master, I have heard someone say that a long time ago, the #1 powerhouse in the world was the great demon god of the demon race. Why, can a sect cover the sky with only one hand? Qingya pursed her lips and smiled. The great demon god is a legend of a generation, and it's something that has been around for a long time. What I'm telling you is in the era after the great demon god disappeared. Quote. It turned out to be like this. Yang Kai nodded, and there were some guesses in his heart. The great demon god disappeared, the ancient demon clan was sealed, and the demon clan declined. Naturally, they were no match for humans. The mainland has a long history, and all kinds of legends are incomparably rich, which is unparalleled in the central capital. Sect master, I'll go out first, and I'll leave when I get back. Yang Kai informed her and left the ice room. Looking at his disappearing back, Qingya slowly shook her head. I didn't even want to drive you away. Let's go early, good morning. Qian Yu hummed, and hurriedly ran into the ice room to check Su Yan's state at the moment, only to feel relieved when she found out that she was in no serious condition. Inside the ice cube, there was a happy smile on Su Yan's mouth. Yang Kai galloped all the way, following the route he had used to play with Su Yan before, heading towards the location of the destroyed iceberg. After half a day, the collapsed iceberg finally came into view. Without the need to release his consciousness, Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was a surge of energy flowing out from under the collapsing iceberg. With a happy face, Yang Kai hurried over. After a lot of work, Yang Kai found a crystal-clear ice bead about the size of a longan from the broken ice. That energy fluctuation is emanating from this ice bead. Is this the frozen jade crystal that Su Yan said? Yang Kai pinched it in his hand and looked at it carefully, and found that the energy contained in this thing is astonishing, indeed extraordinary. And what made him feel strange was that there was some thick and transparent liquid flowing in this ice bead. The liquid exudes an extremely cold chill, and when Yang Kai's consciousness is released, there is a feeling of being frozen. He couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Now his consciousness is not ordinary consciousness, but a mutant spirit that possesses the fire of consciousness. Even he can't bear the cold. It can be imagined that the liquid in the ice beads how cold. Without further investigation, Yang Kai put the ice bead into the black book space, and when he was about to return home, the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of an unusual ice cube, and looked over there. Ice could not help shrinking. In that ice cube, there was actually a pitch-black skeleton. On the bones, the meridians are still built, but there is no flesh and blood, and it looks terrifying and terrifying. Could it be that which disciple of Ice Sect accidentally encountered an accident here? Yang Kaijong thought like this, there is that ice bead inside the iceberg, this person wanted to hunt for treasure before his life and was accidentally blocked by ice, which makes sense. However, what Yang Kai didn't quite understand was why this person's meridians were still there, with no flesh and blood. I didn't want to pay attention to it, but Yang Kai thought about it, and still reached out and picked up the ice cube that had frozen the bones, put it on his shoulders, and flew all the way back to the ice sect. In any case, Su Yan will be taken care of by Qingya and others in the ice sect in the future. If this person is really a disciple of the ice sect, he should be brought back and the people of the ice sect will bury him. Just a day later, Yang Kai returned to ice sect. Just after arriving at the 3000 Glacier World, Yang Kai met the ice sect elder named Qian Hao. This man frowned, looked at Yang Kai coldly, and shouted dissatisfiedly, "Boy, why are you still in my ice sect? Let's go now." Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of him, He replied coldly, threw the ice cube on his shoulder, and shouted, "By the way, this may be your ice sect disciple. What happened outside?" Qian Hao took it with a frown, just glanced at it, suddenly his face changed greatly, his eyes trembled violently, and he seemed to see something extremely terrifying. Go! Boom-a! The loud noise came out. Yang Kai stood in the void, frowning at Qian Hao. I don't know why he showed a fearful and frightened expression. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 740 Secret News. Above the ice sect, Qian Hao's expression changed, appearing to be particularly complicated. Yang Kai frowned, staring at him for a while. Boy, where did you find this thing? Suddenly, Qian Hao raised his head and asked Yang Kai. It's about half a day's journey from here, inside an iceberg. Yang Kai replied casually, what's wrong? Qian Hao didn't answer, but his expression became much more solemn. Suddenly, he raised a long whistle in the sky, and the whistling conveyed a strong sense of warning. Yang Kai's eyes flickered, and he realized that he seemed to have made a mistake, or that he had inadvertently involved a sensitive nerve in the ice sect. What kind of human skeleton is the ice block sealed? Why does Qian Hao look like a great enemy when he sees it? While he was sending out the warning, his consciousness was still locked on the ice cube on the ground, as if he didn't dare to relax at all. Hearing his whistling, the people in the ice sect were crowded, and the powerhouses above the transcendent realm were dispatched. What happened? Qingya hurriedly asked as soon as she arrived. If it wasn't something important, Qian Hao couldn't be so nervous. She immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Come with me, Qian Hao said, and flew down quickly. A body of true essence quietly condensed, and it might burst out at any time. Yang Kai's expression was strange, and he kept up with the pace of the ice sect people in confusion. On the ground, everyone in the ice sect gathered around the ice cube that was frozen in the pitch-black skeleton. Many people frowned and looked suspicious. Obviously, they were as confused as Yang Kai, but Qingya and the other Saint Realm elders. When they saw the bones, they all changed color. You all stay away, Qingya ordered quickly. The Transcendent Realm powerhouses looked at each other in dismay, but did not ask any further questions. Following Qingya's instructions, they all retreated. Soon, only Qingya and the four elders were left beside the ice cube, as well as Yang Kai 6. Where did you get it? Qingya asked in a deep voice, her pretty face dignified. It was this kid who found it. Qian Hao pointed at Yang Kai and replied. Yang Kai, where did you find this? How did you find him? Qingya quickly asked carefully. Seeing her serious look, Yang Kai also knew that something was wrong, and quickly repeated all the things that happened before. What, isn't he a disciple of your ice sect? Yang Kai asked with a frown. It was a good intention, but he didn't expect to bring trouble to ice sect, and Yang Kai was also a little embarrassed. How could such a vicious creature be my ice sect disciple? Qian Hao snorted coldly, with a frenzied hatred on his face. Ferocious. Yang Kai was startled again and again. I didn't know that he had a holiday with your ice sect. I just regarded him as your missing disciple, so let's get him back. Don't move. Qingya quickly stopped Yang Kai and shook her head slowly. Yang Kai laughed dumbly. You guys are making too much of a fuss. No matter what kind of person he was in his lifetime, he is already dead now, so why are you so vigilant? Who said he was dead? Qian Hao snorted coldly. The smile on Yang Kai's face suddenly subsided, and he frowned. What do you mean? He's not dead, he's still alive. Qian Yu's pretty face turned pale as she murmured in a low voice. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, turned his head to look at the others, and was surprised to find that they didn't mean to refute. Obviously they all agreed with Qian Yu's words. He's not dead, but this person doesn't even have flesh and blood, only bones and meridians are left. Why? Qingya took a light breath, interrupted Yang Kai's words, and said softly, in this world, there are many strange life forms, all of which you have never heard of. No one knows how they were born, but these strange beings possess more powerful power than flesh and blood. Yang Kai suddenly remembered the jade spirit. The true spirit in jade is also a kind of living body, and it does not have flesh and blood, but if it grows, it can have the strength to destroy the sky and destroy the earth. Therefore, although Qingya's words made it a little difficult for him to understand, he was able to accept it quickly. But you don't have to be nervous, it doesn't look too strong. Qingya smiled slightly, and after hearing her say that, Qian Hao and the others relaxed. Yang Kai, you brought the things back, you have to help deal with them. Qingya looked at Yang Kai again. Well, Sect Master, please order. Burn him. Qingya pointed at the ice cube in front of her. Yang Kai didn't say a word, running true yuan, a scorching hot energy directly wrapped the ice cube. Visible to the naked eye, the ice cube melted quickly, and soon, the bones that were frozen inside were exposed. Just as Yang Kai was about to increase his strength and burn it down in one fell swoop, an extremely ferocious and violent aura suddenly came out from the skeleton. Yang Kai was stunned, and his complexion changed greatly, because he found that the two eye sockets of the skeleton actually flashed two green colors, just like the two eyes of a person, revealing a dangerous light. At the same time, the bones moved strangely. Seems to be struggling. Qingya's pretty face was gloomy and cold. She quickly shot out a few bursts of energy, and pinned the skeleton to the ground. Yang Kai's true essence surged even more violently. There seemed to be a howling sound, and a cruel and violent spiritual sense wandered around everyone, infiltrating everyone's mind, trying to interfere with everyone's mind. Ice Sect's Saint Realm powerhouses were indifferent, and Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. This made Qingya, who had been following him all the time, look at him with admiration. She thought that Yang Kai would be affected to some extent, but he didn't expect him to ignore it. The tragic cries that rang in the ears became more and more shrill, more and more urgent, revealing a strong sense of clamor. Gradually, the miserable howl faded away until it disappeared. Kala-A. The dark skeleton was finally ignited, turned into powder, and completely disappeared from this world. Looking at this bizarre scene, Yang Kai felt a little unreal. He had never thought that he could survive without flesh and blood, and he also had his own consciousness. Sect Master, can you explain, what exactly is this? Yang Kai frowned and looked at Qingya. He was confused, which made him very uncomfortable. Why do you ask so much? Qian Hao snorted coldly. Qingya waved her hand and lightly opened her red lips. How do you say it? Actually, I don't know much about these things. I learned all from the mouths of the Ice Sect seniors, which should be a race called the Bone Race. Quote. Bone Race. Yang Kai frowned. Well, they have no flesh and blood, only bones and meridians, but the strong among them have the ability to penetrate the sky and the earth. The reason why the Ice Sect is weakening is inseparable from this race. Where did this race come from? No one can say clearly. There seem to be some weird life forms besides the Bone Race, which appeared strangely on Tongshuan continent a long time ago. Remember I told you before. Because of some changes, the major forces have all fallen, right? It has a lot to do with these. And we live here now, and part of it is because of them. The seniors said that it seems that some bone races have fled here. We have been guarding and searching here. After countless years, we have also found many frozen bone race people and killed them, but this is the first time I have found it since I took over the Ice Sect. It seems that they still slipped through the net of fish. This is really interesting. Yang Kai's expression was very strange. This is not an interesting thing. What you found this time is just a very weak bone race. If there is a powerful existence, our Ice Sect will probably suffer. Qian Hao said coldly. Then you are still here. Yang Kai was stunned. Although there are strong people in the bone race, not all of them are so strong, and we are not weak. We are guarding here just for them, not to let them have the opportunity to go out and make trouble. Qingya smiled slightly. Yang Kai's expression was shocked. So you are devoting to the entire continent in obscurity. Hehe, we are just following the wishes of our ancestors. Besides, it's too noisy outside, we don't want to leave here. Qingya pursed her lips and smiled. Yang Kai was in awe. Several elders, please take someone to investigate carefully to see if there are any remnants of the bone race. Qingya turned her head and ordered the 4 elders. Yes, the 4 of them greeted those supernatural powerhouses in unison and left in 4 directions. Yang Kai stood on the spot and pondered for a long time before asking uneasy, Suyan is here, will there be no danger? Don't worry. Qingya looked at a certain place in the void. With me, I won't let her have an accident. Besides, even if there are bone race, they can't make any waves here. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a lot more at ease, and quickly took out the ice bead from the black book space and handed it to Qingya. This is what I found in the iceberg. Suyan said that it may be helpful for cultivating the ice element. Practitioners are very useful. Ice jade crystal. Qingya raised her eyebrows in surprise, and then lost her voice. No, frost jade marrow. What's the meaning? The outer layer is icy jade crystal, but the liquid inside is the more essence of icy jade skeleton. You are really lucky, you can even find this. Qingya looked at him in surprise. There is this thing, Suyan's strength will increase faster, this is a treasure for those who practice ice-type exercises. Saying this, he looked at Yang Kai with a smile. If you give this to me, don't you worry that I will swallow it. It will also be of great use to me. Yang Kai chuckled and said freely, I swallowed it privately. Su Yan has also received a lot of care from the sect master here, so it should be regarded as a thank you gift from the sect master. You will talk cheap. Qingye gave him an angry look and said sternly, don't worry, when Su Yan wakes up, I will use this for her, and I won't care about a junior's things. Anyway, Su Yan already has sect master Lao. Yang Kai clenched his fists. Seemingly aware of something, Qingye asked, don't go to see her again. It's gone, she'll be fine. Yang Kai shook his head, the boy is leaving. Saying that, he turned and left. If you see Meng Wuya, tell him for me that the favor he owes me will be repaid sooner or later. Qing Ya's voice came from behind. Yang Kai waved his hand vigorously to say goodbye. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 741 Sea Big Ship. On the sea, a small room-sized iceberg drifted along with the waves. On that iceberg, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and felt comfortable. After finding Su Yan, knowing that Meng Wuya and the little senior sister were also safe, he felt a lot more relaxed all of a sudden. Although he failed to take Su Yan away, he left her in ice sect, but with Qingye and others taking care of him, Su Yan will only become stronger and stronger there. When we meet next time, it is estimated that Su Yan will become more powerful. In a happy mood, Yang Kai is not in a hurry, so he rides on this iceberg, running his true chi slightly, and driving it to move in the direction he wants to go. Now that he has no worries, the only thing he needs to do is to return to Soaring Heaven sect, improve his alchemy skills as soon as possible, refine the holy elixir to save the ancient demon clan, and then go to the snowy mountain to find the coffin slave. After receiving Elder Li's advice, Yang Kai now has a much deeper understanding of alchemy techniques. It is much faster and more convenient to use the fire of divine consciousness to alchemy. Moreover, with the help of a spiritual fusion with Su Yan a few days ago, combined with his experience of forcibly robbing other powerhouses through the demon eye of destruction, he seems to have some new insights. Sitting upright on the iceberg, like a daigo, all kinds of true meanings related to heaven and martial arts, like an electric light, wandered in his mind. Thoughts intertwined at a speed that surpassed the light beam, realizing the Tao that belongs to him, and his expression was unpredictable. The ocean is vast and boundless. Yang Kai did not encounter any interruptions along the way, he also forgot the passage of time, and even forgot where he was, and only immersed in that esoteric world, becoming stronger little by little. Under the iceberg, there are occasionally huge sea beasts cruising by, but Yang Kai restrained all his breath, and did not let these sea beasts find out. Naturally it will not cause any trouble. The clouds dissipated in the sky, the waves were undulating under his feet, and the sky was high and the sea was wide. Since he came to Tongshuan continent, Yang Kai first felt that the world was so beautiful. After a month or two like this, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, let out a light breath, and a smile appeared on his face. This time, his strength has been greatly improved, but he has also realized how hard it is to break through the realm after the extraordinary realm. It can be said that every supernatural powerhouse has experienced all kinds of hardships, struggled on the edge of life and death, and has gone through countless battles of life and death before he has a cultivation base that surpasses ordinary people. Those who can't do this will only be mediocre all their lives, or die prematurely. An in-depth insight gave Yang Kai a good understanding of the magical effect of the fire of consciousness. The fire of divine consciousness is a mutated divine consciousness. Whether it is used for offense or defense, it is more useful than ordinary divine consciousness, and it can also be used to deceive others. Yang Kai's divine consciousness is already powerful enough. Using this powerful divine consciousness to cover his body, outsiders can get some wrong information when investigating him, and even underestimate his own strength, and then obtain some unexpected gain. After a little experimentation, Yang Kai found that it was quite convenient, as long as he restrained the operation of his own true essence, and then used the power of spiritual consciousness to create some illusions, he could deceive others from prying eyes. However, Yang Kai estimates that his method should not be able to deceive people whose spiritual power is stronger than himself. The power of spiritual consciousness is stronger than himself, and he can see through the tricks in one click. Overall, Yang Kai is still very satisfied with this harvest. Standing on the iceberg, stretching his muscles and bones, Yang Kai looked into the distance, only saw the boundless ocean, and couldn't see anything else. His face darkened, and he screamed badly. Although he consciously avoided those sea beasts and unknown dangers when he realized it, he was also completely immersed in it, which made him a little confused now. Originally, his plan was to go back to the water temple to meet with Shui Ling. Anyway, Shui Ling helped him this time, and he was one of Yang Kai's few friends. Thank you is also etiquette. Then use the water temple as a transfer station to return to the Soaring Heaven sect. But now, his plans are a little messed up. Standing on the iceberg annoyed for a while, Yang Kai packed up his mood and calmed down. As long as he can see a living person and ask the direction, he can understand everything. Thinking of this, Yang Kai simply sat down cross-legged and watched the sea tumbling, feeling contented. Under the azure blue sea, swarms of fish swim by, looking full of vitality. Some colorful coral groups also opened Yang Kai's eyes. After 3 days, just as Yang Kai was boredly looking at Yunwan Yunshu in the sky, the released spiritual sense suddenly noticed that some life aura broke into his warning range. Yang Kai was immediately shocked, stood up and looked over there. On the sea in the distance, there is a small black spot, passing by dozens of miles from the side. It was a big ship, and even from a long distance, Yang Kai could clearly see the extraordinary features of this big ship. These ships sailing in the sea are not ordinary ships, but some precious ores are added, and they are refined with special methods. The ships with traces of secret treasures have a defense power that is comparable to precious secret treasures. Only such a big ship can withstand the violent attacks of sea beasts. There are many such ships in the water temple. At this moment, this boat is more magnificent than the one that Yang Kai has been on before. On the big ship, many brightly colored flags fluttered in the wind, clanging loudly. Yang Kai slightly estimated the speed direction of the big ship, and the speed direction of the iceberg under his seat, and felt that after a while, the two should pass by at a distance of more than 10 miles. At the moment, the output of real essence has been increased, making the speed of the iceberg under the seat a little faster. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his consciousness. Although he did not dare to investigate carefully, Yang Kai had basically determined that there was no Saint Realm powerhouse on the boat, but there were a few in the Transcendent Realm, and there were even those in the Transcendent 3-layer realm. With the Soul Eater in hand, Yang Kai is also a bold art master, standing up on the iceberg without fear, shouting vigorously, trying to attract the attention of the other party. Sure enough, after a while, there were a few more figures on the bow of the ship, looking over here from a distance, pointing at this side, obviously having noticed Yang Kai. However, looking at their indifferent stature, it seems that they did not intend to pay attention to Yang Kai's call, and the speed and direction of the big ship did not change at all. Yang Kai frowned. He finally waited for such a big ship to pass by. Of course, he did not let it go easily. Now that he is lost in the sea, he really has to find someone to find out the direction. Thinking like this in my heart, the speed of the iceberg under the seat suddenly increased a lot, and it slammed into the big ship. The faces of the few people standing on the bow immediately changed, and they all shouted. On the big ship, all the crew members who heard the movement were alarmed and ran to the deck to watch, among them were the supernatural powerhouses. After figuring out what was going on in the scene in front of him, the Transcendent Realm expert immediately looked annoyed and waved his hand. Where is the Maudo boy, acting so recklessly, to break the iceberg under his feet for me? How dare you? It's not good for the ships of my holy land. I don't know what it means. Let him die first, arrest him and ask about the situation and see what kind of person it is. After receiving the order of this supernatural powerhouse, the disciples were instantly filled with righteous indignation, and the few people standing on the bow immediately displayed their martial skills and the power of secret treasures. A few energy beams lost from the bow of the ship. Yang Kai was stunned, but he didn't expect the other party to be so rude, and quickly escaped into the sea. There was a loud bang, and the iceberg that carried Yang Kai on the sea for a month or two suddenly turned into powder. The ice cubes were scattered on the sea, and the people on the boat were all looking around, carefully looking for Yang Kai's figure, but unfortunately nothing was found, and they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Where is the person? The Transcendent Realm powerhouse also lost the trace of Yang Kai in the moment just now, and when he wanted to look for it again, he couldn't find it, and asked with an ugly face. Everyone shook their heads. A disciple, wouldn't he be beaten to pieces? I think he looks young, and his strength is not high. Fart. The Transcendent Realm snorted lowly. If you dare to wander in this sea alone, how can your strength be poor, at least in the immortal travel realm? If you are really beaten to pieces, why is there no blood on the sea? This kid, it must be hiding. Look for me carefully. Don't look for it. A slightly annoyed voice suddenly came from the side of the boat. The next moment, Yang Kai climbed up from their wet and jumped directly to the deck, frowning and looking at the people on the boat, his face the ugly said, Everyone, let's have no grudges and no grudges. Why are you suddenly shooting at me? I didn't want to shoot at you, I just wanted to break the iceberg under your feet. The Transcendent Realm powerhouse snorted coldly, if you really want to shoot at you, will you still stand here safely now? Yongkai frowned and said nothing. The few attacks just now, he also saw in his eyes, it is indeed not aimed at himself, and there is no killing intent. I'm afraid it's their own practice that makes them misunderstood. However, Yongkai did not intend to let the iceberg hit their ship. It's useless to explain this now, Yongkai simply doesn't mention it. Boy, I asked you a few questions, you answer honestly, if you dare to hide it, you will be thrown down to feed the fish now. The Transcendent Realm martial artist said solemnly. Yongkai nodded, ran his true chi, evaporated the seawater on his body, and put on a docile appearance without hostility. Who are you, and how can you stray on the iceberg on this sea? The boy is a nobody. He just accidentally lost his way at sea. He had no choice but to land on the iceberg, or he would have been drowned long ago. Humph. The man snorted coldly, and Yongkai didn't answer his question directly, which obviously made him a little dissatisfied. Then what do you mean when you find my Holy Land ship? I can't help it. I waited for a long time, and I saw your ship. I just want to come here to find out the direction with you. Well, if it is convenient, I would like to ask you to take me out of the sea and find a place to stay. To be continued. Q. Chapter 742 Saintus. Don't worry, I will pay you enough. After Yongkai finished speaking, he added another sentence. The warriors standing on the deck heard the words and seemed to have heard some good jokes, and they all laughed, each with an interesting look, looking at Yongkai, and there was a strange taste in their eyes. Even the Transcendent Realm expert couldn't help laughing, and nodded with a smile. Boy, what kind of reward can you pay? Can 10 crystal stones work? This is also the price I can afford. Yongkai tilted his head and pretended to be a country bumpkin. He also saw that the owner of this ship was either rich or expensive. Naturally, he doesn't care about his reward. Those people laughed even harder. The Transcendent Realm martial artist nodded slightly. I can't tell, you have some spare money. But you can keep the 10 spar for your own use. Saying this, he waved to a warrior beside him and said, give him a boat and let him get out. Yongkai's previous answer made him vigilant. Although Yongkai's strength is not high, he is not going to leave Yongkai on the big ship. He just wants to get rid of the matter early. That's fine, Yongkai didn't bother, but can you point me to the next direction, no matter where it is, as long as you can reach the land as soon as possible. What's the use of pointing you in the direction? The other party snorted coldly, with your cultivation, you won't be able to reach the land, so pray on the sea yourself. You are lucky enough to meet my 9 heavens holy land. If it were ships of other forces, they would have been chopped up and thrown into the sea long ago. Quote. 9 heavens holy land, Yongkai's expression froze. Dare to use the word holy land, this power is no trivial matter. When he came to Tongshuan continent, Yongkai also saw all kinds of forces, big and small, such as the Independent Pride Alliance, the Water Temple, the Thunder God Sect, the Soaring Sky Sect, and so on. Among them, the Independent Proud League and the Thunder Light Sect should be considered relatively weak, the Water God Temple is in the middle, and the Soaring Sky Sect is the strongest, and this 9 heavens holy land should be even more powerful than the Soaring Sky Sect. While talking, a small boat that can take several people has been put down on the big boat, and a warrior greeted by the side of the boat. Uncle Qian, the boat is ready. The transcendent warrior called Uncle Qian was about to answer, but his brows were wrinkled. He quickly turned around and looked aside, then bowed and said, Miss, why did you come out? The other warriors standing on the deck also hurriedly saluted there, with unusually respectful expressions. Yongkai followed their gaze and couldn't help but light up. From the cabin, came out a woman wearing a long moon-white dress. This woman was very young and extremely beautiful. Her skin was as white as suet, her eyebrows were curved, and her beautiful eyes revealed a smart charm. She has a delicate and graceful figure, a tall and straight chest, and a round buttocks. She exudes a ladylike temperament that is pleasing to the eyes and the eyes. Seemingly aware of Yongkai's arrogant gaze, the woman couldn't help frowning slightly and glanced at him casually. That Uncle Qian turned his head back and gave Yongkai a cold, low smile, full of warning. Yongkai calmly replied, it was a bit boring to stay inside, and when I heard some noises outside, I came out to take a look. The woman lightly opened her red lips, her voice was clear and sweet, and glanced at it and asked, what's going on here? Uncle Qian is about to report what happened just now, no matter the details. The woman couldn't help but looked at Yang Kai in surprise, and nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. I didn't expect that such a trivial matter would disturb the young lady, and the subordinates deserved death. Uncle Qian was quite frightened. Uncle Qian is serious. The woman slowly shook her head, stared deeply at Yang Kai, smiled slightly, and said amazingly, but he should be lying. Yang Kai was stunned and glanced at the woman curiously, not understanding why she was so sure. Well, my subordinates also have guesses, so I was thinking of letting him go. Uncle Qian glanced at Yang Kai with a stern look. You don't need to drive him away, he is a warrior of the Immortal Ascension boundary. If he drives him away, he will have no way to survive. Although he lied, he has no ill will towards us. It may be a little hard to tell. Stay and take us on the road, wait. Once you get there, let him leave. Since the lady ordered this, then the subordinates will obey. Uncle Qian responded respectfully. I'll go back first, you guys be careful. The woman commanded, turned around and left again. After she left, Uncle Qian walked in front of Yang Kai and said coldly, Miss, please be merciful, don't let me drive you away, you'd better be honest, if you dare to conspire, I will let you know what painful. Yang Kai grinned. Don't worry, I will be very stable, I just want to return to the land. This is the best. Uncle Qian nodded heavily and waved at a warrior at the peak of the Immortal Ascension realm. Cheng Fei, look at him, don't let him have the opportunity to make trouble. Yes, a burly man responded quickly. After the instructions, Uncle Qian also went to work on his own affairs. The martial artist named Cheng Fei walked to Yang Kai's side and looked at him up and down, his eyes full of contempt. At this moment, Yang Kai only showed his cultivation at the 7th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Unless someone from the Saint Realm came to spy on him, no one would be able to see his true cultivation. Such a cultivation base, such an age, is very common in Tongshuan continent, and it will not arouse suspicion. This Cheng Fei has the cultivation base of the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary, so he naturally feels superior. Boy, be honest, the uncle doesn't have so much free time to take care of you. If you make the uncle angry, I will tell you to eat and walk away. I will be very honest and honest. Yang Kai nodded quickly. Everyone in this Nine Heavens Holy Land has a sense of arrogance in their bones, which probably has something to do with their detached status on the continent. Just like in the central capital, the disciples of the 8 great families always carry a sense of superiority when they go out, feeling that everyone in the world is inferior to them. Yang Kai saw it a lot and didn't take it seriously. Come with me and arrange a place for you to live. Cheng Fei sneered and greeted Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly followed his pace and asked as he walked, Friend, who is that girl just now? Why do I think you are all very respectful to her? Boy, your curiosity is a little heavy. Cheng Fei squinted at Yang Kai and snorted, What are you asking about? It's nothing, I just think she's so beautiful. Yang Kai timely showed a slender and gentleman's expression. Hey, Her Royal Highness is naturally beautiful. There was a hint of fanaticism on Cheng Fei's face, and he seemed to be quite obsessed with Her Highness, but he quickly played smart and said angrily, Stinky boy, next time. Dare to look at Her Royal Highness, be careful that the uncle digs out your eyeballs, and the toad can still eat swan meat. Don't look at your virtues, Her Royal Highness is gentle and kind, and the person who can be worthy of her has not yet been born well, just by you, being able to see her is a blessing left over from a previous life. This big man scorned Yang Kai for a while, and he said Yang Kai to the bottom of his body. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, thinking that although he is not as good as Jai Yao's little white face, he is still very extraordinary. At the moment, he lost his interest in talking and followed behind Cheng Fei. However, that woman was actually a saint from Nine Heavens Holy Land. This nephew surprised Yang Kai. It is said that characters like Saintess are holy and noble beings. Under normal circumstances, they will not show their faces. The Saintess of the Nine Heavens Holy Land does not know why she would take a big boat and drift on the sea. Soon, Cheng Fei took Yang Kai to a room at the bottom of the cabin. With an angry face, he said, Go in, you will stay here until we arrive at our destination, and you will be served 3 meals a day. You are not allowed to go out without permission. Looking at the small space that would hit the wall when he turned around, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. But he didn't ask too much. He walked in without saying a word. Cheng Fei was very satisfied when he saw that he was quite docile. After Yang Kai entered, he immediately closed the door. This room is not a room at all. It was probably just a small warehouse for storing things. It only covers an area of 20 feet, and there is a strange smell in it. Yang Kai was extremely helpless, there was nothing in the room, he could only sit cross-legged on the ground, and opened the window behind him to let the clear sea breeze blow in. This feels so much better. The big ship continued to sail on the sea, and it was safe and sound along the way. Yang Kai did not spy on the movement of the people on board, and he only meditated and practiced under the cabin every day, just waiting for the 9 heavens holy land. When the big ship docked, it left. During this period, Cheng Fei also delivered 3 meals a day, all of which were sea fish, and Yang Kai had no taste in his mouth. Uncle Qian, who has a cultivation base in the transcendent realm, also came to inquire about Yang Kai's situation several times. He was very satisfied when he saw Yang Kai's honest duty. Occasionally encountered some sea beasts in chaos, under the siege and suppression of the masters on the ship, they were quickly killed. After several battles, Yang Kai was also secretly shocked by the background of the 9 heavens holy land. The ship is equipped with at least 6 supernatural powerhouses, 2 of whom are supernatural 3rd layers, and Uncle Qian is one of them, and the remaining 4 are all supernatural 2 layers. However, what makes Yang Kai a little strange is that there is no Saint Realm powerhouse here. Logically speaking, the status of Saintess is very important. Such a character is drifting on the sea, and it is reasonable to have a holy place to sit here to prevent accidents. Can't understand, Yang Kai didn't think deeply. In a huge room in the cabin, the holy maiden of the 9 heavens holy land held her chin in her forehand and sat at the table, dazed and dazed. Compared with the one where Yang Kai lived, the condition of this room is tens of millions of times better. The highest grade spices are lit in the room, and the fragrance is pleasant and full of warm feeling. The layout of the room is also exquisite, flowing everywhere noble breath. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wachangkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 743 I have a fart relationship with them. What are you thinking about, miss? A maidservant standing beside the saint saw that she remained motionless for an hour or two, and couldn't help but ask, Green novel LV sex? I didn't think of anything. The saint slowly shook her head, a faint sadness flowing between her brows. Miss is thinking, can I find the Holy Master successfully this time? Belle pursed her lips and smiled. I don't want to find any Holy Master. The Holy Maiden sighed softly. But this is the responsibility of the young lady. Belle's face was also quite sad. I know, I'm not looking for it, but he didn't show up, what can I do? Best, don't show up for the rest of your life, so the lady won't have to worry about it. Shish. The saint hurriedly put a jade finger to her mouth, looked outside quietly, and whispered, just tell me this, but don't say it outside. Uncle Qian and the others overheard it. Not good. I know. Belle stuck out her sweet tongue, but don't worry too much, miss, there are 4 saintesses in my 9 heavens holy land. Besides you, there are 3 others who are also looking for them. Maybe they can find them. It's not good for anyone who finds it. The saint sighed slightly, stood up, and said, I'm tired of sitting, let's go out for a walk. Belle nodded quickly. After I came to the outside of the cabin and watched on the deck for a while, the holy maiden's mood improved a lot. She suddenly remembered Yang Kai and hurriedly asked a disciple on the ship. Knowing that Yang Kai had not come out from the bottom of the ship during this period of time, the holy maiden could not help frowning. Because of her special birth, she can basically spy on the true thoughts of others. When she met Yang Kai before, although she knew that the other party was not hostile or malicious, she always felt that this person was a bit strange. There seems to be a layer of mystery shrouding him, so that the saintess who have always been good at observing can't peep into his details. Knowing that he was in a stable condition, the holy maiden did not intend to talk to him, and after a while of rest, she returned to the cabin. Days passed, and the big ship sailed on the sea for about a month. Yang Kai, who was meditating under the cabin, suddenly smelled an aura that made him nostalgic. Burning text. It was earthy. I quickly looked out the window and saw that there were some irregularly arranged islands on the sea level in the distance. The spirit was shocked. Yang Kai stood up. During this period of time, he had been nested in the cabin, but he was suffocated to death. Now that he saw the land, he could finally escape from this small space. Feeling instantly happy. Half a day later, the big ship was docked on an island, and there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. After a while, the big man named Cheng Fei pushed the door open and shouted, "Boy, we're here. Come out." Yang Kai nodded slightly and followed him out. On that deck, the disciples of the 9 heavens holy land were disembarking in an orderly manner, by the island. There are also some local warriors who seem to be strong and powerful, and they are respectfully welcoming them. 1 or 2 are all good-looking and smiling. Yang Kai saw the saintess of the Nine Heavens Holy Land on the deck. After thinking about it, he walked towards her. He moves. Immediately aroused the idea of many warriors, and Uncle Qian was even more surging, looking at Yang Kai with a bad look. It seems that once Yang Kai does something bad, he will immediately usher in a ruthless killing. Yang Kai just pretended not to find it, and strolled to the saintess not far away, clasped his fists and said, "Thank you girl for this rescue, I will keep it in my heart, I wish the girl eternal youth, health and longevity." The eyelashes of the holy maiden trembled slightly, and she suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. Yang Kai's words were very different from those of others, which made her a little surprised, and nodded slightly. "You're welcome, you should pay more attention in the future, don't let it go, at sea." "Thank you girl for your concern, farewell." Saying so, Yang Kai jumped off the big boat and left quickly. Smooth tongue. Uncle Qian seemed to dislike Yang Kai very much, so he couldn't help snorting coldly. "I think he is very sincere." The saint looked at Yang Kai's disappearing back and smiled. Under the boat, many warriors, both young and old, were attracted by this smile, dazed for a while, until Uncle Qian gave a heavy snort. Everyone came back to their senses, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Yang Kai got off the big boat and walked on the island. There are also many warriors on the island, who come and go, but the spiritual energy on this island is a little thin, not as rich and pleasant as the islands occupied by the water temple. Moreover, it seems that there are not many strong people on this island. Among the local tyrants who came to greet the Nine Heavens Holy Land just now, the most powerful one is only a super two-layer, or a gray-haired old man on the verge of death. It seems that the nearby islands are not very good. It should be a place where some small forces are entrenched, and it is incomparable with the water temple. From the scene of people coming and going, it can be seen that outsiders are not allowed to enter the water temple, but there seem to be many outsiders here. After lingering on the island for a while, Yang Kai walked into an inn, chose a seat by the window, and ordered Shower to eat and drink. The little responded, and after a while, he brought a lot of exquisite food, but when he was about to leave, he was kept by Yang Kai. "What else is there to order from the guest officer?" the younger brother asked with a smile on his face. Yang Kai said nothing, took out 2 crystal stones and placed them on the table. The younger brother's eyes lit up, he immediately became flattered, and I said, "Guest officer, these meals don't require 2 spar. I ask you something, if you answer to my satisfaction, the extra will be yours. If the guest officer has anything you want to ask, feel free to ask, the little one must know everything and say everything." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, pondered for a while and said, "What is this place?" The shop assistant glanced at Yang Kai with a stunned look, and said with a smile, "The guest officer doesn't know where this place is." "Then how did you come here?" Before I finished speaking, I saw Yang Kai's eyes were wrong, so I quickly stopped and explained, "This is Haiqingdao." "Then what are the forces here that are on the table?" "Here, there are Cheng's family, Wang's family, Hai's family." The second shopkeeper came to report one by one. After listening to his remarks, Yang Kai realized that these nearby islands belong to a force called the Seven Family Alliance. There are about 20 or 30 islands nearby, and there are a total of 7 aristocratic families entrenched here. These families are of equal strength, but they are not too strong. The powerhouses in the family, as Yang Kai saw before, are the most powerful. However, there are 2 levels of Transcendent Realm, and the number of Transcendent Realm is not very large, and there are almost only 4 or 5 people in each family. Asked about the distance from the water temple, the second shopkeeper's answer made Yang Kai stunned. It seems that he followed the big ship of the Nine Heavens Holy Land in the opposite direction, and was already tens of thousands of miles away from the water temple. Knowing this, Yang Kai could only helplessly shake his head. It seemed that he had no way to go back to the water temple to thank Shui Ling in person, so he could only talk about it when he had a chance to meet in the future. And the mainland closest to these islands also needs to take a fast boat for a month to arrive. "Then is there an alchemist association here?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. The shop assistant shook his head. "Really backcountry." Yang Kai slandered inwardly, that even the Alchemy Masters Association did not open a branch here. It is obvious that there is enough depression here. Little brother is an alchemist. The second shopkeeper is a personal essence, keenly aware of something from Yang Kai's question. "What?" Yang Kai glanced at him. "The 7 alliances are vigorously recruiting alchemists, and the treatment is top-notch. If you want to make some money, you might as well apply for a try." Yang Kai pouted quietly, obviously not interested in this. He doesn't care about the treatment, he just wants to improve his alchemy skills, but looking at the power of the 7 alliances, it is obvious that there are no good medicinal materials for him to refine. By the way, what are the guests around here talking about? Why do I think they are all dressed up and look suave? Yang Kai asked again. He has discovered this problem since he came to this island. Basically, as long as he is a young man, he is dressed like a dog. Excellent education. Not only young people, but even some middle-aged people, pay attention to their manners all the time, as if a pair of invisible eyes are watching their performance. This made Yang Kai very puzzled, and he didn't understand whether it was the custom here or there were other reasons. Little brother, don't you know? Hearing Yang Kai's question, the shop boy suddenly showed a cheap smile, and his expression became ambiguous. Should I know? Yang Kai glanced at him, and unceremoniously took out 2 more crystal stones and placed them on the table. The second brother of the province continued to talk nonsense with him. The shop assistant quickly grabbed the spar, thanked him, and no longer long-winded, looked around, and whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "The saintess of the 9 heavens Holy Land are here today, and they are all deliberately showing themselves." Yang Kai frowned. The Holy Maiden is here, does it have anything to do with them? Of course it has something to do with it. The second shopkeeper was a little surprised when he saw that Yang Kai seemed to be really ignorant of the inside story, and explained in detail, "The Holy Maiden is on tour, this is looking for the next Holy Master for the 9 heavens Holy Land. When Her Royal Highness takes a fancy to it, it is a fish leaping from the Dragon Gate, flying up the branches and turning into a phoenix. Just rely on them." Yang Kai glanced around, watching those crooked melons and jujubes, holding their postures, nauseated for a while, and smiled contemptuously. "The saintess will only look at this group of things unless she is blind." Shish! The shop boy's face changed, alerted to the surroundings, and whispered, "The guest officer can't say this, it will provoke public anger. Besides, we don't know who Her Royal Highness will choose. Every time when the saintess of the 9 heavens Holy Land go on a tour, it will cause such a disturbance. Half a year ago, the news of the saintess a tour of the 9 heavens Holy Land came out, and the world shook, and countless young heroes were secretly preparing. It became lively a month ago, and everyone was waiting for the arrival of the Holy Maiden. How could it be so lively here before?" To be continued. Chapter 744 Ancient Ruins. Although Yang Kai has been in Shaoshuan continent for 4 years, he is still in a state of ignorance. After listening to the story of the second shopkeeper, he realized that this Holy Maiden's tour of the 9 heavens Holy Land should be a big event that shakes the world. And he didn't realize until this moment that the 9 heavens Holy Land was more than the saintess he had seen. There are a total of 4, who went to different directions, and the saint's itinerary covers almost all the places where human beings live. These saintess have grown up in the 9 heavens Holy Land since childhood. After more than 10 or 20 years of cultivation, they have undergone numerous selections. Each of them is young and beautiful, and has practiced the special magic of the 9 heavens Holy Land. The biggest purpose of their tour is to find the next Holy Master for the 9 heavens Holy Land. Now that the Holy Master of the 9 heavens Holy Land is very old, I am afraid that he will die soon, so these 4 saintess will go out on a parade with great fanfare. As for what method they will use to find the Holy Master, the world does not know at all, only that every Holy Master of the 9 heavens Holy Land is found by the Holy Maiden. According to historical records, the first 9 generations of Holy Masters did everything before they were discovered by the Holy Maiden. Some people are young heroes who are already famous all over the world, some people are just ordinary merchants, and some people are mediocre, but once they are found by the saints and enter the 9 heavens Holy Land, this person will bloom. The light has undergone earth-shaking changes since then. And when these 9 people were found, their ages ranged from teens to 60s. The saints seem to have an unusual vision. Because of this, when the saintess of the 9 heavens Holy Land arrives, those who have fantasies will express themselves carefully. If they are really chosen by the saints, it will be a good thing for the smoke to rise from the ancestral graves. That's why there are so many people on this island who are arrogant and deliberately express themselves. None of them knew how the saintess would choose the Holy Master, nor did they know whether the strong men beside saintess were already monitoring the entire island, and they could only strive to be perfect and not leak arsenic. Yang Kai was amazed when he heard it. Before that, he never thought that there are such bizarre things in the world. Second brother, you know a lot. Yang Kai admired him. The second shopkeeper smiled. Everyone knows, it seems that the whole island is the only one you don't know. Then you don't have any ideas. Yang Kai looked at him deeply. According to him, before the Holy Master was found, it was very likely that he was a mediocre person, and the second shopkeeper also had a chance. Yes, why not? The second shopkeeper nodded seriously, but I don't think I'm worthy of a saint like that. If she can see me, it's a small blessing, and if she doesn't, it's a matter of course. How did you live before, how do you live now, and the little one can't act? Admiration. The indifferent attitude of Dian Shower made Yang Kai greatly surprised, clasped his fists and said, well, then I wish the second brother good luck. Thank you, Guanjian. The shop assistant smiled brightly, and went back to his own business. After eating and drinking in the inn for a while, after inquiring about the information he wanted, Yang Kai left. Now that he has nothing urgent to do, naturally he is not in a hurry to leave here. He is also very curious about the Holy Maiden of the Nine Heavens Holy Land looking for the Holy Master, and he does not know what kind of person that girl will find. Naturally, I want to stay and watch the fun. There are more than 20 nearby islands, each of which is very lively. Since the arrival of the Holy Maiden, those young men are all like chicken blood, and they are extremely excited. Yang Kai lived here for more than 10 days, traveled all over the large and small islands, learned about the customs of this place, and bought a lot of medicinal materials. Unfortunately, the things he has been paying attention to have not moved. After the saintess arrived here, she seemed to have disappeared, not to mention finding the mysterious Holy Master. Just as Yang Kai was traveling around the archipelago, in a palace on one of the islands, Uncle Qian of the Transcendent Third Layer came to the Holy Maiden respectfully and asked nervously, Miss, is there still no response? The saint slowly shook her head. Uncle Qian's expression darkened, and he sighed slightly, this is already the place where we have arrived. It seems that the Holy Master is not here. In a few days, let's go to the next place. The saint nodded slightly, but did not refute. She knew what kind of responsibilities she shouldered since she was a child, and she has been working hard in this direction. She and her 3 sisters will always have one person in this vast sea of AA people, to find the next Holy Lord. Uncle Qian, I haven't been out for so many days. Today I want to go out with Belle to see the scenery, okay? The saint asked suddenly. Uncle Qian pondered for a while, then nodded, all right. But the lady has to dress up a little. Don't worry, I have my own measure. With Uncle Qian's answer, the Holy Maiden seemed to be in a much better mood all of a sudden. After some dressing up, the 2 women went out happily, followed by 2 supernatural 2-layer powerhouses behind them to prevent accidents. On the island, Yang Kai was looking for rare medicinal materials in a shop. Suddenly, a sensational energy fluctuation came from not far away, and with a loud noise, the entire island seemed to be shaking. The faces of everyone on the island changed greatly. I don't know what happened. Yang Kai's expression froze, and he rushed out of the medicine shop and flew up into the air to look at the location of the source of the sound. I saw that on the sea, a water column soaring to the sky was slowly falling, as if something terrible had happened in the depths of the sea just now. Some people are flying back from the sea in a hurry, and many martial artists who are unknown are rushing there. At the same time, Yang Kai noticed an aura that made him very comfortable. That is the breath of Yang attribute energy. Apparently, it came out from the depths of the sea because of the accident just now. Immediately, he was shocked and rushed over there. The aura of water at sea is extremely strong, so it is impossible for something with Yang attributes to be generated under normal circumstances, but once it is generated, it means that this thing is extraordinary. Yang Kai wanted to know what kind of thing could actually emit such energy. But before he could get close, he was stopped by some people. These people should be warriors from the 7 local alliances. They formed a line of defense on the coast, and no one was allowed to approach. Although there were many foreign warriors, they all adhered to the principle of not asking for trouble, and did not force their way. They stopped not far away, looked towards the sea, and whispered. Yang Kai listened for a while, but did not hear any useful information, only knew that the accident happened suddenly. Soon, many strong people came to this island. Yang Kai had seen these people before. It was the group of people who came to greet the Holy Maiden when the big ship of the Nine Heavens Holy Land landed that day. They were the powerhouses of the 7 alliances here. These people gathered together and discussed something in a low voice. Yang Kai has been watching, only to feel that the Yang attribute energy that emerges from the depths of the sea seems to be more and more intense, more and more, and he can't help but be very curious. After waiting for a long time, just when Yang Kai was considering whether to sneak into the depths of the sea to spy on it before the night came, the powerhouses of the 7 alliances seemed to have a decisive battle. One of the transcendent yellow-faced old men walked toward the crowd, stood still not far away, and coughed lightly. Everyone must have heard of the previous change, and some people have seen it with their own eyes. My 7 alliances do not hide it from you. Based on the principle of being a guest from afar, and sharing good things with you, I would like to inform you here that there seems to be an ancient ruin somewhere in the sea below this island. Quote. An exclamation sounded. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. The ancient ruins, these 4 words sounded like a thunderbolt in the ears of everyone, startling everyone. The yellow-faced old man glanced at it and was satisfied with everyone's reaction. He smiled and said, no doubt, it is indeed an ancient ruin. Before this, my 7 alliances noticed something, and sent some people to investigate. It was because the ban was triggered that there was such a big commotion. The people who came back have confirmed this. Old man, what kind of abacus are you playing? Do you want us to go down and help you find the way, so you can take the opportunity to pick up a bargain? Someone who thought he was smart immediately shouted. Hearing what he said, everyone was a little bit alert, and looked at the yellow-faced old man vigilantly. Such a big good thing, the 7 alliances would have no reason to tell them these outsiders for no reason, obviously with the idea of AAAA tempting them to go down to investigate. In this way, there must be many dangers below, otherwise the 7 alliances would have already down. The yellow-faced old man laughed and admitted unexpectedly, there is such an idea, but it is not entirely true. My 7 alliances know how much they have, and if you want to force a piece of the pie, we can't stop it. You old man, you still have some self-knowledge. Someone laughed. Because of the arrival of the Holy Maiden, there are too many outsiders here. Although most of them are not very good, they cannot stop everyone. Maybe they went down on their front feet, and someone followed them on their back feet. What the yellow-faced old man said was true and won the favor of many people. So after my discussion, my 7 alliances have a proposal, and you should listen to it. Old man, say something quickly. My 7 alliances will lead the way, and go down to find out what is hidden in the ancient ruins. If you have friends who want to come along, please go there and register. If you get benefits, my 7 alliances are willing to cooperate with you. Let everyone share together, this will be beneficial to everyone, so that nothing unpleasant will happen. The yellow-faced old man shouted in a deep voice, but the old man has to remind you that what is going on in the ancient ruins, we don't know. But where there are interests, there are risks. Friends who want to act with my 7 alliances, please have a certain awareness, and we will not be responsible for hurting lives. To be continued. This text is updated by Breaking Dawn Group at Hongchenranshao provides. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to First Release to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 745. After the yellow-faced old man finished speaking, he stopped talking, stroked his beard, and stood by and waited quietly. Although his words cannot be trusted, the words of ancient ruins still affect everyone's nerves. But in any relic, there must be some treasures in it. The world is bustling for profit, and the world is for profit. The foreign warriors gathered on the shore are inevitably tempted. What's more, everyone was aware of the movement when the ban was triggered before. All gathered together, frowning and discussing, and there are more people, like Yang Kai, who are alone, watching the situation vigilantly. The 7 alliances must be forced to make this decision, but they should also have the idea of pulling these outsiders to explore the road and try to avoid the loss of their own family. This also means that they have some understanding of the ancient ruins below, but not much. Yang Kai's thoughts quickly revolved in his mind, and he quickly understood the general idea. Do you want to go by yourself? There is definitely a risk below, but the source of the strong Yang attribute energy makes Yang Kai very concerned. Now that he has reached the transcendent realm, he does not have any decent treasures in his hands. That bone shield was destroyed by the starry sky storm last time in the starry sky. The only secret treasure that can be used is the little soul sword in the sea of knowledge. But that little divine soul sword is only a high-grade heaven level, and it still has some value in the middle of the capital, but it has not much use here. If it is a powerful secret treasure that exudes such a Yang attribute aura, it will complement Yang Kai, and after obtaining it, the strength will also increase a lot. Even if it is not a secret treasure, it is a precious material, it can bring him a lot of help. Thinking of this, Yang Kai made a decision. There were a lot of people who had the same decision as him. Not long after the yellow-faced old man finished speaking, someone strode out of the crowd and walked towards the place where the 7 alliances converged. Soon, the scattered warriors all stepped forward, and Yang Kai also walked over, but more people were still watching, looking hesitant, and some were undecided. Seeing this scene, the yellow-faced old man who had been silent suddenly said, By the way, there is one more thing I want to tell you, although this time I am the leader of the 7 alliances, but the number of people involved is limited. It is impossible for the family to accept you without restrictions. Well, each family only accepts 30 friends, the strength, the higher the better, and those below the immortal ascension boundary will not be invited to join in the fun. Damn, you old man, don't talk about this kind of thing sooner. There was a burst of scolding from the crowd, and the warriors who were still watching were afraid that they would run too slowly and lose their position, and they all rushed over. The yellow-faced old man touched his beard, with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth, proud of his tricks. Each of the 7 alliances has one person standing in front of them, and any warrior who wants to act with them can choose which one to cooperate with. 7 long dragons are lined up, and there are at least 2,000 people gathered here. Yang Kai came earlier, casually reported a name, and showed his disguised 7th level cultivation of the immortal ascension boundary. He was easily qualified and was arranged to wait in another place. Time passed slowly, and one by one, the warriors came to the powerhouses of the 7 alliances. Most of them were rejected because of their low strength, and many, like Yang Kai, were affirmed by them. In less than an hour before and after, everyone has been checked. However, the remaining warriors still exceeded the expectations of the old yellow-faced old man. There were nearly 300 people. The lowest strength was also the 7th floor of the immortal ascension boundary. Among the 100 people, less than 10 are in the transcendent realm. The warriors of the 7 families gathered together to discuss for a while, and the yellow-faced old man said loudly, "I have already felt the enthusiasm of all of you. The friends who have passed will go to the sea with my 7 family alliance, and the remaining friends, please stay on the coast. If you dare not listen to the advice, don't blame my 7 alliance members for being ruthless." The remaining people are not too strong, and the yellow-faced old man is not as polite as before. It is obviously determined that they will not dare to make trouble here. No matter what, this is also the territory of their 7 alliances. Seeing that he turned his face so quickly, the excluded warriors had no choice but to curse in secret. After finishing speaking, the powerhouses of the 7 alliances gathered together again, and it seemed that they were making preparations. Yang Kai stood in a remote corner, coldly observing the strength of the people around him. Most of them have the same actions as him. It seems that everyone here is his own competitor. Aware of this, Yang Kai laughed dumbly. "We haven't found the treasure yet. The smell of fire chalk is so strong. If they really find something really good, this group of people will probably fight immediately." The 7 alliances are doing a good job. They knew that they could not stop these outsiders from going to the sea to investigate, so they adopted such a tender strategy. On the surface, they were willing to share the secrets of the ancient ruins with outsiders, but in fact, even if they took them down, it will also become a constraint. Such a scattered sand, it is difficult to have a role in the ancient ruins. The warriors of the 7 alliances only need to sit on the mountain to watch the tigers fight, and take advantage of the fishermen, and they can take most of the benefits. In the bag, you can get great benefits while avoiding your own losses as much as possible. Yang Kai shook his head secretly. While observing, a fragrant wind suddenly hit from the side, with a smell that made him somewhat familiar. Yang Kai frowned, turned his head to look, and found a woman standing beside him with a faint smile. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Suddenly his face changed slightly, and he said in amazement, "You." "Shish." The woman quickly raised a jade finger and gave Yang Kai a look. Yang Kai's eyes flickered, his consciousness quietly let go, and he looked around, looking at the beautiful woman, with a strange smile on his face, and whispered, "Girl, why are you here? You're so sure it's me?" The woman smiled slightly, looking a little surprised. Yang Kai laughed, shook his head and said, "There is a saying that you know a woman by smelling fragrance. The fragrance of every woman is different, although you have changed your appearance. Well, I don't know what you use. The way to cover up his original scent, but the scent can't be changed. It's a dog's nose." The woman blushed slightly and gave Yang Kai an angry look. "Looking at how experienced you are, you must have hooked up with many women, right?" "No." Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. "I have always kept myself clean and will never do those shameless things." The woman smiled coquettishly, and the flowers trembled for a while. "I won't believe you." Yang Kai glanced at her sideways, and then looked at the 2 supernatural 2-layer powerhouses who flew over from not far away. In a hurry, the 2 people's consciousness was unscrupulously outside, and they seemed to be anxiously looking for something. But after investigating here, there was no gain, and he left in extreme frustration. "Isn't it bad for you? After all, you are also a saint. What are you doing here?" Yang Kai quietly pouted in the direction where the two powerhouses left. They seem to be looking for you. Don't look at them. They are alert, it's really bad if they find out. The woman quickly ripped off Yang Kai's clothes. When he noticed the true identity of this woman just now, Yang Kai was really shocked. She is actually that big ship, the Holy Maiden of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. I don't know what subtle means she used to restrain her aura to the extreme, and she also changed her original appearance. If she hadn't taken the initiative to approach him, Yang Kai would not have been able to find it. The ability of the Saintess of the Nine Heavens Holy Land is really a bit bizarre. No wonder she was able to get rid of the two super two-layer powerhouses and hide here secretly. You haven't told me yet, what are you doing here? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Join in the fun, there are so many people here. It's not easy to get together, maybe you will lose your life. Yang Kai snorted and looked at her with a strange look. The saint was immediately annoyed. Do you think that I don't know anything, and I'll just die in vain if I go there? HMPH, why can't I go to a place where you can go to the 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary? My strength is higher than yours. A lot of. Hey, you don't have the etiquette and upbringing of a saint like this. Yang Kai was stunned. The woman in front of him at this moment is very different from the saint who was a gentle and quiet lady before. It seems that she is the real one, her. I want you to take care of it, anyway, I won't choose you to be the Holy Master. The woman snorted. I don't want to be a Holy Master either. Yang Kai pouted. The woman suddenly said with a faint expression, don't expose me, I also believed in you to approach you. Don't worry, I won't meddle in other people's business. Yang Kai nodded, but soon became alert again. You are a saint, what are you doing close to a nameless junior like me? The saint's long eyelashes trembled and smiled. How do I say it? I always feel that you are hiding something, and your body is shrouded in mysterious colors, which makes me a little hard to see through, and I am a little curious. Yang Kai's expression froze, and he smirked. Each other. What kind of cultivation level does this woman have? Yang Kai has not seen through. Even with her at such a close distance, it was as if there was a mysterious power in her that resisted her own prying eyes. You laugh so wickedly. The saint looked at Yang Kai timidly, and sighed again. I grew up in the Holy Land since I was a child, and this is the first time I have left the Holy Land on this tour, but people follow me wherever I go. I'm so sick of it, I just thought, once I can be my own boss, I'll get rid of them. You don't need to explain it to me. Yang Kai said lightly, I'm not interested in outsiders. Well, don't entangle with me when you arrive at the ancient ruins. If you encounter any danger, you will seek more blessings from yourself. Don't expect someone to come and save you. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at CA² just to hear from you. If you like this work, you are welcome to support the author. If you want to provide the fastest and best updates for your friends like us, please click to search Baidu Dawn and join us. A. Chapter 746, Deep Under the Sea. 2 changes today. Seeing that Yang Kai's attitude suddenly became cold, the saint also snorted. I didn't expect you to save me, you can take care of yourself. After speaking, he walked to the side angrily, obviously unwilling to communicate with Yang Kai more. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. He still doesn't know what's going on. Maybe there is a huge danger. If this saint is always by his side, he will not be able to act. It is far better than being alone, and he will not care about the lives of others. Although this woman had let Yang Kai stay on the big boat before, but everyone met by chance, Yang Kai was not obliged to protect her safety. In Yang Kai's opinion, this is just a girl who grew up in a greenhouse. She wants to prove her ability because of her ability. She has to make her suffer a little, and she will know that this world is extremely dangerous. After waiting for a long time, the warriors of the 7 alliances finally finished their discussions. Under the shouts of the yellow-faced old man, the selected outsiders gathered into 7 teams. When Yang Kai signed up before, he also randomly chose a family, and it was only then that he realized that the family he chose was actually the high family where the yellow-faced old man was. There are about 40 outsiders in this team, and each of them seems to be strong. Among them, there is one person from the Transcendent Realm, the Holy Maiden of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, not in this team, but on another family. The yellow-faced old man came to the crowd, cleared his throat, glanced at him and said, the old man is not talented, he is the protector of the Sea of the 7 Alliances, Hai Wengu. This time, the old man will lead everyone into the ancient ruins on the bottom of the sea. I also ask you to listen to the old orders and not act rashly, so as not to cause any unnecessary casualties. Well, in addition to you, our Hai family will also send more than a dozen shrewd and capable powerhouses to cooperate with you. Since if you choose my Hai family, then Hai will do his best to maintain everyone's integrity, but the ugly words are ahead. If any friend harms everyone's interests, no wonder Hai is ruthless. Saying this, he solemnly swept around, and everyone was silent, not saying a word. Hai Wengu nodded in satisfaction. Then, let's go. While speaking, the first one flew out, and more than 40 foreign warriors gathered with the more than a dozen warriors from the Hai family, followed his pace and rushed towards the sea. At the same time, the remaining 6 also made moves. In the gallop, Yang Kai secretly looked at the group of people dispatched by the Hai family. There were only about a dozen people, but if you count Shanghai Wengu, there are 3 transcendent realms. The rest are all at the peak of the Immortal Ascension realm, but the overall strength is undoubtedly much stronger than this group of foreigners. The Hai family can be considered to be the best of the best, occupying the complete initiative. The other 6 are basically the same lineup configuration. After a while, everyone came to the sea. Hai Wengu made a random move and sacrificed a disc-shaped secret treasure. The secret treasure was flowing with silver brilliance and exuding strong energy fluctuations. It should be a spirit-level secret treasures are undoubtedly. Everyone, please come over, this old man will take you down. Hai Wengu shouted to everyone. Everyone hurried towards him. Hai Wengu poured true yuan into the disc secret treasure, and suddenly, a silver light curtain wrapped around 20 feet around him. Dive into the bottom of the sea. Seeing him show such a hand, many people looked stern. Although Hai Wengu didn't use 2 powerful secret treasures and martial skills, the ability to bring dozens of people into the sea together made people a little impressed. Secretly observing his words and expressions, Hai Wengu's face showed a faint smugness. Surrounded by azure waters, it was dark and bottomless, which made people feel a little terrified. Many warriors who had never gone deep into the sea couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and quietly leaned towards Hai Wengu. Seems to be able to find more security. Yang Kai turned his head to look around and found that there were bright rays of light coming from all around. It was the other 6 warriors who used different methods and were rushing towards the depths of the sea. The silver light curtain made by Hai Wengu is extremely tough. The sea water flows outside, and it does not penetrate into the slightest. There are some colorful fishes swimming around constantly. As he dived, the expression on Hai Wengu's face gradually became less relaxed. The sea is unfathomable, and the further down, the greater the pressure. Even if he is a supernatural powerhouse, maintaining such a large-scale secret treasure requires a huge amount of real energy. The silver light curtain also seemed to be greatly oppressed, becoming less mellow than before, and the space was slowly shrinking. The warrior who noticed this could not help but change his face slightly, frowning and looking at Hai Wengu, wondering if he could persevere. After diving for a while, Hai Wengu suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, I would like to ask you to do me a favor. Can you use your true essence to help the old man maintain the operation of the secret treasure? If we go on like this, we may not be able to reach the bottom of the sea." Hearing him say this, many people cursed in their hearts. This old guy clearly still has more energy left, but he looks like he is extremely hard. Seeing that the silver light shrank to the edge of the body, the warriors had to take action even if they didn't want to. They hurriedly ran their true essence and hit the secret treasure in Hai Wengu's hand. Hai Wengu smiled and nodded, accepting these true essences and turning them into the power of the secret treasure. Yang Kai also made a pretense and shot out a few true essences. They sneered in their hearts for a while, and everyone held the idea of saving true yuan, and they were reluctant to contribute, hoping that others would spend their energy to take the lead in the next exploration. Before reaching the bottom of the sea, he was so intrigued, and he really didn't know what would happen when he got there. After accepting everyone's true essence, the silver light curtain really expanded a lot. But after a while, Hai Wengu again begged. After repeating this many times, they still haven't seen the so-called ancient ruins. Everyone's real energy was consumed so much that they became impatient and questioned one after another. Hai Wengu calmly explained, "Don't be in a hurry, it's almost there, the depth of the seabed is not what you can imagine." It continued like this for about a stick of incense, and someone suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the bottom and saying, "Look at the bottom." Following the direction he directed, everyone looked at them pleasingly, and they couldn't help being shocked. Below, there were colorful rays of light, which were very beautiful, and surrounded by those rays of light, a huge and boundless ruin appeared in everyone's eyes. Ancient ruins. Everyone couldn't help but get excited. Looks like it's finally here. Hai Wengu smiled slightly, and the speed of leading the crowd to dive suddenly accelerated a lot. After a while, everyone came to the periphery of the ancient ruins. From the outside, the ancient ruins covered a huge area, about tens of miles in diameter. The ruins were desolate and there were many palace-like existences. The houses are neatly arranged, but most of them have collapsed, leaving only the broken walls. And the periphery of this huge ruin seems to be wrapped by an inexplicable barrier, so even in the bottom of the sea, the ruins are abnormally dry, without the slightest moisture. Beside the ruins, countless corals swayed with the flow of the sea water, and the corals exuded colorful rays of light, and the imprinted ruins were gloomy. Everyone couldn't help but feel terrified, and it was unclear whether there would be some danger inside. However, Hai Wengu was strolling in the courtyard, continuing to maintain the operation of the secret treasure, leading the crowd to walk directly to the ruins. The outer barrier could block the sea water, but turned a blind eye to the intrusion of the crowd. A group of dozens of people easily entered the ruins. Hai Wengu took back the secret treasure and took a deep breath. His old face was also excited, and his eyes flashed with anticipation. Since it's here, let's act quickly, the other 6 groups should also come. Hai Wengu said. Everyone's face turned dark, and seeing his relaxed and freehand appearance, everyone realized that all of them had been fooled by this old fox before. In order to maintain the operation of the secret treasure, most of the people here consume a lot, but Hai Wengu is still full of energy. Now that he proposed this, he obviously did not intend to leave time for everyone to resume breathing adjustment. While speaking, from different corners, the 6 groups of people arrived one after another. Without the time to curse, these warriors took out their medicinal pills and stuffed them into their mouths. They followed Hai Wengu's pace and walked forward, while secretly running the exercises to dissolve the effects of the medicine and replenish the real energy they had consumed. In order to avoid others being suspicious, Yang Kai also made a pretense and threw a pill into his mouth. After entering the ancient ruins, Yang Kai felt that from a certain direction, a strong Yang attribute energy flowed out. This Yang attribute energy filled the entire ruins, making it not only not cold, but also warm. However, he did not leave the team and headed in that direction. The ancient ruins were mysterious and unpredictable, and he also planned to follow the large army to explore the situation first. The crowd was amazed as they walked. Because the things in the ruins are old at first glance, and have a history of thousands of years at least, and I don't know which huge force was originally, and finally sank to the bottom of the sea. Everyone is paying close attention to their surroundings, their spiritual senses are released, and they are looking for places where there may be treasures. Hai Wengu said as he walked, if you find anything, please give it to the old man, don't worry, after leaving here and returning to the top, the old man will take out everything and share it with you, my Hai family will never take it. The things here are stolen, of course, the more you contribute, the more benefits you can get in the end, and the same is true of my Hai family. He said the righteous words and vowed, but after the loss just now, no one dared to believe him. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe to the mobile network, give a reward, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 747 Dan Yun. Not long after walking, a few people suddenly appeared in the team and ran towards the collapsed houses on both sides. At the same time, many people noticed that there seemed to be something emitting energy fluctuations in the houses on both sides. Hai Wengu waved his hand and told everyone to stop and wait quietly. The few people who rushed out were the warriors of the Hai family. After all, this was their territory. Even if the warriors from outside noticed something abnormal there, they didn't take a step ahead of them. If it's good, it's okay to let the Hai family drink the oral soup. If it's dangerous, just let the Hai family go to test it, everyone is planning. After a while, the few warriors from the Hai family quickly returned from the left and right sides. The 2 people who came back from the left were downcast and slowly shook their heads at the Hai Wengu. Obviously, there was nothing to gain. On the other hand, the few who came back from the right, with excited smiles on their faces, handed a simple-looking object to Hai Wengu. Everyone's eyes were biting on the thing like leech. Hai Wengu took it, carefully wiped the dust on it, and released his divine sense to investigate. He couldn't help but raised his brows and nodded. Well, it's a secret treasure, but it has been around for a long time and has lost most of its spirituality. Only the low-grade Zon level. Hey, Ida sa pity, if it is in good condition, I am afraid that this is at least a high-grade spiritual treasure. Hearing what he said, everyone couldn't help but look regretful. What he said this time is the truth, because everyone's eyes are on the secret treasure, and it is impossible for him to lie if he wants to lie. However, just after walking a short distance, they harvested a secret treasure, which is considered a good luck, which made everyone look forward to this trip. This artifact will be taken by the old man first. After returning home, let the refiner repair it. Maybe it can restore some spirituality and improve its grade. Hai Wengu said this, and put the artifact into his own. In the Chenkin bag. He said that all the things he found first had to be kept by him, and he would share them with everyone after he went back, and the things were found by the warriors of his high family. Naturally, no one said anything at this time. With the harvest, everyone is more and more focused on searching. Moreover, in order to expand the search range, Hai Wengu also divided everyone into 3 small teams, led by the supernatural powerhouses of his high family, and went deep into 3 different directions. Yang Kai was still following behind Hai Wengu. Once the team separated, there were only less than 20 people left. Apart from Hai Wengu, only Yang Kai was in the Transcendent Realm, and the rest were all Immortal Ascension Realm warriors. In the collapsed houses on both sides of the road, from time to time, people can find things that make their eyes shine. Most of these things are secret treasures. The law and martial arts code was not well preserved, and it turned into a strange powder at the moment of starting, which made people feel regretful. There are also some medicinal pills, but also because of the age, the medicinal properties have evaporated and only some residues are left, which can no longer be used. After half a day, the group of people only harvested some incomplete and spiritual treasures, which made them a little dissatisfied. These harvests were too far from their expectations. Yang Kai has been following behind the team, neither showing off the limelight nor deliberately hiding himself, only showing the performance of a 7th layer Immortal Ascension boundary martial artist, but it did not attract anyone's attention and suspicion. Among the dozen or so treasures found, he also contributed, but he was not interested in it. What made him a little puzzled was that this Shengli relic should belong to a large sect from a long time ago. There should be many restrictions inside such a sect. It is inferred from the enchantment that blocked the seawater from the periphery. These restrictions should be still in place. It works, but until now, everyone has not encountered any danger. This made him even more vigilant. While walking, a thin man suddenly approached. Yang Kai frowned, glanced at him casually, and found that the other party was grinning silently and strangely. Is something wrong? Yang Kai asked. Boy, you are quite shrewd. The man glanced at Hai Wengu who was leading the way in front, and lowered his voice after confirming that he was not paying attention. Is there? Yang Kai suddenly felt interesting. This guy is also a foreign martial artist who followed Hai Wengu, with the cultivation of the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Like a poisonous snake, it always has a shrewd and sinister smell. He found him for no reason, making Yang Kai a little puzzled, not knowing what the hell he was up to. I can see it. The man took the lead slightly. Although you are taciturn, your eyes are shining. This is a shrewd performance. You want to hide your true strength, so that you can make a big vote. No, you think too much. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Don't admit it, everyone thinks so. The thin man chuckled. That old guy put all his harvests in his Chenkin bag, who knows what he's thinking, maybe he'll get to the top. Nothing will be distributed to us, or only a small profit will be distributed to us. This is the territory of the 7 Great Families Alliance, and in the end, it is not up to them to decide. They eat meat, I'll just take a sip of soup. Yang Kai chuckled. I'm not very demanding. You don't look like someone who is so easily satisfied. The thin man pouted and said in a much lower voice, how is it? Are you interested in joining forces with me? What to do together? The thin man looked like you were an idiot. It doesn't look like there is any danger here, just leave the team and find it by yourself. Any good things you find are yours, so why follow them? Huh, good idea. Yang Kai's eyes lit up with a look of interest. Do you think this is a good idea? Seeing Yang Kai's temptation, the skinny man hurriedly hit the railroad while it was hot. Let's act together, we have really found something good, add 2 to 5, no one will cheat anyone, I have always been fair. Quote. Although the idea is good, I'll follow them. It's safer to have more people. Yang Kai seemed to be hesitant and shook his head slowly. The thin man was in a hurry and quickly persuaded him. Yang Kai didn't let go of life and death, and the other party was helpless, and said contemptuously, you stupid bird, follow them sooner or later and suffer a big loss. Yang Kai was too lazy to care about him. This guy is not a good thing at first glance. He tried so hard to pull Yang Kai into the team. He clearly wanted to find someone to strengthen his courage. If there was any danger, it would be easier for the two of them to solve it together. After finding the treasure, with his strength at the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary, is it not easy to deal with a young man like Yang Kai? At least he thought so. Do you really think I'm a fool? Yang Kai snorted coldly. The house is in front of you, go and have a look. Hai Wengu suddenly stopped and pointed to the houses in front of him. Everyone nodded, and the team quickly dispatched a group, walking towards that direction in groups of 3 or 5. Yang Kai also followed behind everyone and walked to the right. A total of 5 people came in together. Outside the house, 3 warriors searched through boxes and cabinets. Yang Kai looked at it and felt that there was nothing to gain here. He bowed his head and walked inside. Before he could walk in, a figure suddenly flashed beside him, and the emaciated man who had spoken to Yang Kai before rushed in 1 step ahead. Yang Kai shook his head secretly, didn't care, and followed his steps into the house. Most of the things inside had been rotted into strange powder, but in a corner of the wing room, there were several jade bottles, which were scattered on the ground. At this moment, the emaciated man was grabbing a jade bottle reluctantly, opened it at will, and glanced at it. Many people have discovered this jade bottle before, and they are all used to hold medicinal pills, but the medicinal pills in them have already lost their efficacy and become waste products. But now, the skinny man suddenly changed his face slightly after taking a look, and a frenzy flashed in his eyes. Good stuff. Yang Kai's expression changed. The thin man was smart, and it seemed that he remembered that there was another Yang Kai next to him, and nodded quickly, look at it. While talking, he handed over the jade bottle. Yang Kai took it, lowered his head and looked at it, and when he saw the somewhat unusual medicinal pill in the jade bottle, his expression was shocked. That medicine pill is very different from ordinary medicine pills. The round medicine pill seems to be covered with a dense cloud, and this cloud is purely composed of spiritual energy, like a transparent protective film that wraps the medicine pill. Although I don't know how many years have passed, the medicinal effect of this medicinal pill has not only not lost, but has become more and more intense. The incense is so fragrant that it makes people feel energized. After only taking a sip, Yang Kai was sure that this was a holy level medicine pill. The grade of the medicine pill is second. What shocked him was that the cloud-like spiritual energy covered the medicine pill. Dan Yun, Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice. Now Yang Kai is also an excellent alchemist. When refining medicinal pills, there are often medicinal pills with lines like human meridians, which are the meridians of medicinal pills, which are called pill patterns by the world. Once the pills appear, the value of the pills will increase several times, and no matter how many years it is stored, as long as the conditions are right, the efficacy of the pills will never be lost. Every outstanding alchemist is pursuing the birth of the pill pattern, and is also trying to make the pill pattern appear in the pills he refines. Unfortunately, there has been no effective method to ensure that every pill has the pill pattern. This kind of thing. It has a lot to do with luck. And above the Dan Wen, is the legendary Dan Yun. Yang Kai is now alchemy, often appearing Dan Wen, but never appearing Dan Cloud. Now, he finally saw it with his own eyes for the first time. What is Dan Yun? According to legend, the appearance of Dan Cloud can not only double the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill, and it will not be damaged for a long time, but also can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for the medicinal herb all the time, nourishing the medicinal herb. It can be said that the longer the storage time, the greater the efficacy and the higher the value of the medicinal pills that appear in Danyan. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wachangkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my motivation for writing. Chapter 748. I almost forgot, at the beginning of the month, ask for a monthly pass. The holy elixir in the jade bottle in his hand does not know how many years it has been stored here. In the passage of countless years, that Danyan has been gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for the elixir, nourishing it. Such a holy pill is no longer just an elixir, its value is immeasurable. Especially for an alchemist like Yang Kai, it has great research value. If he can figure out the mystery of the formation of Dan Cloud, then Yang Kai can also refine the medicinal pills born with Dan Cloud in the future. Various thoughts quickly intertwined in Yang Kai's mind, and his face was also changing. In the jade bottle in his hand, the pill cloud of the pill exudes a subtle attraction, and it is involving the energy of heaven and earth pouring into the pill. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and gave the thin man a cold look. The other party was also grinning at Yang Kai, and at the moment he turned his head, a green brilliance burst out from the thin man's hand, and in an instant, the entire wing room was wrapped in a poisonous mist. Hey, you stupid bird, don't blame me for being ruthless. The emaciated man laughed softly when he saw that Yang Kai was still wrapped in his poisonous mist. As he spoke, his fingers gathered into knives, his true essence surged, and he stabbed straight into Yang Kai's chest. At this moment, he exploded all his strength, vowing to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. The holy pill with pill cloud was born, and it has been stored for 1,000 years at least. Not only did Yang Kai want to own such a treasure, but he also had the same idea. As long as you can get this holy pill, then this trip to the sea will be a great harvest. Even if you don't get anything in the next journey, it doesn't matter. In that green poisonous mist, his face was frenzied and ferocious. A clanging sound. Yang Kai's figure didn't move, a spark burst out from his chest, even his skin didn't break, and he still looked at each other coldly. The smile on the thin man's face quickly faded, his eyes were full of astonishment, and soon, his face was distorted. In the blow just now, he used all his strength. Not only did he not kill Yang Kai, but his finger was broken, and the moment he poked Yang Kai, he felt like he was poking on the fine steel, the opponent's body unbelievably tough. Idiot! Yang Kai swept his chest lightly, smoothing the clothes that were ruffled by the other party. If you don't do it, I have no reason to kill you. You are seeking your own death, my friend. Quote. Why, my bone-eroding poisonous smoke can't even resist the transcendent realm, how can you be okay? The thin man's eyes trembled violently, and his mind was full of fear. Nothing is impossible. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously, seeing that the other party made a gesture of escaping. His figure swayed, blocking his way, and slashed his throat with a knife. The thin man's eyes bulged out, his hands covered his neck, there was a ho-ho in his throat, but he couldn't say a word. After staggering a few steps, he fell to the ground and died. A martial artist at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary, it is too easy for Yang Kai to clean up now. Before he died, Yang Kai had already copied all the remaining jade bottles in his hand, and hurriedly opened it to investigate, and after confirming that there was no medicinal pill with Danyan in it, he quickly rushed out. What's wrong? What happened inside? The three warriors from the outside just rushed over, collided with Yang Kai, and hurriedly asked. Although the confrontation between Yang Kai and the skinny man was quite hidden, the burst of true essence just now made them alert, and naturally they came to investigate. Run, there is a band triggered inside. Yang Kai shouted with a livid face. The three of them glanced behind Yang Kai, and when they saw the green poisonous smog that filled the room, they also had a dignified expression, not daring to go in easily, and hurriedly ran out with Yang Kai. What's going on inside? Hai Wengu hurriedly asked when he saw that the four of them were in a hurry and their expressions were not quite right. There is a restriction in the room there. When my friend and I were investigating, he accidentally touched it. Yang Kai quickly explained, and the expression on his face was also green and green. What about others? Hai Wengu's expression changed. Died, dead, a group of people suddenly horrified. After coming here, everyone has been gone for more than half a day, and they have never encountered any danger. They originally thought that the ancient ruins were extremely safe, but now a person has died inexplicably, which makes them a little uneasy. Why are you all right? Hai Wengu's gleaming eyes closely watched Yang Kai and asked in a deep voice. I'm a little far away, but I seem to be poisoned. Yang Kai coughed lightly, and the green color on his face changed more quickly. Hearing what he said, everyone moved away from him, as if they were afraid that they would also be implicated. Yang Kai secretly observed, his heart is determined. The emaciated man just now exploded a cloud of poisonous mist before he started. I am afraid that he has made a surefire plan. When he is ready to come out, when others ask, he will give the same explanation that Yang Kai said now. Yang Kai just borrowed his method to explain the cause of his death. The room is still filled with poisonous mist, and I am afraid that no one will investigate carefully, and Yang Kai deliberately inhaled a little poisonous mist, which is more and more convincing. There will be restrictions. Hai Wengu pondered in a low voice, and suddenly looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes. Have you ever gained anything? There are only a few jade bottles. Before I left, I quickly brought them out. Yang Kai handed the jade bottles to Hai Wengu as he spoke. Everyone looked disappointed. They found too many jade bottles, but they never found any useful medicine pills in them. Hai Wengu's face was also not very good looking, and he looked at Yang Kai with some distrust. They didn't encounter any restrictions along the way, but they encountered one here, which also means that there is a very likely treasure in that wing, otherwise what would the original owner set a restriction? You didn't hide things privately. Hai Wengu squinted at Yang Kai and asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai's expression was incredulous. I don't have a Chenkin bag, even if I get something, where can I hide it? Hai Wengu's consciousness swept around him, and after confirming that what he said was true, he took the lead slightly. Although the Chenkin bag is an extremely convenient storage treasure, it is not available to everyone in this Tongshuan continent. When he was in the Independent Proud League, the people Yang Kai met were only a few team captains of the Independent Proud League who were qualified to be equipped with Chenkin bags. This time, most of the warriors who went to sea with the 7 alliances did not have it. This storage treasure. Senior, do you not trust me? Yang Kai looked at Hai Wengu coldly. Hai Wengu explained lightly, it's just a routine question, little brother doesn't need to care. Saying this, he no longer paid attention to Yang Kai, but opened the jade bottles reluctantly. Originally, he didn't expect to find anything in these jade bottles, but when he opened the jade bottles, Hai Wengu couldn't help but look stunned, as if he couldn't believe it, and looked carefully into one of the jade bottles. At the same time, everyone smelled a pleasant medicinal fragrance. Hai Wengu was amazed, and poured out all the medicinal pills in the jade bottle. There were about a dozen pills, most of which had become waste, but 2 pills were mixed with them. Different elixir. These 2 medicinal pills have pill patterns on them, and they are full of spiritual energy. It is precisely because of the existence of pill patterns that they have not lost their efficacy and are still well preserved. Lingdan, Hai Wengu exclaimed in shock. The group of people was also very excited, and looked at Hai Wengu's hands with burning eyes, and the color of ecstasy flashed in their eyes. These 2 medicinal pills are not only spiritual pills, but also spirit pills with pill patterns, which are several times more valuable than ordinary pills. Yang Kai stood aside, looking coldly at the expressions of the audience, with a look of indifference. He also checked these jade bottles just now and knew what was inside, but he didn't take it away. For him, these elixir with elixir patterns are of little value, and he can refine them himself. Only the holy elixir with elixir clouds, he is bound to get it. Throwing these jade bottles out, it really succeeded in attracting everyone's attention, making others stop paying attention to him. Hai Wengu's old hands were trembling, and he quickly opened other jade bottles. Sure enough, he lived up to the expectations, and found a few medicinal pills with pill patterns inside. There are spirit level and mysterious level ones, and they are well preserved. There are really good things in that house. Hai Wengu kept nodding and laughing. Their 7 alliances were all small families. They couldn't afford to hire 2 powerful alchemists. Spirit level medicinal pills, now he has a few pills, and he is happier than anything. If you find the jade bottle later, you can't ignore it, there may be some such medicinal pills in it. Hai Wengu said in a deep voice as he put away the harvest. Everyone nodded quickly. They had never considered this aspect before, and it was only now that they remembered the legendary thing like Danwen. Little brother has done a good job. There were also foreign warriors who patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately, applauding. No one mentioned the emaciated man who had died. Everyone met by chance, and they died when they died, and no one would cry for him. Yang Kai kept coughing, his expression was painful, and he said sadly, it's a pity that the friend who went in with me didn't come out. Hai Wengu looked at him, and although he didn't agree with him, he said, don't worry, little brother, after you go back, you will have his share. If you can find out where his friends and relatives are, Hai will definitely take his share. Send a copy, let's not talk about this, come and take this detoxification pill, this is the pill refined by the chief alchemist of my Hai family, it should help your injury. With the harvest, Hai Wengu not only no longer doubted Yang Kai, but also cared, handing a medicinal pill to Yang Kai while talking. Thank you. Yang Kai took it and checked it out a little to make sure that it was a detoxification pill, and that he hadn't been touched by his hands and feet. He threw it into his mouth, sat down with his knees crossed and pretended to be a fortune teller, and said, you guys first. Let's go, I'll come over later. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wachangkong. To vote for recommendation and monthly tickets, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 749 Mysterious Barrier. Although with Yang Kai's current strength, he did not take these people who came to the ancient ruins in his eyes this time. With the Soul Eater insect in his hand, he is not his opponent at all below the Holy Land. But before, because he wanted to use the power of these people to inquire about the situation in the ancient ruins, he had been hiding himself, followed behind them, and acted with them. Now that the situation is almost the same, Yang Kai intends to leave this group of people and act on his own. He was very curious about the source of the Yang attribute energy, and wanted to go over there and find out what was there. And now, is an opportunity. Yang Kai felt that with Hai Wengu's temperament, he should not care about his own life or death. After thinking about it, Hai Wengu shook his head slowly after hearing what he said. This is not good, how can I leave you here alone? It seems that because of Yang Kai's performance just now, he seemed to care about him, with a caring expression on his face. While speaking, he ordered a martial artist from the high family, "Fourth, stay and take care of him, wait for him. Catch up when the injury is stable, eh?" The warrior who was instructed quickly nodded and stood beside Yang Kai in a protective posture. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he could only say, "Then I would like to thank the seniors for their kindness." Hai Wengu nodded lightly. "Well, you heal as soon as possible, and then catch up with the fourth one. We will take a short rest ahead and wait for you." While speaking, lead the others to move on. Yang Kai was helpless and could only pretend to be a fortune teller. The fourth martial artist was also silent, standing not far from Yang Kai, just like a wooden stake. About half an hour later, Yang Kai stood up again. "How is it?" the fourth child asked quickly. "It should be fine. Then let's catch up," the fourth elder said in a deep voice, with a look of urgency on his face. As he rushed forward quickly, following the traces left by Hai Wengu along the road, with just a stick of incense, the two caught up with the big team. But when Yang Kai saw the situation in the team, his expression froze. There were originally about 20 people in the team, but now there are 6 or 7 people missing, and the faces of the remaining people also have a color of lingering fear. During the period of time they were pretending to be healed, they obviously encountered some kind of danger, and the 6 or 7 people who disappeared can know how they will end up. This ancient ruin is really not a safe place. A group of people were resting, and seeing Yang Kai and the fourth martial artist returning to the team, Hai Wengu just nodded lightly. His face was ugly, and he didn't say much. "What happened just now?" The fourth child walked over to a high family martial artist and asked softly. The other party still had a terrified look on his face, and explained softly, "There seem to be many inexplicable restrictions here, and one of them was accidentally triggered, and several people died." The fourth child changed color suddenly, and did not dare to ask any more questions. While speaking, a sharp, long howl suddenly came from a distance. Hai Wengu, who was sitting on the spot, opened his eyes quickly, looked in that direction suspiciously, and whispered softly, "People from the Cheng family." Saying this, he hurriedly stood up and waved. "Everyone, please come with me, there seems to be some movement over there." About 5 miles away from the resting place of Hai Wengu and others, a large group of people gathered here, all the warriors who came after hearing the whistling from here. Under the leadership of the powerhouses of the 7 alliances, these warriors entered here in waves. After coming here, looking at the scene ahead, everyone was shocked and excited. In front of that, there is a huge transparent light sphere, which is exuding shocking energy fluctuations. I don't know what kind of material this transparent light sphere is made of, but it is inferred from the energy fluctuations it emits. Not a low treasure. And it's intact, but at this moment, there is an invisible barrier in front of everyone, blocking everyone's way, so that any warrior who wants to get close to the ball of light can only stay away and be greedy. One after another martial artist went to try, but they were all pushed out by a gentle force, and they couldn't get close to the 50-foot radius of the light ball. When Hai Wengu led Yang Kai and others here, the scene was lively, with at least dozens of people gathered. Looking at the ball of light, Yang Kai was also moved, and secretly paid attention. There was a familiar aura in the crowd, and Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes following that aura. Over there, Her Highness the Holy Maiden of the 9 Heavens Holy Land was pursing her lips and smiling at herself, with a strange expression on her face. Yang Kai looked away and pretended not to see it. This woman seems to have some ability, and she has been clean and light on this journey. And those beautiful eyes were filled with excitement and she looked very happy. It seemed that this underwater adventure allowed her to enjoy the excitement and pleasure she had never thought of before. Silly girl, Yang Kaifu talked endlessly. Brother Cheng, what's the matter? Hai Wengu stepped forward and asked an old man of 2 extraordinary levels. The whistling sound just now came from this person. The 7 alliances have been rooted in the nearby islands for a long time, and they all have special ways of contacting each other, so as soon as he heard each other's whistle, Hai Wengu knew that he was calling for help. There were a lot of people who had the same question as Hai Wengu, and the transcendent realms gathered next to the old man surnamed Cheng, asking in a deep voice. Wait until everyone is ready, and then I'll explain to you. The old man surnamed Cheng said. The crowd stopped asking questions and waited quietly. As time went on, teams continued to join in, apparently all of them exploring the nearby treasure hunt. The number of people is increasing, and more than 100 people have gathered here. After waiting for a while, after seeing that no one came, the old man surnamed Cheng said, That's it, probably no one came. Brother Cheng, can you explain what it means to call me to wait here? Of course it's for the secret treasure. The old man surnamed Cheng smiled slightly and pointed to the ball of light not far away. This secret treasure is unpredictable, and I don't know what it is, but when we found it here, but was blocked by an invisible barrier, which you must have seen clearly just now. The strength of my Cheng family team alone cannot break the barrier, so I would like to urge you to make concerted efforts to break through this difficulty. Hai Wengu's brows wrinkled. He smiled. Brother Cheng, there is no problem with working together, but there is only one secret treasure. If the barrier in front of you is broken, who will the secret treasure finally belong to? Everything is easy to discuss. The old man surnamed Cheng didn't answer directly, and Duer pointed to the back of the light ball and said, there is a palace behind the secret treasure. If I expected it right, there should be this ancient sect that is very important. Otherwise, I wouldn't use such a secret treasure to protect it. As long as I break through the barrier in front of me and enter the inside, are you afraid that you won't find good things inside? Maybe there are more and more inside. Good treasure. This is just your conjecture after all. Hai Wengu frowned. But it's worth a try. Some people agree with the old man surnamed Cheng. Many powerhouses hurriedly discussed it, and after a while, they reached a consensus. Although Hai Wengu had raised doubts before, it was undeniable that the secret treasure in front of him was very attractive to him. After reaching a consensus, everyone quickly started to make arrangements. Each of them in the transcendent realm brought a team of varying numbers, ranging from 10 to 20. Hai Wengu returned to Yang Kai and the others and said the decision just now. Everyone, we need to contribute our own strength to see if we can break the barrier in front of us. If we can break it, we can not only harvest the mysterious treasure, but also search in the back hall. There are many benefits. You have to give your best. Old Hai, don't worry, we will do our best to live up to our trust. Someone immediately shouted excitedly. Hai Wengu nodded in satisfaction. After a while, everything was in order. More than 100 people were all standing not far from the invisible barrier, holding their breaths and preparing secretly. The old man surnamed Cheng stepped forward and said loudly, I'll ask you all to follow my orders later. The defense of this layer of barrier is a little weird. It seems that you must use the greatest strength to break it open in an instant, otherwise no matter how you attack it, it's also unharmed. Everyone nodded. The old man surnamed Cheng swept around and slowly raised a hand with a solemn expression. Everyone present gathered his true essence and was ready to take action at any time. Suddenly, the big hand of the old man surnamed Cheng slammed down. The moment he waved his hand, the power of colorful martial arts and secret treasures exploded, and they all hit the front. Boom boom. The ruins seemed to be shaking. Although the number of these warriors present is not large, there are only less than 10, and the rest are all warriors above the 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, but the number is quite large, staggering. Countless energy bombarded the invisible barrier, and layers of ripples visible to the naked eye spread in midair, as if hundreds of stones were dropped on the calm lake, and a halo swayed in circles. The invisible barrier seems to be extremely elastic. It was hit by these attacks and dented inward a lot, but it was not damaged. After everything was calm, everyone's faces were ugly. The attack just now still failed to break the barrier in front of him. The old man surnamed Cheng clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention, and then he shouted loudly, once again, everyone please don't leave your hands, it's good for everyone to break this barrier early, and everyone doesn't want to waste time here. Bar. He can also see that although the attack just now was powerful, most people did not use their full strength, which undoubtedly underestimated the defense strength of this barrier. Listening to what he said, those warriors who had spare strength just now did not dare to have any luck again, and only waited for the next shot to use their full strength. After some preparations, the old man surnamed Cheng raised a hand again, and his eyes swept majestically around, but all the people he was staring at all condensed all the true essence. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchangkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is the biggest driving force for Hong. Chapter 750 The Court of God's War. After waiting and watching for a while, so that everyone had enough time to prepare, the old man surnamed Cheng waved his big hand again. The sound of chirp and chi-chi was incessant, and the countless violent energy rushed towards the invisible barrier. In order to break the barrier as soon as possible, they entered the palace behind to search for exploration. This time, everyone did not hide their clumsiness, even Yang Kai also used a little real skill. If this invisible barrier is in good condition, with the level of cultivation of this group of people, even if they work hard for decades, they will probably not be able to break it. ... But this ancient ruin has existed for too long, and all the restrictions have been greatly reduced, and the same is true of the barrier in front of it. The second wave of dense attacks bombarded you, and the barrier was sunk a lot inward, but this time it seemed to have reached the limit it could withstand. Click, many small cracks appeared strangely in the air, and soon, those cracks spread around, and more cracks appeared in the eyes of everyone. The crowd exclaimed and watched closely, their eyes filled with anticipation. With a crisp sound, like a mirror being shattered, the invisible barrier suddenly broke open. At the moment when the barrier was smashed, all the warriors at the scene seemed to be well prepared, and without waiting for the orders of the supernatural powerhouses, they all displayed their own movement skills and rushed forward. The same is true for the transcendent realm of the team leaders. The powerhouses of the 7 alliances all stared at the ball of light greedily. Before anyone arrived, they stretched out their big hands and probed for it, wanting to take it into their pockets. Among the people who had just worked together and cooperated, a torrent of open and secret fighting suddenly erupted. True Yuan is ups and downs, you push me, lest you fall behind others. Yang Kai didn't move, he just watched the changes with a cold eye and vigilance, and the Saintess of 9 Heavens Holy Land didn't move. In addition, there were many suspicious warriors who also stood there. They feel that their strength is not enough, and they may not be able to grab the mysterious treasure if they rush over, and they instinctively feel that there may be danger ahead. Naturally, he did not dare to act rashly. Just wait for others to rush over to check the situation first. Sure enough, before those people approached the glowing ball, a pure white halo suddenly spread out with the ball as the center, and the halo carried a mysterious energy fluctuation as fast as lightning. The warriors who were rushing forward saw this scene. Their faces changed greatly, and they were caught off guard by the halo because they were prepared. No one reacted, and when they saw the halo, they were enveloped by the white halo. In an instant, these people's movements became stiff, and they fell to the ground like a gourd. Not even a single bit of resistance. Yang Kai's color suddenly changed, and he quickly retreated without thinking about it. At the moment when the halo swept across the warriors in front, Yang Kai felt that the energy of different strengths in these warriors was stripped out and absorbed into the ball of light. But even at Yang Kai's current speed, he couldn't escape the halo's pursuit. He had just retreated not far, and the halo had already enveloped him. Soul vibrated. The sea of AAAA knowledge is rolling. Yang Kai only felt the ground shaking in front of him, and the soul had the illusion that it was about to be stripped away. Don't be lazy. He quickly stabilized his body, held his breath and condensed his voice to stabilize the vibration of his soul. In his busy schedule, he turned his head and looked around, and was surprised to find that the warriors who had been vigilant and never stepped forward to snatch the secret treasure were not spared, just like Hai Wengu and the others fell to the ground. Even the Saintess of the 9 Heavens Holy Land were like that. However, she seemed to persist for a while. Before falling down, she glanced at Yang Kai who was standing there, her red lips squirming a few times, and she didn't know what to say. Yang Kai estimated that she was asking for help from him. How can I have the time to pay attention to her? Yang Kai is now unable to protect himself, and is covered by the inexplicable halo. Yang Kai feels that his soul is captured by an invisible big hand, and he is about to pull it out of his sea of AA consciousness. Shaking in his heart, Yang Kai didn't know that there was a me-like mystery in it, and his mind quickly immersed in the sea of AAAA knowledge. The demon eye of destruction opened instantly, but even so, he could not avoid bad luck. After only holding on for less than 10 breaths, Yang Kai's eyes flashed before his eyes, and his soul escaped from the sea of AAAA knowledge and entered a vast expanse of white. One figure after another appeared in front of him. Everyone's face was full of fear and anxiety, and they looked around in shock, but they couldn't understand the situation. All of these people are manifestations of spiritual bodies. It is the warriors who gathered together before. There are quite a few, and hundreds of people are all here. Hey! A shout came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head vigilantly, and found that the Saintess of 9 Heavens Holy Land was hiding in a corner that no one cared about and waving at him. Yang Kai frowned, and under her repeated urging, he walked towards her. She is also a spirit body now, which seems to be empty and real. After there is no means to change her appearance, she shows her original appearance. Do you know that this is me? The Holy Maiden of the 9 Heavens Holy Land asked quietly while looking around. How would I know? Yang Kai frowned, although he had some guesses in his heart, he was not sure. I think you have resisted for longer than anyone else. Your true strength is not only the 7th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, right? The saintly frowned, looked up and down Yang Kai, and suddenly there was a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Hey, what about your divine soul? Getting closer to Yang Kai, she felt a scorching aura emanating from Yang Kai. Yang Kai gave her a cold look. The saint pursed her lips and smiled. Don't worry, I won't talk nonsense, you have practiced the soul skill of meta-diaresis a copyright, right? That's right. Yang Kai nodded slightly and didn't explain much. On weekdays, he could hide the secret that he possessed the fire of divine consciousness, even if he was fighting with divine consciousness, as long as he did not use the power of divine consciousness fire to deceive others, but the spirit body of the soul escapes from the sea of AA consciousness and there will inevitably be some burning signs in the spirit body of the spirit. While speaking, he squinted at the saint in front of him, surprised. There is a mysterious power in the body of this saint, blocking Yang Kai's prying eyes, so Yang Kai didn't know what she was me. But at this moment, only the spirit body is here, and the saint's cultivation base can be seen at a glance. Extraordinary level, she is not much older than herself, but with such a level, this Nine Heavens Holy Land is really amazing. I think it's better for us to take care of each other, what do you think? The holy maiden suddenly suggested that she thought there should be no problem with so many people going to sea together. Unexpectedly, she realized that there was a danger she could not resist in the ancient ruins. Now that the spirit body is being pulled here again, the saintess naturally wants to find a helper and take care of each other. I'm not burdened. Yang Kai looked at her and slowly shook his head. The saint pouted and said, you are such a stinky man. You have never seen my methods, how do you know that I am your burden? Maybe, you are still my burden, it is really dangerous to you, who will take care of anyone. Hard to say. Then let me see your methods. Yang Kai smiled slightly, his expression indifferent, when I see it, I will consider whether to cooperate with you. The pretty face of the saint became a lot colder, she snorted, and she didn't want to talk to Yang Kai anymore. Growing up, although she had very few men of the same generation as A Chu, she never thought that there would be such a stinky and arrogant person like Yang Kai in the world. HCA Ying, he is the most powerful person in the world, and the others are insignificant. This guy is so annoying. While the two were talking, the 7 alliances and the warriors they had summoned were also whispering to discuss the current situation. Look up there. Suddenly, an exclamation came out, and everyone looked up when they heard it. I saw that in the white void, there were a few large golden characters, very dazzling. The Court of War. 4 large characters, each stroke is vigorous and powerful, revealing an indescribable charm, and these handwritings are not written in a normal way, but are depicted on it with the power of spiritual consciousness. Even after countless years, the strong majesty revealed from those 4 big characters has not been wiped out, making everyone tremble with fear. After only one glance, they quickly looked away. The Court of God's War. Is it a place that can be understood as the battle of God's consciousness? So, the ball of light is a treasure of the soul. The spirit body I was waiting for was forcibly pulled here, so that we could fight. Everyone chatted, and they quickly sorted out some clues, which was almost the same as Yang Kai Zhang's guess. Hai Wengu waved his hand, signaled everyone to be calm, and shouted loudly, if this is really the inside of the secret treasure, and my spirit body is forcibly pulled here, then if we want to go out, we must find it first. Just exit, everyone, don't be idle, look around to see if there is a hidden mystery here. Hearing what he said, everyone quickly split up and acted. This white and empty space seems to be huge and vast, but when everyone takes action, it is discovered that the space here is extremely strange. No matter how people go, they can't get away from the range of a few miles, and they have been circulating around here. I searched and searched for a long time, but no one found any suspicious traces of me, so I couldn't help being a little disheartened. The transcendence of the 7 alliances are also looking for them, and the power of divine consciousness beyond everyone is always on display, but no matter how hard they work, this white space is like a forbidden room with no dead ends, where everyone is imprisoned. Here, they block their way. Have you found it yet? The saintess of the 9 Heavens Holy Land suddenly came to Yang Kai's side again, asking as if nothing happened. It seemed that she had thrown him out of the sky because of the unpleasantness with Yang Kai before. Peak of Martial Arts. Chapter 751. In the white world, everyone was like a headless flies, and the saintess of the 9 Heavens Holy Land came to Yang Kai again to ask. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, looked at her, and suddenly chuckled. What are you laughing at? The saint frowned. I found that you were really a bit hateful. Then you came to talk to me. I don't know the people here, and in case they recognize me as a saint. Since she came here, she has been hiding and didn't dare to hang around in front of people. Those who had received her on the side of the island before, will surely remember her appearance. The saint has always been a symbol of nobility and purity. If this matter spreads out today, it will not only hinder the reputation of the saint, I am afraid that even the majesty of the 9 heavens holy land will be damaged. So she is very afraid that someone will recognize her, even if she doesn't like Yang Kai, she can only consult with him. We probably won't be able to get out. Yang Kai continued to shake his head and sighed slightly. Isn't it? The holy maiden's face turned pale. Are we going to be trapped here for the rest of our lives? It's very possible. Yang Kai nodded sternly. Don't scare me, I haven't found the holy master yet. The holy maiden really panicked, and through these few contacts, Yang Kai could see that this silly girl's mind is relatively simple, and she doesn't understand the sinister heart. It must have something to do with her position. Unlike Yang Kai, who went out at a very young age and was used to seeing strong winds and waves, he could deal with everything indifferently and would not be surprised. I heard that the holy masters of your 9 heavens holy land all rely on the saintess to go out to find them. Do you have any special methods to select that person to be the holy master? Yang Kai suddenly became curious and asked. Why are you asking this? I naturally have my own way. The holy maiden couldn't help but be a little wary. This is something that the holy maiden of our 9 heavens holy land can do, and I won't tell you if you ask. It's just curiosity. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. If you don't talk about it, forget it. The holy maiden fell silent, as if afraid that Yang Kai would continue to inquire about the secrets of the holy land, and quietly kept away from him. As time passed, more than 100 warriors were constantly searching, but unfortunately they found nothing. Gradually, anxiety, panic and unease, all kinds of emotions spread in this white space, and those warriors whispered something while searching. The powerhouses of the 7 alliances also looked ugly. They also realized the seriousness of the problem. The ball of light forcibly pulled everyone's soul into this inexplicable space, and if there is no way out, then you can only wait here to die. The strength of the people present is above the 7th level of the immortal ascension boundary. The spirit has left the body, and the body is still outside. Although there will be nothing wrong in a short time, if the time is too long, the body will definitely die. When the physical body dies, their souls will also become rootless trees in water without a source. If they cannot find a suitable physical body, they will soon disappear. The panic of death spread, and the atmosphere in the crowd gradually became subtle. Yang Kai watched with a cold eye, secretly feeling that something bad might happen later. He has been quietly wandering around the crowd, secretly vigilant. The saintess of the 9 heavens holy land was also very strange, as if she had recognized Yang Kai. He followed wherever he went, keeping a short distance. Yang Kai also ignored her meaning and let her follow behind him. I don't know how long it took. Everyone gave up looking for a way out, because there was no way out at all. Everyone stayed where they were and rested, their faces extremely gloomy. Suddenly, some quarrels came from one direction. It seemed that the 2 warriors had a quarrel, and they did not give in to each other. The more they quarreled, the more fierce they became. It ignited the irritability of many people at once. Old guy, if you didn't insist on breaking the invisible barrier, I wouldn't be in the field like today. Now everyone is trapped here, what do you want to do? Someone suddenly rushed to Cheng Cheng. The old man shouted. With his shouts, martial artists continued to join the ranks of condemnation. It seemed that everyone felt that the reason for this great disaster was all because of the old man surnamed Cheng. Even many people from the 7 alliances were looking at him with unhappy expressions. The old man surnamed Cheng had a gloomy face, and he sneered a few times. Everyone, this is not right, although I called everyone here, but before the barrier is broken, no one objected to stop it. Don't you also want to enter there? Are you thinking of exploring treasure hunts in the palace at the back? Why is it that you have put the blame on someone, Cheng? No matter what, you are indeed the one who brought everyone to this point. If you can't find a way out, just wait to die. Yes, your Cheng family must be responsible for finding a way out, otherwise you will look good. The 7 alliances are all responsible. Left and right are death, and I won't make you feel better before I die. Everyone seemed to be filled with righteous indignation and hatred for the enemy, and they shouted in a loud voice, as if the 7 alliances were not responsible, they would be desperate. Seeing that all the misfortunes and waters were brought to him, Hai Wengu's face also became sullen. Before coming, did the old man say that there are risks in the places of interest, and life and death are safe? You all know that this trip will be risky, still lured by profit. My 7 alliances have no obligation to protect your safety. Are you dead or alive, and what do you have to do with me? These words completely stabbed the basket, and everyone's mood was not very good. Hai Wengu's words to clear the relationship suddenly made the atmosphere even more tense. The old man surnamed Cheng smiled wickedly, looked at a warrior who had ranted to him before, and said coldly, "If you want me to die, you don't have the ability." While speaking, a sharp power of spiritual consciousness suddenly burst out from his spiritual body, like a snake with fangs, swallowing the core of the snake, and crashing into the warrior's body. A scream came out, the warrior didn't even have room to fight back, and the spirit body was directly scattered. His strength is only the 8th level of the immortal ascension boundary. Under the means of the extraordinary first-level realm of the old man surnamed Cheng, how can there be any reason to survive? There was no sound, and the riots of the crowd suddenly fell silent, looking at the place where the warrior disappeared with trembling eyes. They didn't expect that the old man surnamed Cheng would actually take action when he said it, and he killed a person without any warning. But soon, the expressions of the few people around the dead warrior became strange, and there was a trace of relief on their faces, as if they had been greatly nourished, and even their spiritual bodies became thicker. Hai Wengu raised his brows and looked over there in astonishment. At the same time, all the transcendent realms present found something that surprised them. The spirit body of the dead warrior turned into energy, which was absorbed by several warriors near him, a little bigger. Yang Kai also saw this scene, an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and whispered, "This is fun." "What's wrong?" the holy maiden of 9 heavens holy land asked nervously. She just followed behind Yang Kai and didn't see much, and Yang Kai suddenly said this sentence, which made her feel a little inexplicable. "The people here are probably going to die a lot." Yang Kai sneered. While the two of them were talking, the expressions of the supernatural realms of the 7 alliances changed endlessly. They looked at each other and saw each other's heartbeat. It is more difficult for ordinary people to cultivate the power of the soul than to cultivate the power of the physical body. If there is no good spiritual practice, then they can only take medicinal pills that nourish the soul, and they have to take it for many years to see the effect. But in this weird space, there seems to be an inexplicable law: any dead spirit body can be absorbed and swallowed by others. This is a huge temptation for anyone. However, this situation is also accompanied by risks. Other people's spiritual bodies collapse and die. Those energies carry all the memories and past experiences of this life. If you absorb and swallow too much, your own Xinxing is likely to be affected, becomes not even clear who he is. When the time comes, his mind will be confused, and he will be either mad or insane. Yang Kai devoured and absorbed the energy of other people's souls, and he used the world-exterminating demon eye to purify those impurities first, leaving only pure energy before he dared to do so. If not, he would not have been himself. Although the benefits obtained in this way are small, it can avoid future troubles, and the enemy's understanding of the heavenly Tao and martial Tao can be completely preserved. This is what Yang Kai needs most. But the people present obviously didn't think about it that much. There has never been a martial artist that can directly swallow and absorb other people's soul power to strengthen themselves. Even if there is, it is a very rare and precious existence. After seeing the benefits of those around the dead warriors, the powerhouses of the 7 alliances were inevitably tempted. They looked at each other and laughed. One after another, the power of divine consciousness that belongs to the transcendent realm suddenly erupted without warning. Here, they have no physical body and no secret treasures that can be used, but the only thing that can be used is the spiritual skills that they cultivate themselves. Various forms of divine soul skills attack the crowd. Before the foreign warriors could react, more than a dozen people were killed, and the divine soul spirit body was intercepted. The strong men of the 7 alliances rushed out one after another, came to the positions where the warriors died, and madly devoured the soul power left behind by them after their deaths. Whether it was the old man surnamed Cheng or Hai Wengu, the old faces were full of excitement and excitement. At this moment, they felt that they had become stronger, and swallowing a person's soul energy was worth their hardships for a year or two. They didn't take the lives of these foreign warriors seriously, and they wished they all died, so that the treasures obtained in the ancient ruins would not have to be shared with outsiders. Now that there are such temptations and good conditions, it is natural to start killing people without mercy. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wachangkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 752. In the white world, the temptation and ready-made conditions in front of them drew the dark side of the hearts of the 7 alliance powerhouses out. They started killing without a word, and a dozen people died in an instant. After feeling the benefits they had received, the expressions of these people became even more impetuous. Those foreign warriors were silent for a moment, and finally reacted, and someone shouted, "I saw that you are uneasy and kind, brothers, fight with them." In an instant, the spirit bodies of more than 100 people were divided into two camps, the 7 alliances on the one hand, and the foreign warriors on the other. There is no secret treasure, no martial arts, and no physical body. The only thing everyone can rely on is their own spiritual strength and spiritual skills. The warriors of the two camps collided together, and the spiritual bodies of the gods were constantly scattered, turning into waves of energy, which were absorbed and accepted by the nearby warriors. After devouring the soul energy of others, these warriors also became emotional and murderous, and it seemed that everyone wanted to dominate the benefits here and kill everyone else. After all, the warriors of the 7 alliances are stronger. Each family has 1 or 2 transcendent realms here, and they can kill an alien warrior with almost one blow. But among those outsiders, there are also several transcendent realm existences. These people, together with their helpers, can more or less be able to support them for a period of time, which has also brought a lot of damage to the 7 alliances. Everyone was killed with red eyes, and people kept screaming and disappearing. The cruel and crazy scene made the holy girl of the 9 heavens holy land almost unacceptable. She looked at the melee over there with trembling body, and didn't even notice that someone was approaching her. Yang Kai frowned, wanting to see what the woman could do, but didn't help, but just watched from the sidelines. When she felt the crisis approaching, the saint woke up like a dream, and a destructive force burst out from the seemingly delicate spirit body, destroying the spirit and soul of the warrior who approached her. Seeing the soul energy left behind after the warrior's death lingering beside her, Saint Maiden frowned slightly. Instead of swallowing and absorbing like others, she took the initiative to stay away, with a look of disgust on her pretty face. Yang Kai nodded secretly, feeling that this woman still has some ability, and her eyesight is not bad, knowing that the benefits obtained in this way are endless. It seems that she felt that Yang Kai was observing her, and the saintess secretly glanced at Yang Kai, with a vigilant look in her beautiful eyes. She didn't know if Yang Kai would be like everyone else, suddenly attacking the people around her. If that was the case, she felt that she had no power to resist. From Yang Kai, she felt a faint pressure, especially the scorching aura, which made her extremely jealous. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to her, but continued to look at the melee over there with interest, his expression indifferent. The battle presented a one-sided situation at the moment. The foreign warriors were originally scattered sand. Under the attack of the 7 alliance powerhouses, they had to join forces to fight back. Although some results were achieved at the beginning, in the face of the absolute strength gap, they were quickly defeated. After those transcendent realms were killed, the remaining Immortal Ascension Realm warriors couldn't make any waves at all. Allowing them to scream and beg for mercy, the powerhouses of the 7 alliances also turned a blind eye, and smirked to disperse their spiritual bodies, and then benefited from them. Gradually, there were less than a dozen or so more than 100 people left, and these dozen or so people were all supernatural powerhouses from the 7 alliances. It seems that it was because of too much energy that devoured other people's souls. At this moment, the malpractice finally broke out. Each of them seemed a little frantic and mad, and there was a chaotic and evil atmosphere in the souls of the souls. After ignoring each other for a moment, these dozen people fought again. What should I do? What should I do? Yang Kai was watching, and the saintess of the 9 heavens holy land came to him for the 3rd time, looking anxious and helpless, which made Yang Kai amused. What should I do? Yang Kai asked knowingly. What if they attack us? The saintess was terrified. Although she has a supernatural first-level cultivation, there are still so many people left in the 7 alliances. Once they come here, she can't resist it. So even if he was a little jealous of Yang Kai, at this moment he had to find a way to tie himself and him together. You are you, I am me. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it slowly, keenly aware of her intentions. Aren't you afraid that you will die here? It's a blessing or a disaster. It's a disaster that can't be avoided, and I'm afraid it will be useful. Yang Kai chuckled. His indifferent look made the saintess look surprised, and while speaking, looked at her up and down. What do you want to do? The saint immediately became alert, and the maliciousness in Yang Kai's eyes made her a little goosebumps, and quickly said, Don't forget, I rescued you before, you should repay your gratitude. Quote. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry, I didn't want to do anything to you, don't be so nervous. The holy maiden obviously did not trust him. Her beautiful eyes were round, staring at Yang Kai's eyes, as if she wanted to look directly into Yang Kai's heart, and after a while, her expression relaxed. She could feel that Yang Kai didn't really have any ill will towards her, but this person must be playing some kind of crazy idea, which made her a little uneasy. She regretted that she would die. If she had known that this time was so dangerous, she would never have run to the bottom of the sea, and she even used some tricks to shake off the two powerhouses in the Holy Land. It was like digging her own grave. The Holy Maiden wanted to cry without tears. Yongkai has ignored her and continued to pay attention to the battle over there. The more than a dozen powerhouses of the 7 alliances know each other well, and the battles are quite hot. Moreover, they are affected by the energy of the soul that has been swallowed up. These dozen people are no longer afraid of life and death, win or lose. More than a dozen people, almost dead, and only 2 people are still breathing. Hai Wengu of the Hai family, and the old man named Cheng who called everyone here before, both of them have the cultivation of the extraordinary 2-layer realm. In such a battle, they undoubtedly have an advantage in strength. However, after so much exhaustion, their spiritual bodies seemed a little weak. After fighting for a while, they all sat down cross-legged and began to adjust their breath. Seeing this scene, the Saintess of Juya Holy Land immediately encouraged Yongkai, wanting him and himself to take the opportunity to sneak attack and kill these 2 old guys. Yongkai kept shaking his head, indicating that he was very timid and lacked the strength, which made the saintly face twisted with anger. From the beginning to the end, Yongkai didn't show any signs of fear. When watching those people scuffle, he even seemed to comment with relish. Such performance is either absolute confidence or ignorance. No matter how the saint looked at him, he was not one of the latter. I didn't expect him to give up such a great opportunity for sneak attack. Let her go up and attack alone, she has no certainty of victory, and can only hesitate in place, hesitating. For Yongkai, it is not difficult to kill Hai Wengu and the old man surnamed Cheng, and it can even be said that it will be very easy, but he does not want to expose his strength in front of outsiders. But this Saintess of the 9 Heavens Holy Land had given her a helping hand before, although that was not what Yongkai needed. But if he really wanted him to kill this woman, Yongkai really couldn't do it. He is also not a vicious person who will kill without giving a reason. Yongkai has some headaches now, it would be great if he could make her faint now. While thinking about it, Hai Wengu and the old man surnamed Cheng seemed to have finally discovered that there are still 2 outsiders here. Yongkai and the Saintess had been avoiding the distance before, and did not participate in the melee, and even more silent, cleverly escaped the previous chaos, and now that the number of people has decreased, they can't hide even if they want to hide. Hai Wengu and the old man surnamed Cheng looked at each other and suddenly both laughed wickedly. Brother Cheng, solve that side first, how about you and I divide the outcome? Hai Wengu seemed to have some sense and suggested. The old man surnamed Cheng frowned and pondered for a while before nodding slightly, with a grim look on his face, just in time to replenish the energy of the soul. Saying this, the 2 stood up at the same time, looked at this side with unfriendly eyes, and were not in a hurry, they just walked towards this side step by step, with expressions of victory in hand. Not far away, the 2 glanced at Yongkai and the Saintess, and their expressions were stunned. They stared blankly at the Saintess of the 9 Heavens Holy Land, as if they couldn't believe it. You, Hai Wanli pointed at the woman and frowned, aren't you Her Highness the Holy Maiden? The old man surnamed Cheng also looked like he had seen a ghost, and was completely dumbfounded. The murderous intentions and bad intentions of the 2 disappeared when they recognized the Holy Maiden of the 9 Heavens Holy Land. It's me, the saint nodded slightly. Why are you here? Hai Wengu asked with a frown, as if he had remembered something, and said in astonishment, did you come down with my 7 alliances? Yes, I just wanted to come down and look at the scenery, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen. The Saintess's face was calm and she coped with ease. Then this is. Hai Wengu looked at Yongkai suspiciously. The Saintess's expression hesitated, and she quickly replied, it's my squire. Yongkai's expression flashed, and he glanced at the woman in amazement. She replied that she wanted to take care of herself, and she wanted to stand on the same front as herself. As a servant of the saint, it must be a person from the 9 Heavens Holy Land. With such an identity, it is estimated that Hai Wengu and the old man surnamed Cheng will be afraid. Sure enough, hearing the Saintess say this, the expressions of the 2 old guys became weird, and they seemed to be struggling and hesitating to please. The expression of their mood is intuitively reflected in the energy fluctuations from their spiritual bodies. The fluctuations are fluctuating, sometimes stable, and sometimes dangerous. Obviously, their hearts are not as respectful as they appear on the surface, and they are playing bad words. Abacus. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchengkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 753. Aware of their malice towards him, The holy girl's face in the nine heavens holy land changed slightly, she suddenly raised her hand, and a subtle power burst out from her spirit body. That power was quite surprising, without the slightest murderous intent or malicious intent, but when this energy appeared, it was like raindrops falling from the sky, and the fluorescent light glittered like raindrops, covering Yongkai, Hai Wengu, and the old man surnamed Cheng, infiltrating them. Disappeared in the spirit body of the soul. All three frowned, not knowing what the holy maiden was doing. But it's strange to say that, after being swayed by her like this, Yongkai suddenly felt that he was much calmer, and there was a feeling of comfort in his body from the inside out. Wandering around, he lost interest in everything in front of him. With a shudder in his heart, he quickly gathered his energy to get rid of the laziness in his mind. He looked at Hai Wengu and the old man surnamed Cheng, and was surprised to find that the irritable fluctuations in the spirit bodies of these two old guys seemed to be smoothed out. In the same way, it is no longer as violent as before, and everyone has become a lot more sober. The Holy Maiden's divine soul skill seems to have the effect of helping people to purify their hearts. Hai Wengu and the old man surnamed Cheng looked at each other, and both frowned and pondered for a while before Hai Wengu said, "Your Highness saw what happened just now, right?" The saint's pretty face changed, and she forced a smile. "Yes, but don't worry, I won't talk nonsense. I also don't want others to know that I have been here. What we need most now is to quickly find a way out and leave this place, what do you think?" Quote. Both Hai Wengu and the old man surnamed Cheng were silent, their brows were gloomy, and they seemed to be thinking about something. The holy maiden was a little uneasy. Although she used her special spirit skills to help Hai Wengu and the old man surnamed Cheng temporarily stabilize their minds, these two are not very good by nature. Can't control their thoughts and actions. He quickly turned his eyes to Yongkai for help, but Yongkai pretended not to see it. The holy maiden could not help gnashing her teeth in hatred. After a while, Hai Wengu suddenly said, "Brother Cheng, what do you think?" The old man surnamed Cheng took a deep breath and said solemnly, "This is the end of the matter, either don't do it, or do it absolutely." Hai Wengu smiled grimly. "As expected, it's Brother Cheng, and I thought of going with someone from Hai." Saying this, he glanced at the saintly and snorted coldly, "What about the saint? Here, no one will care about your status, and no one will know if you die here." The saint finally changed her face, knowing that these two old guys were going to kill people in order to keep the secret this time. So many foreign warriors have died, and the 7 alliances have also suffered a lot. If the truth of the matter is spread, it will cause great damage to the Hai and Cheng families. And it is indeed a perfect place to kill people. While speaking, the two souls fluctuated once again, revealing a violent and evil aura, and without a word, two pure and dangerous divine consciousness attacks suddenly attacked Yongkai. Yongkai's strength seems to be relatively low, so Hai Wengu and the old man surnamed Cheng naturally have to deal with him first, and then find a way to deal with the holy maiden of the 9 heavens holy land. Yongkai's expression turned cold, and at the moment when the two attacks reached his body, he suddenly avoided them. Both Hai Wengu and the old man surnamed Cheng looked surprised. "I'll help you to restrain one, you should be able to win one-on-one, right?" Yongkai said to the holy girl of the 9 heavens holy land, and then pointed his finger at Hai Wengu with a contemptuous smile. "You old fellow, come with me. Boy doesn't know how to live or die." Hai Wengu snorted coldly. As expected, he was easily angered by Yongkai, and hurriedly chased after Yongkai and left. In normal times, Hai Wengu wouldn't be so obedient, but at this moment, both he and the old man surnamed Cheng have devoured too many other people's soul energy, and his sanity is a little unclear. It can be said that most of their actions are driven by instinct. Yongkai was so excited, he naturally caught up. "Hey!" The saint was in a hurry, and was about to explain something to Yongkai, when she saw the old man Cheng savagely attacking her. Her pretty face changed, and she hurriedly used the spirit ability to defend. Yongkai had already led Hai Wengu to run far away, and he did not fight with him, but was constantly avoiding his divine sense attack, taking the opportunity to observe the situation on the 9 heavens holy land saintess's side. He originally planned to let the saintess kill Hai Wengu and the others, so that he would not have to reveal the secrets of his strength and the fire of divine consciousness in front of this woman. And he also felt that with the background of the saint, he should have this ability. Although her cultivation level is a small level lower than that of Hai Wengu and the old man surnamed Cheng, the 9 heavens holy land and the 7 clan alliance are not the same level of power. Judging from the divine soul skill that this woman showed just now, she does have this ability. But after watching for a while, Yongkai realized that something was wrong. Under the fierce pursuit of the old man surnamed Cheng, the woman only knew how to avoid and defend, but she had no intention of fighting back. Judging from her demeanor and actions, she was fully equipped with the conditions and opportunities to fight back, but she didn't grasp it well at all. It's not that she didn't grasp it, but she didn't seem to have the will to fight the old man surnamed Cheng. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai was annoyed when he saw it, and couldn't help shouting over there, "Fight back, why are you always running?" The holy maiden wanted to cry but had no tears, and just uttered a word when the old man surnamed Cheng's killer move attacked again, so he could only hurriedly avoid it. "Boy, why don't you worry about yourself?" Hai Wengu chased after Yang Kai, never leaving, Jia with a strange smile. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly, his body swayed, he changed his direction, and rushed towards the holy maiden. After a short while, he caught up with her and asked anxiously, "What's the matter with you? Why don't you fight back?" The saintess gritted her teeth and said, "You are asking knowingly." Why did I ask the question knowingly? Yang Kai was at a loss. I am the holy maiden of the 9 heavens holy land. I know, what's wrong with this? Yang Kai suddenly found that the woman's words were a little clueless. You don't know what saintess can't do. During the attack, the woman glanced at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Where did you come from as a poor boy? Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, the saintly girl had a surprised look in her beautiful eyes. The saintess of the 9 heavens holy land, never killed anyone during her lifetime. Who made it? Yang Kai's face darkened, and he found that his wishful thinking seemed to be a sign of failure. It's been like this since ancient times. The holy maiden quickly explained, we can't kill, once we commit this taboo, there will be flaws in our practice. What nonsense method? Yang Kai was furious, he had never heard of such a restrictive method. But in other words, if the restrictions are too severe, the exercises she cultivates must be very powerful. Then why didn't you make a move? The holy maiden looked at him up and down while escaping with Yang Kai, looking at how easy you look, why do you have to let me do it? Yang Kai couldn't help but pouted, feeling extremely helpless, guessing that he couldn't use a knife to kill him this time. Although I can't do it myself, I can help you. If you are afraid that you are not their opponent, you don't have to worry about it at all. The saintess hurriedly said. How can you help? The holy maiden didn't say a word, and suddenly a divine soul skill poured into Yang Kai's divine soul spirit body. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. At the moment when the divine soul skill penetrated into his body, he couldn't help but feel a strange feeling. It seems that some very strange things have been blessed on his body, and Yang Kai clearly feels that his soul power has quickly become much stronger. Moreover, there are still some magical things flashing in my mind, and all kinds of mysteries and secrets that I have never heard of are flowing in my heart. Yang Kai feels that he can use them freely. This feeling is very strange and baseless, but Yang Kai is convinced. The pace of rushing forward suddenly stopped, standing in place and taking a deep breath, his eyes were full of light. The saintess of the 9 heavens holy land also hurriedly stopped, standing not far behind Yang Kai. Mei Mu was watching him nervously. Boy, let me see where you are going. Hai Wengu and the old man surnamed Cheng roared sharply. Although these two juniors were not as strong as them, they ran very fast. If they hadn't taken the initiative to stop, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to pursue them. Hai Wengu and the old man surnamed Cheng were annoyed, and murderous intent surged on their faces. Yang Kai slowly turned around and stared at them, his brows furrowed, and it seemed that he was still immersed in the puzzlement just now. After a while, he slowly raised his hand, and the energy of divine consciousness burst out, and a huge and incomparably golden giant sword suddenly appeared in the air. The giant sword was purely manifested by the power of divine consciousness. It was more than 10 feet long, and the golden sword had a scorching aura that could burn everything. An unparalleled sense of oppression descended from the sky, and the bodies of Hai Wengu and the old man Cheng surnamed who were looking at Yang Kai with wicked expressions shuddered. Under this sense of oppression, they felt that they were pressing down on a mountain, and they couldn't help but give birth to a kind of body that was about to shatter. The illusion, even the idea of AA resistance can't come out, and the mind is instantly filled with fear. The saintess of the 9 heavens holy land also trembled slightly, her pretty face filled with an unbelievable look. She stared at Yang Kai in a daze, her beautiful eyes glowing with a different kind of light, as if she had discovered some unforgettable secret. She was inexplicably excited. Yang Kai stared at the divine soul colossal sword, and with a movement of divine sense, the colossal sword fell from the sky and directly slashed where the old man surnamed Cheng was. The violent air waves swept through, and the old man surnamed Cheng disappeared under the giant sword without making a sound. Hai Wengu, who was standing on the side, was blown away by the air wave, and his footing was unstable. This is the Xuantian sword. Yang Kai frowned, turned his head to look at the saint and asked. The latter nodded unconsciously, yes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to. This article, provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at E+or-AC Copyright. To vote for recommendation and monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 754 9 Days of Magic. The old man surnamed Cheng was killed by one blow, and Hai Wengu, who was lucky enough to escape, was like a lost dog at this moment, rushing in a panic, trying to stay away from Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently, his body did not move, the giant sword that killed the old man surnamed Cheng turned into a rope, and the maggots of the consort's bones caught up with Hai Wengu. No matter how he escaped, he could not dodge, directly bound. Yang Kai hooked his hand, and the rope that bound Hai Wengu spiritually dragged him back. This is the Nether Heaven Lock. Yang Kai asked the saintess of the Nine Heavens Holy Land again. Kindness. Interesting, why did I suddenly become proficient in these divine soul skills? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Furthermore, my divine sense power seems to have grown a lot stronger. What have you done to me? Will we talk about this later? The saintess's eyes flickered, and she didn't want to answer. Yang Kai took the lead slightly and didn't ask any questions. Yang Kai had never come into contact with the two divine soul skills he used just now, but he was able to use these two tricks with ease, mastering the mysteries of them, as if he had practiced them for a long time. It is impossible for him to know this for no reason, the only explanation is the hands and feet the woman just moved. At that moment, she seemed to directly instill these two divine soul skills into Yang Kai, allowing him to gain insight into all kinds of subtleties in an instant. Moreover, the power of divine consciousness displayed by Yang Kai is not very powerful. In normal times, it can only compete with Hai Wengu and the others at best. However, this saintly girl is not a powerful force, but it can kill the old man surnamed Cheng. Kill in one hit. Yang Kai is full of doubts, and is not happy. What are you going to do with this person? The saint asked, pointing at Hai Wengu who was bound. What else can I do? Yang Kai sneered, and the rope that bound Hai Wengu suddenly burst into flames. In the screams of despair, Hai Wengu's spiritual body was burned to the ground, leaving no scum. In the entire court of war, only Yang Kai and the saintess of the Nine Heavens Holy Land were left. They looked at each other, and the saintess seemed a little uncomfortable under Yang Kai's staring eyes, and her eyes were dodging. What's your name? Yang Kai asked. And Linger, how about you? Zhang San. And Linger's pretty face immediately turned green. Yang Kai's perfunctory attitude really made her a little annoyed, but because of her status, it was not easy to attack, so she could only be secretly annoyed. Now you can tell me, what did you do just now? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, your move seems very strange. You have to know. And Linger pursed her red lips lightly, and Yang Kai nodded seriously. If I don't understand, how do I know if it's harmful to me? You can rest assured on this point, it is absolutely not harmful to you, and I have no motive to harm you. I'm still hoping to figure it out. Okay. And Linger took a deep breath. Since you insist, I can tell you too. After she said it, she fell into silence as if she was sorting out her words, and after a while, she continued, you should know something about our Nine Heavens Holy Land. Every holy master is a saint who went out to find it. If you pass the test, you will become the next holy master of the Holy Land. As for the way to find the right person, please forgive me for the inconvenience, but I can only tell you that this is related to my practice. Quote. Yang Kai leads the charge slightly. You must have heard that the Holy Master does everything before he finds it, and his aptitudes are very different, but once you enter the Holy Land and become the Holy Master, you will be reborn and achieve extraordinary achievements, which is different from our saintess. It also has a lot to do with it. Oh, how do you say this? We're born to be the cauldron of the Holy Master. Everything we have cultivated and mastered is prepared for the Holy Master. Find him and bring him back to the Holy Land, instilling all the things we have learned over the years into the Holy Master. This is the value of the existence of our saintess. Moreover, because there is more than one saint in the Holy Land, the benefits that the Holy Master can get are very huge, which is why every Holy Master has the ability to penetrate the sky and the earth. It is because he is not cultivating alone. Depending on the number of saints, there may be 3 or 5 people who are helping him to cultivate together, or 7 or 8 people who are helping him to cultivate. These people are all his furnaces. Taking it or taking it away, all the benefits obtained through cultivation belong to him. To cultivate in this way, it is difficult for the Holy Master of the Holy Land to be strong or not. So amazing. Yang Kai was frightened. This is the secret of the Holy Land, please don't tell me. And Ling'er warned seriously. Don't worry, my mouth is very strict. Yang Kai nodded, and thoughtfully said, so, the reason why I have mastered your 9 heavens Holy Land's divine soul skills is entirely because you have instilled what you have learned into me. Quote. Well, what you have mastered is what I am proficient in. The Holy Girl does not kill anyone before, but she can use this special way to assist the Holy Master, and the benefits we bring to the Holy Master are more than that. You also felt that just now. When you arrive, with my assistance, your spiritual power will become stronger. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but look weird. I'm not the Holy Master, right? How can you use it on me? And Ling'er sighed, biting her red lips. Although I don't want to admit it, you probably have the ability to become a Holy Master. Qualifications of the Lord. What are you kidding? Real. I originally just wanted to help you improve your soul power so that you can fight against those 2 people. I didn't want to instill in you the sacred skills of the Holy Land, but I don't know why you realized it. I ask you, how many magical skills did you realize just now? Quote. Just those 2 tricks. 2 tricks are already very impressive. Even with our saintess helping Daigo, it is not so easy for the Holy Master to comprehend the divine skills of the Holy Land. It is likely that he will have to try many times before he can completely master a certain trick. You can comprehend 2 moves in an instant, which has already explained the problem. And Ling'er looked in admiration. Yang Kai's eyes rolled. How many magical skills have you mastered in total? 9 tricks. And Ling'er smiled slightly. Want to learn? Whatever. Yang Kai was noncommittal, posing as if he was not very happy. I can give you everything I have, but there is one condition you have to promise me. Yang Kai's face sank. He didn't like people bargaining with him the most. Follow me back to the Holy Land. Not only will I be here to help you empower yourself, but the other 3 sisters of mine will also contribute together, and you will grow up in the shortest possible time. What kind of Holy Master do you want me to go back with? Yang Kai grinned. Yes, I think I have found a suitable candidate, although, you are a bit annoying. And Ling'er said truthfully. Not interested. Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head slowly. You. And Ling'er's almond-eyed round stool looked astonished, but Yang Kai refused so swiftly. The Holy Master of the 9 heavens Holy Land, who does not he want to be? The 20 or 30 islands occupied by these 7 alliances are very lively, and the foreign warriors are like crucian carp crossing the river. Once you are fancy, it is a step to the sky. Everywhere in Ling'er went, it was the same situation as the island here, old and young, crowded with people. But now, when she took the initiative to make this request, she was actually rejected. And Ling'er couldn't help but feel an unreal feeling, as if she was in a dream, staring at Yang Kai stupidly, unable to speak. If I want strength, I will cultivate by myself. What can I do with your women? Yang Kai sneered, isn't that just eating soft rice? Don't you know what benefits you can get from becoming a Holy Master? And Ling'er frowned slightly. Being a Holy Master not only means that you will become the overlord of the world in the future, but also means that you will gain great power. Things that most people can't get in their entire lives: wealth, fame, status, beauty, whatever they want. Including you. Yang Kai looked at her evilly. And Ling'er's expression suddenly became a little unnatural, but she nodded quickly and said, yes, I was originally the furnace of the Holy Master, not only me, but also my 3 sisters. As long as you want, you can treat us no matter what. Whatever we do, we will not resist. You can enjoy the blessings of everyone. It's very tempting. Yang Kai licked the corner of his mouth, with a lewd expression on his face, which seemed to be heartbroken. Then don't go. Yang Kai sneered, changing faces faster than flipping a book, shaking his head and said, there are gains and losses. Becoming a Holy Master has such great benefits. I think the price you have to pay is not small, right? And Ling'er's pretty face changed slightly. She stared at him deeply, and nodded lightly. Yes, there is a rumor in the Holy Land, although there is no basis, but I think that should be the price that the Holy Master needs to pay. Quote. Tell me the story. Every Holy Master does not live long. It seems that the one who has lived the longest is only 300 years old. Quote. The 9 heavens Holy Land is a big force. The Holy Master has so many saintesses who are cauldrons to help with cultivation. The strength must be progressing rapidly. I am afraid that it will not take a few decades to reach the level of the 3rd layer Holy State. Entering the 3rd level of the Holy Spirit has already surpassed the level of mortals, and the lifespan will be greatly extended. It is only 300 years of life, which is obviously a sign of premature death. Even the transcendent 3-layer realm of some forces can live for hundreds of years. As soon as he heard that he had to pay such a price, Yang Kai had no idea about the so-called Holy Master. 300 years seemed to be a long time, but for those who pursued martial arts, it was just a flick of a finger. Yang Kai believes that if he doesn't do that kind of Holy Master, after 300 years, he will definitely live a good life. Maybe he is traveling the world with Su Yan and the little senior sister, and he is free and easy. How can he die for the petty profit in front of him? But have you ever thought that you can enjoy the glory of a lifetime by paying these prices, which is something that many people can't pursue in their lifetime? And Linger wanted to persuade. Yang Kai chuckled. After 30 years, I will be able to sit on an equal footing with your Holy Master. 30 years. And Linger looked at him in shock. Your tone is not ordinary. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chengtong Provides, to vote for recommendation votes and monthly tickets. Your support is my most motivational motivation. Chapter 755 I'm sorry. In order to be on an equal footing with the Holy Master, at least one must enter the Holy Three-Layer Realm. And Linger didn't think Yang Kai could do this, she just thought that he was a young man with a madness. Look at it, Yang Kai chuckled, with a confident look on his face. You really don't think about it? No need. Yang Kai shook his head, but the way you choose the Holy Master is too hasty. A master of a big power can decide so casually. It's not sloppy. And Linger retorted a little excitedly, originally, the exercises we practiced are related to finding the Holy Master. If there is a very suitable candidate, as long as it is within a certain range, we saints it can be perceived that such a person is the most suitable to be the Holy Master. A situation like yours is another way of choosing. If we really can't find the first type of person, then we can only ask the Holy Land to come forward and find some qualified young people, use the method of indoctrination to see if they can comprehend the magical skills of the Holy Land. Although today's incident is an accident, you are considered to have passed my test and are qualified to enter the Holy Land. Well, your performance it's also very good and quite qualified. Yang Kai sneered. You can ensure that the people selected in this way are loyal to your Holy Land and have no two hearts. Yes, and Linger nodded solemnly. After entering the Holy Land, he will change his opinion. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't know the inside story, it was estimated that Nine Heavens Holy Land would use some special methods to brainwash the selected people. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Yang Kai didn't want to continue to inquire about the secrets of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. The more he heard about this, the less beneficial he would be. While speaking, a subtle energy suddenly burst out from the spirit body. When Enlinger hadn't reacted, she rapped her directly. What are you doing? Enlinger's pretty face changed, and she spoke well, but suddenly she found herself unable to move. The power of the other party's consciousness was far stronger than she had estimated. Contains a hot breath. Yang Kai looked at her up and down, his eyes flickered with complicated light, and nodded slightly. Well, according to my temperament, I should kill you. Kill me to silence. Enlinger Warong paled. Do you think you know too much? This is one of the reasons. Yang Kai nodded calmly. I know so much. Once you go back alive, I guess your Nine Heavens Holy Land will not let me go. Either take me back as your Holy Master, or it is to kill me directly to keep the secret of your Holy Land, neither of which is what I want to see. Why are you so suspicious? Enlinger frowned and looked at him faintly. I don't want to tell you what happened today, and don't forget, I saved you before, you can't take revenge for your kindness. Quote. Don't mention this. Yang Kai pouted. Actually, I didn't know what to do with you. If I kill you, I'll feel bad for the rest of my life. Maybe there will be some demons, but if I take you out don't worry about it. Hearing what he said, Enlinger's nervous expression could not help but relax a lot, and she asked softly, then do you know what to do now? Not bad. Yang Kai grinned, stretched out a big hand, and grabbed her spirit body. Enlinger looked horrified and wanted to struggle to resist, but she couldn't move at all. Before that big hand could reach Enlinger, it suddenly retracted. An irresistible attraction was uploaded from the big hand, and Linger was in a trance for a while, and the spirit body fell limply, extremely weak. He raised his head stubbornly, looked at Yang Kai with a look of hatred, gritted his teeth and said, it turns out that you have more than comprehended 2 magical skills. I'm sorry, it's actually 3 moves. Yang Kai smiled. Is this move called Juntian Yin? Enlinger pursed her red lips tightly and said nothing. Xuantian Sword, Yutian Lock, Juntian. Yang Kai muttered to himself, your Nine Heavens Holy Land's magical skills are really good, both convenient and practical. Where is the convenience? This is the result of my 10 years of hard work. Enlinger heard his comments, and suddenly became angry. Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, just stared at the subtle mass of divine soul energy on his hand. This mass of energy stripped from Enlinger's divine soul spirit body, like her, who has shrunk 10 million times, is sitting cross-legged on Yang Kai. On the palm of his hand, it is petite and pleasant, the treasure is solemn and motionless. This is the mark of Enlinger's soul. With this brand in hand, Yang Kai can control Enlinger's life and death at will. To be on the safe side, I accept your brand. I hope that after we go out from here, Tianya Hage will never see each other again. Well, when one day I can sit on an equal footing with your holy master, I will meet at the meeting. You Nine Heavens Holy Land, return this brand to you. Yang Kai said, while taking her brand into his soul spirit body. Enlinger looked at him angrily, unable to resist. Although she is also proficient in Jun Tianyan, her spiritual awareness is not as good as Yang Kai's, and she can't resist if she wants to. This man is really hateful to the extreme. He clearly made a proposal that is very beneficial to him. It's fine if he doesn't agree, and he still tries his best to control himself. Hey, I really have no ill will towards you, don't look at me with this kind of eyes. Yang Kai was helpless and kept shaking his head. You're abominable, Enlinger gritted her teeth and cursed, venting her grievances. Xing, I am hateful, I am the most hateful person in the world, you have a good rest, don't be angry. Yang Kai quickly relieved, with her soul imprint, Yang Kai is also relieved. Although doing this will cause some damage to the woman, she will be fine as long as she cultivates for a while. What Yang Kai received was only her brand, and did not endanger her spirit body. Enlinger ignored him in a fit of anger, and sat alone, looking extremely pitiful. Yang Kai waited and watched for a while, and then flew out. This white world is indeed the inside of the divine soul artifact. Yang Kai has probably figured out the function of this artifact. It is almost like what everyone has encountered, and he can force other people's divine soul into this magical place, in the space. This is a good thing for Yang Kai. His current spiritual cultivation is stronger than his physical cultivation. Once he encounters an enemy that is too powerful, he can use the power of this secret treasure to force others to fight against him. In such a battle, Yang Kai may have a lot of advantages. So he really wanted to take this secret treasure into his pocket. More than 100 people who came in before checked this place several times and found nothing special. The only place where there is a mystery is only one place left, the Garden of God's War, inscribed in the sky, big print place. Flying to the location of the 4 big characters, Yang Kai checked it carefully, and his expression was extremely focused. Time passed slowly, and Enlinger also recovered from the injury just now, blinked her big eyes and looked into the sky. After watching for a while, she also flew up lightly, stood beside Yang Kai and asked, are you looking for an outlet, or do you want to refine this secret treasure? Aren't you angry anymore? Yang Kai glanced at her stunned. He found that this woman seemed to forget something easily. It was the same before. Yang Kai gave her a cold face over and over again. She will find her again. Angry. Enlinger nodded heavily, but I decided not to get angry with you for the time being. The most important thing is to get out alive first. Smart girl. Yang Kai smiled, I want to refine this secret treasure. Since it is a divine soul secret treasure, I can use my spiritual sense to refine it, but I haven't found any good direction. Do you have any suggestions? Enlinger looked at it carefully, pondered for a while, and said, you might as well try refining these 4 big characters, this may be the center of the secret treasure. As long as you burn your spiritual aura into these 4 big characters, you should be able to I can take it. I think so too. Yang Kai nodded and ordered, you should stay away. Enlinger glanced at him strangely. Although she was a little confused, she obediently avoided it and hid in the most marginal position. Looking up, I saw Yang Kai's spiritual body sitting in the void, as if something was brewing, motionless. Suddenly, a violent and frightening scorching hot breath spread from his body as the center, and a dazzling golden light bloomed in an instant, and the entire court of gods seemed to be shaking. The 4 big characters were directly wrapped in the raging flames and burned. Enlinger opened her mouth wide and stared blankly over there, her delicate body trembling slightly. She originally thought that Yang Kai had cultivated some special divine soul skill, or possessed some divine soul secret treasure, so the divine soul spirit body showed a scorching aura, but now, when she saw the scene in front of her, she suddenly woke up. He simply without cultivating special divine soul skills, the reason why his divine soul spirit body is burning is entirely due to the power of his divine consciousness. Mutated divine consciousness power, divine consciousness fire. Enlinger was completely shocked. And looking at his appearance, his use of the power of divine consciousness has obviously reached a very high level. No wonder he would charge his soul imprint. It turned out not only because he learned some secrets of the Holy Land, but also because of himself. He obviously hoped that he could help him hide the secret. This time may really be saved. The power of the fire of divine consciousness is not more powerful than ordinary divine consciousness, and the strength of this man is not trivial. Even if this divine soul treasure is not low grade, I am afraid that he can't help his violent burning. While Enlinger was overjoyed, she was still thinking about what to do to get Yongkai to agree to go to the Holy Land with her. The Holy Master with the fire of divine consciousness. This is a precedent that the Holy Land has never seen before. With such aptitude and capital, once he becomes a Holy Master, he must be the most powerful one in history. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 756. 10,000 feet of seabed, somewhere in the ancient ruins. Within 100 feet of this place, there are more than 100 warriors lying in various places. Most of them have died of anger, only the bodies of a man and a woman are still full of vitality, but they are still in a coma. In front of these warriors, there is a luminous sphere, which is exuding some strange energy fluctuations. As the energy fluctuates, the halo emitted is also bright and dark, and it seems that there is a possibility of annihilation at any time. Suddenly, a golden color flowed from the glowing sphere. When this golden color appeared, the space gradually became hot. The golden color sweeps the leaves with the autumn wind, and soon spreads the entire luminous sphere, turning it into a golden light, like a flaming sun, and the burning sensation in the air becomes more and more violent. Click! There was a sound of something being broken. At the same time, two strands of divine soul energy spurted out from the glowing sphere, circled a few times in midair, and shot down respectively. The golden yellow glowing sphere gradually dimmed, and after a while, no more light came out from it. With a bang, Enlinger slowly and arduously opened her eyes. She supported her delicate body with both hands, straightened her upper body, and looked around for a reason. Not far away, she noticed that Yongkai was also slowly climbing up. The two ignored it and both smiled. In the court of the Battle of the Gods, he found the direction of the refining treasure. Yongkai has been burning the four big characters with his powerful consciousness. I don't know how long it has passed until just now. A secret treasure to subdue. After experiencing such a hardship, Enlinger suddenly felt that Yongkai looked a lot pleasing to the eye, and Yongkai also felt that this little girl was not bad, but she was sometimes stupid, and she didn't bother when refining the secret treasure. Only quietly and wisely hide in the distance and watch. After subduing the divine soul artifact, it is easy to leave, just use the divine sense to open an exit and the two of them can get out of the predicament. Divine soul spirit body has been away from the physical body for a long time, and it was a little uncomfortable to return at first. Yongkai is better, after all, regardless of spiritual consciousness cultivation base or physical strength is much stronger than Enlinger, but Enlinger, confirming after Yongkai also came back, he sat cross-legged on the ground, silently using his profound arts, and began to adjust his breath. Yongkai also rested for a while, and after confirming that his body was not in any condition, he stood up and walked towards the location of the divine soul artifact. Now that he has refined it, this secret treasure naturally belongs to Yongkai. When he came to that thing, his divine sense moved, and he took it into the sea of AAAA knowledge. After carefully checking the situation of this secret treasure, Yongkai's spirit was shocked and secretly praised. It is worthy of being a treasure left by the ancient sect. This divine soul secret treasure is definitely a holy grade, and even after endless years have passed, this secret treasure the power is not lost much. Now that it is warmly nurtured in Yongkai's sea of AAAA consciousness, over time, it will definitely restore its original power. Yongkai was very satisfied and felt that this trip was a worthwhile trip. He was overjoyed when he got a pill with Dan Yun before, and now he got a soul secret treasure that is very suitable for him to use. It can be said that the gains are greater than anyone else's. Withdrawing his mind, Yongkai looked around, and Enlinger was still meditating. Hai Wengu and others had already died thoroughly. Yongkai thought about it, walked up to the corpses and took all the chenken bags on them. After coming down, I did some searching to leave the good things behind, and just throw them away if you don't like them. Stopping in place and waiting for about half a day, Enlinger slowly opened her beautiful eyes. After this breath adjustment, she finally recovered. Seeing that Yongkai seemed to be taking care of himself, His Highness the Holy Maiden of Nine Heavens Holy Land pursed his lips and smiled, and there was an inexplicable sweetness in his heart. Gently moved the lotus step, came to Yongkai's side, and asked, "Are we going back now or continue to explore?" I want to continue. There is one thing I want to figure out. As for you, you will be fine. Yang Kai said lightly, and then walked forward. Seeing that Yang Kai seemed a little cold to her, and Linger pouted and followed quickly without saying a word. When he came to the main hall in front of him, after some searching, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. This hall was originally guarded by the Court of War of Gods at the rear. Hai Wengu, the old man surnamed Cheng, and others joined more than 100 warriors to break the invisible barrier. The original plan was to come to this hall to explore and find treasures. Unexpectedly, after the barrier was broken, everyone's spiritual body was pulled by the Court of War, causing their initial plans to fail. Now when Yang Kai and Linger came to look at it again, they were surprised to find that there were already traces of people taking the lead in this place. Did someone else come to explore? And Linger guessed. Yang Kai nodded slightly and agreed with her statement. Although more than 100 of them were dragged into the Court of God's War, there were still many other people in the entire ancient ruins. Now I don't know how long it has passed, I am afraid that the ruins have already been searched by them. After realizing this, Yang Kai stopped wasting time and left the hall, following the direction of the source of Yang attribute energy, and walked straight towards that direction. Although it may have been a month or two since he arrived at the bottom of the sea, the Yang attribute energy in the bottom of the sea is still continuously generated. Yang Kai wanted to know what was going on there. And Linger didn't say much to annoy Yang Kai, she just followed behind him obediently, following every step of the way. Yang Kai knew that she still didn't give up, and wanted to persuade himself to return to Nine Heaven's Holy Land with her, deliberately ignoring her. After walking for a long time, Yang Kai felt that he was getting closer and closer to the source of Yang attribute energy, but in the fluctuation of Yang attribute energy, Yang Kai was also keenly aware of a special fluctuation. That is the power of the void. Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong, and I am afraid that this time I will have nothing to gain. Sure enough, at a corner, Yang Kai's pace stopped, frowning and looking ahead, his expression helpless. Seeing his strange expression, and Linger quickly looked over there, covered her mouth with just one glance, and exclaimed, "Void." Not far in front of that, about 3 feet away from the ground, there was a dark and deep hole, which was the corner of the void. The Yang attribute energy and the power of the void that Yang Kai felt were all emanating from this hole. How can there be a void here? And Linger was also quite surprised. The void is not very common. It is said that a long time ago, when the powerhouses were fighting, the traces left by the space were torn apart, but there is also a saying that the emptiness and the Tao are generated by themselves. Through research and prying into the mysteries of the void corner, there are also some strong people who can use the power of the void to build an existence similar to the void corner, allowing themselves to teleport thousands of miles in an instant. Chu Lingxiao of Soaring Heaven sect has such ability. However, doing so consumes energy, so even a character like Chu Lingxiao is reluctant to build it easily. But these void corners constructed by the powerhouses are very different from the orthodox ones, neither the stability nor the distance of transmission are on the same level. There was a void in the ancient ruins, which made Linger a little surprised. I don't know where the other end is attached. It may be a certain place in Tongshuan continent, or it may be a separate Shaoshuan realm, and the good luck cannot be predicted. Go back, Yang Kai said lightly, although the source of the Yang attribute energy made him very interested, but he would not rush into a void, in case he gave himself to him again. Teleported to the starry sky, when the time comes, there is no way to come back. Saying so, she ignored Linger and went straight up. Wait for me, Linger shouted and quickly caught up. Not long after, the two arrived at the barrier of the ancient ruins, penetrated the barrier, and placed themselves in the sea. In an instant, Yang Kai felt a huge pressure coming from all directions, as if he was going to be smashed to pieces. Under this huge pressure, Yang Kai hurriedly ran his true qi, propped up the surrounding seawater, and suddenly relaxed a lot. Linger was even quicker, and rushed directly into Yang Kai's true yuan defense, staying beside him with peace of mind. You woman, Yang Kai gave her a sideways glance. What's wrong? Don't you saintess claim to be noble and holy? Is it appropriate to casually stay beside an unfamiliar man, and be so close? Who cares about it? Linger was a little dissatisfied. I didn't tell you, you are completely qualified to be the holy master. If you don't have this qualification, I will not be with you even if you die. Quote. If you dare to mention this to me again, I will rape you first and then kill you. Yang Kai had a fierce expression on his face. You're just talking about it. In fact, you don't think so at all. Linger seemed to see through Yang Kai's nature and was not afraid at all. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, stared at her viciously, and sneered a few times. You really like to provoke me, don't you? Believe it or not, I'll take care of you now. You dare, and Ling'er glared at him. Yang Kai smiled brightly, and the real essence that was released suddenly took back a lot, and the defensive cover that could have wrapped the two people suddenly became narrower. And Ling'er exclaimed and hurriedly leaned against Yang Kai, for fear that her body would be exposed to the sea water. Yang Kai continued to slow down the release of true essence, and the volume of the defensive cover became smaller and smaller. The noble and holy saintess kept moving closer to Yang Kai, her small hands tightly grasping the clothes on his chest. Her pretty face turned pale for a while, and she gritted her teeth secretly, but she didn't dare to say anything. After a while, and Ling'er blushed. With the shrinking of the protective cover, she had to stick to Yang Kai's body like an octopus, and the two full balls on her chest were slightly deformed by Yang Kai's strong chest. Even if she was reluctant, she had to maintain this humiliating posture. You bad guy, you are a devil. And Ling'er bit her red lips and exhaled in front of Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes watery. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Watchangkong to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 757 Ancient Holy Pill. Looking at Ling'er's shy and angry appearance, Yang Kai burst into laughter, feeling cheerful for no reason. Your Highness, how do you feel? While speaking, he deliberately blew at her delicate earlobe. With the heat, Ling'er's ears were suddenly dyed with color, extremely red, and there was a dense heartbeat like a drum in her chest. The saintess of the Nine Heavens Holy Land have been raised in the Holy Land since childhood, and since they were sensible, they have been instilled with a concept. That is, their whole lives are owned by the Holy Lord, and everything they have is prepared for the Holy Lord. In the Nine Heavens Holy Land, the Holy Maiden is a symbol of nobility and holiness, and has never been so intimate with any man. Feeling the sturdy and majestic body, Ling'er was in a state of turmoil, secretly regretting how she had provoked such a wicked person. But this wicked man passed his own test and realized the three tricks of the Nine Heavens' divine skill in one fell swoop. God is blind, and Ling'er bit her red lips tightly and didn't dare to say a word again. Seeing her aggrieved appearance, Yang Kai no longer teased her, but maintained such a situation and continued to fly upwards. After a long time, the two men rushed out of the sea and returned to the top of the sea. Like a frightened rabbit, Ling'er quickly escaped from Yang Kai, gasping for breath, looking at him with a very resentful look. I solemnly tell you that about the bottom of the sea, you better not mention it in front of the people of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, otherwise I will kill people. I can also promise you that I will never do anything harmful to you Nine Heavens Holy Land. I'm not going to publicize your secrets. It's still the same sentence, we'd better never see each other from the end of the world, this will be good for you and me. Yang Kai said solemnly. I understand, I won't mention it. And Ling'er nodded slightly. Let's say goodbye to this, I wish you to find your holy master as soon as possible. Yang Kai smiled brightly and left quickly. Looking at his disappearing back, Ling'er's expression was complicated. She never thought that someone would refuse to bring good deeds to her door. She always thought that when she found the Holy King, that person would be overjoyed and wished to go back to the Holy Land with her as soon as possible to enjoy the wealth and honor in the world. But Yang Kai's reaction and attitude made her break her previous thoughts. He didn't have any nostalgia for him when he left, and Lisuo obviously really didn't want to be the Holy Master. Oops. And Ling'er was startled again, and suddenly remembered that she had been missing for so long. Uncle Qian and the others were afraid they were already dying. The islands on the sea are full of turmoil, and chickens are flying and dogs are jumping. The people from the 7 alliances and the people from the 9 Heavens Holy Land almost turned the 23 nearby islands upside down in more than a month. But no matter what, the whereabouts of the saint could not be found. Faced with the wrath of the 9 Heavens Holy Land, each of the 7 alliances trembled in fear. The leaders of the 7 families gathered in a palace at the moment. This palace was originally a place where the people of the 9 Heavens Holy Land temporarily lived, but now it has become a place filled with gunpowder smoke. Qian Ning's face was extremely gloomy, looking at the helm of the 7 families, and roaring in a low voice, "It's been more than a month, and I haven't found the whereabouts of the saint. I'll give you 3 more days, if I don't see you in 3 days. Holy Maiden, I leveled all your islands. Guardian Qian, calm down our anger, we will definitely send more people, and we will find out Her Highness the Holy Maiden no matter what." A martial artist who was over a few layers of the world agreed, constantly wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. Originally, it was a great honor for the 7 alliances of the people from the 9 Heavens Holy Land to visit them. Who knew that such a change would cause them to be implicated now? Guardian Qian, will Her Highness the Holy Maiden go into the sea with the previous group of people? Someone guessed. Going to the sea. Qian Ning snorted coldly. How could Her Royal Highness do such a boring thing? But we've searched everywhere except under the sea. Didn't the person who went to the sea return 3 days ago? No trace of Her Royal Highness was found inside. If she really went to sea, she should have returned as well. But under the sea, there were also many casualties. Will Her Highness the Holy Maiden already a presumptuous? Qian Ning was furious. What kind of person is your highness? You people from humble backgrounds can come back alive, how could something happen to her? I don't care what method you use, or how many people you dispatch, within 3 days. If I can't see the Holy Maiden, you all know the consequences. Get out. The 7 leaders of the 7 alliances were annoyed in their hearts, but they did not dare to show the slightest on their faces. In front of the 9 heavens holy land, such a small force was really not enough to see, and naturally they did not have the courage to provoke Qian Ning. Before they could leave, a maid suddenly rushed over, with a strong look of joy on her face, and shouted, Guardian Qianhu, Saintess, she's back. You're back. Qian Ning raised his brows, hurried out, greeted the maid, and asked eagerly, where? The maid looked back and looked at Qian Ning in the direction she was pointing, just in time to see Linger appearing from there with brisk steps. Qian Ning burst into tears, unable to speak with excitement, and a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. When Linger approached, everyone hurriedly saluted. I have seen Her Royal Highness. Linger nodded slightly, and said with some guilt, Uncle Qian, I'm really sorry for bothering you this time. You'll be fine. Qian Ning smiled and looked relaxed. Have you ever been hurt? Linger slowly shook her head. Then where are you these days? When I went out last time, I suddenly had some insights, so I found a place nearby to retreat, and it took more than a month to pass without thinking. Linger said softly, her expression a little unnatural. Qian Ning looked at her suspiciously, keenly aware that the saint should be lying, but she didn't know why she did it. But now that people are safe and sound is a blessing, and there is no meaning to pursue it to the end, just keep nodding. So good, so good. He turned to the maid and said, Bei-er, serve the saint and rest. Belle nodded quickly. The helm of the 7 alliances, you look at me, I look at you, and can't help but let out a breath. In one of the archipelagos, Yang Kai found a secret room, handed in a few crystal stones, and walked in. This secret room was opened by the 7 alliances, and it was specially used by the warriors when they felt that they needed to retreat. However, in this secret room, many restrictions and enchantments are arranged to avoid external interference, and the 7 alliances will also be responsible for the safety protection of those who enter the secret room, which is worth the money. So it is very popular with foreign warriors. A secret room like this will exist in ordinary cities. After all, there will be a flash of inspiration in the martial artist. When you need to retreat, it is very convenient to have such a secret room when you go out. In that secret room, Yang Kai checked carefully and determined that the restrictions and enchantments arranged in the secret room are not bad, can bear a certain degree of impact, and have a more early warning effect, so he sat down cross-legged and put the with Dan Yun's medicinal pill. He took it out, put it in the palm of his hand, and examined it carefully. He didn't leave here in a hurry, partly because he couldn't wait to see how this medicinal pill was refined, and partly because he wanted to stay and monitor Linger's movements. It's not that he treats the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. It is really a matter of great importance, and he can't be careful. If Linger sold him, he would most likely be the enemy of the 9 heavens holy land. Such a behemoth, once provoked, there is no way to deal with it. Yang Kai learned the 3 tricks of the 9 heavens holy land under inexplicable circumstances. Obviously, the secret scriptures of the 9 heavens holy land would not want to fall into the hands of outsiders. Once they knew the truth, they only had 2 choices, either to take Yang killing and killing the mouth, or forcing Yang Kai to become the holy master. It was really a helpless move to capture Linger's soul imprint. Through the soul imprint, although Yang Kai doesn't know everything this woman does, he can also subtly detect her mood fluctuations, which is the most suitable for monitoring her. Without thinking too much, Yang Kai immersed himself in the medicinal pill in his hand. This is a holy pill. It has the grade of saint level middle grade. Alchemists who can refine holy pills are not common in any age. A famous person like Duan is just a low-grade holy rank alchemist. With his methods, he cannot refine a middle-grade holy-grade medicinal pill, unless he is lucky enough to explode. Among the characters that Yang Kai has come into contact with, only Tianzang old man Li Rui can easily refine a holy pill. When an excellent alchemist observes an elixir, he can infer the level of the person who refines it through the fusion of the traces on the elixir and the efficacy of the medicine. Looking at the holy pill in his hand, Yang Kai was deeply astonished. Although his experience is not very rich, he can still see how that person refined this medicinal pill with ease and freehand brushwork. Apparently, he has reached the level of ecstasy, and he may be on par with old man Li. However, the age is too long, and the ancient ruins are not known by which ancient force left it. It is a bit unrealistic to want to spy on the identity of the alchemist. The most commendable thing is that the pill cloud born from this holy pill is like a cloud of rich spiritual energy that wraps the medicine pill, nourishing elixir. But now, the energy contained in this holy pill is simply immeasurable. Yang Kai estimates that even if the Saint Realm powerhouse takes it, I am afraid that it will not be able to withstand the energy that it bursts out. A medicinal pill has become like this, and it can be regarded as a legend through the ages. Yang Kai's mind was immersed in the medicinal pill, and he carefully inferred the technique used by the alchemist in the formation process of the medicinal pill. In the dark, he seemed to have seen the scene from countless years ago, but he didn't see it very thoroughly, and everything was shrouded in clouds and fog. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at c.saran. If you like this work, you are welcome to a unknown currency Starterra sent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 758 Huge Energy. Time flies, a few days have passed, and Yang Kai has been retreating in the secret room for the past few days, spying on the mystery of the holy pill, and the harvest is very small. During these few days of surveillance, he also found that Enlinger seemed very stable and did not mean to betray herself. However, the people of the Nine Heavens Holy Land did not know the reason, and did not leave here, but stayed temporarily. I am afraid that they have experienced the disappearance of the Holy Maiden, which makes them feel that it is not safe to set off on the road now. Shaking his head, he didn't pay attention to the situation on Enlinger's side. Yang Kai put all his attention on the medicine pill in his hand. It took a few days, and Yang Kai was not able to spy on it too much information. Now there is only one method left. Using this method may be able to get good information, or it may be nothing. It is also a gamble. That is to take it. Use your own body to feel the medicinal effect of the pill, feel the secret of the pill cloud, and discover the process of the formation of this holy pill. However, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time and hesitated, wondering if he should use such a method of breaking the boat and sinking the boat. Pills with Danyan are too rare. This pill is still in the middle grade of saint level. Once taken, it may be extinct from now on. And because of the pill cloud covering the outer edge of the holy pill, Yang Kai doesn't know what the effect of this pill is. Is such a holy pill a healing pill, or a pill to assist cultivation? Or is it an elixir to enhance cultivation? Or detox pill? Everything is unknowable. The only thing that is clear is that it is not a poison pill. Moreover, after a long period of time, the energy contained in this medicinal pill is too huge, and Yang Kai is a little worried that he can't bear it. Although he has a proud golden body and can absorb unimaginably huge energy, the capacity of meridians and flesh and blood is limited. Once the energy pouring into the meridians and flesh and blood in a short period of time is too large, it will be too late for him to be absorbed by the proud golden body. The body also causes a lot of load. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai's hesitant expression gradually became firm. He decided to give it a go. Such a great opportunity, if he doesn't give it a try, it will always be on his mind. No matter how long it has passed, he will think about this problem. It is better to take it now. When the effect of the drug is resolved, everything will be understood. After thinking about it clearly, Yang Kai walked out of the secret room, paid enough fees to the person in charge of the secret room for another 10 days, and instructed them not to disturb the person in charge of the secret room without permission. Returning to the secret room again, Yang Kai reinforced the prohibition and enchantment set up in the secret room to keep them in the most perfect state, and then took a deep breath and sat cross-legged to the original position. After calming down, Yang Kai directly threw the holy pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Don't dare to neglect, the true Yang art will run in an instant, waiting for the eruption of the medicinal effect of the medicinal herb. However, after 3 breaths, a heat flow was born in the lower abdomen, and the heat flow burned Yang Kai's internal organs like magma. When this heat flow was just born, it was like a small stream, not too strong, but in the blink of an eye, the stream grew into a river, and then became an ocean. Yang Kai could even hear the movement of the huge energy in his abdomen, such as the rolling waves of the ocean, and the violent energy was still being generated continuously. When his face changed, Yang Kai's whole body became like fire, and the pores of his body's ups and downs opened involuntarily, and countless energy leaked from the pores and flowed into the air. The true yang art was running faster, and all the meridians were filled with the medicinal effects of the medicinal herbs, causing fullness and pain. The medicinal effect is pervasive, and it penetrated into every inch of his flesh and blood along Yang Kai's meridians. At this moment, Yang Kai seems to have opened a door full of explosive energy. While enduring the baptism of the violent energy, he must also see the secrets hidden in the door. It is extremely difficult to do two things with one mind. Suddenly, Yang Kai noticed something wrong. The medicinal effect flowing in the meridians and flesh and blood, along with the operation of the true yang art, did not show any signs of being absorbed by the proud golden body. Instead, it rushed towards his mind. Rushing to the mind, it was like entering an invisible black hole and was swallowed clean. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and quickly reacted. He quickly immersed himself in his mind, and the spiritual body manifested in the sea of AAAA knowledge. At this moment, a golden sea of AA consciousness is constantly flooding in with energy from the outside world, and the seawater like a burning flame accepts and assimilates them. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he suddenly woke up. It turns out that this holy pill is not a healing pill, nor is it a pill to assist cultivation, but a pill to enhance the cultivation of consciousness. In such a moment of daze, with the infusion of surging energy, the entire sea of AA consciousness began to turmoil, and both the court of war of God and the demon eye of destruction seemed to be unstable. That little divine soul sword, which was only at the top grade of heaven, was blown away in the crazy rainstorm. Screaming badly, Yang Kai originally thought that no matter how powerful this holy pill was, it should be able to absorb all the medicinal effects due to the speciality of his proud golden body. But he didn't expect this to be an elixir to enhance the power of divine consciousness, so the proud golden body would be useless. Although his consciousness sea space is extremely vast, it is also limited in terms of accommodation. Such a huge amount of energy pours in, and sooner or later his consciousness sea will explode. Yang Kai's face was ugly, and he could only stabilize the turmoil in the sea of AAAA consciousness while thinking about how to resolve the difficulties in front of him. Just when he was at a loss, the entire sea of AA consciousness suddenly flickered with multicolored light, and with the flickering of the multicolored light, the energy pouring in from the outside gathered in one direction and disappeared. Yang Kai was stunned and quickly looked over there. After a while, he grinned. It was the island where the five-colored god-warming lotus manifested that helped him swallow up the enormous energy. When he got this treasure that nourishes the soul, old demon once said that the five-colored soul-warming lotus can grow, as long as it is given enough time, it can grow into 6 colors and finally 7 colors. This process may be very long as thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. Once it reaches 7 colors, the help that Wen Shenlian can bring to cultivators is simply immeasurable. Yang Kai has already obtained unimaginable benefits from the Wukai warming lotus. The reason why his spiritual power is so outstanding is far beyond his own physical cultivation. Most of the reasons are because of the warming lotus. So he can also understand how much help the colorful soul-warming lotus will bring. Old Demon also said that although the growth of Wenshan lotus is slow, it can be artificially accelerated. After collecting it, often taking some elixir to nourish the soul, such as genius treasures, can speed up its growth process. Strictly speaking, this is an investment. After the warriors take these elixir, they share the medicinal effects with Wen Shenlian. Although the benefits obtained in a short period of time will be divided, but in the next time, Wen Shenlian will take those benefits into feedback multiple times. From the past, every time Yang Kai took the medicine that nourishes the soul, a lot of energy was diverted to Wen Shenlian, but all this was done silently, and Yang Kai did not pay much attention. But now, when this unimaginable energy pours into the sea of AAAA knowledge, the role played by Wen Shenlian is intuitively reflected. It devoured wildly, reducing a lot of pressure on Yang Kai. At least, the sea of AAAA knowledge has stabilized a lot now. Immediately refreshed, Yang Kai tried his best to drive the energy that poured into the sea of AAAA consciousness to Wenshan Lotus, while controlling the sea of AAAA consciousness to accommodate the excess energy. But still a little stretched, the energy is too huge, so huge that Yang Kai is a little scared. Without hesitation, Yang Kai hurriedly used his divine consciousness to begin to spy on the secrets of the true alchemy formula. He had to constantly consume his spiritual power in order to keep up with the situation in front of him. The energy pouring in from the outside was instantly divided into 2 general directions, most of which were absorbed by the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, and the other part was accommodated in Yang Kai's sea of AA consciousness to supplement his constant consumption. The soul-devouring worms raised on the colorful islands also played a role. They originally lived by devouring the energy of this form. Now that such a situation occurs, it is naturally a scene that they like to hear. When the means were exhausted, the sea of AA consciousness gradually stabilized. With all kinds of assistance, the infusion and consumption were basically the same. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This time he didn't understand the function of the holy pill and took it, almost making a joke. Without paying more attention to the situation in the sea of AAAA consciousness, Yang Kai turned his attention and began to spy on the mysteries of the holy pill through the medicinal effects. At this moment, Yang Kai's lower abdomen is like a little sun hidden, and the little sun is emitting a huge amount of energy. After a little investigation, Yang Kai was speechless. He found that the medicinal effect of the holy pill only evaporated a little. Compared with the total amount of energy stored in it, it was only 1%. But when the pill cloud dissipated and the medicinal effect evaporated, Yang Kai could indeed see some traces that he had not seen before. The material selection of the medicine pill, the control of the heat, what kind of spiritual formation was used when refining, the mood and technique of the medicine master at that time, and various situations, try to figure out as much as possible. Vaguely, Yang Kai's mind followed the traces of the medicinal pills that were refined countless years ago and entered a new world. In that world, all kinds of mysteries about alchemy are presented one by one. The mood is delicate, Yang Kai is fascinated, and every bit is imprinted into his spiritual sense, which makes his understanding of alchemy seem to have improved to a new level. Putting these traces together, and gradually restoring the situation at that time, Yang Kai seemed to see the scene where the holy pill was just completed and covered by pill clouds, which was incomparably miraculous. To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 759 Six-Color God Warming Lotus. In the archipelago, in the palace where the Nine Heavens Holy Land lived, Qian Ning once again met the Holy Maiden and made a request that he should set off and continue to move forward. Since the Saintess came back, he has already proposed it twice, but every time he has been rejected by Enlinger. This time is no exception. Qian Ning couldn't help being a little annoyed. Although the saint's status was higher than him in the Holy Land, he came out with Enlinger this time, not only responsible for protecting her safety, but also shouldering the responsibility of leading the entire team to keep moving forward. Miss, it's your mission to find the Holy Master. You shouldn't stop at this place, no matter what reason you have. I know. Enlinger frowned, her pretty face slightly pale, but I don't know why. These few days, I have always felt a sense of restlessness, as if something major is about to happen. A major event? Qian Ning's expression changed slightly. What kind of major event? Enlinger slowly shook her head and murmured, I don't know, I can't tell. Qian Ning was stunned, looked at her suspiciously, and nodded slowly after a while. If that's the case, then we'll stay for a while, and we'll leave when you've made up your mind, miss. Kindness. Looking at the back of Qian Ning's departure, Enlinger's forehead suddenly oozes large drops of sweat. What I just said was not to deceive Qian Ning, but to have such concerns. I don't know what happened, but these days, Enlinger always had some bad and bloody visions in front of her eyes. She thought it had something to do with Yang Kai depriving her of her divine soul brand, but after some investigation, she found that there was no connection between the two. In the secret room, Yang Kai was able to absorb all the medicinal effects of that holy pill after 10 days of retreat. The mystery of the formation of the holy pill and the mystery of Dan Yun, he spied some, although not a lot, but it was a gain that made him greatly satisfied and even improved his understanding of alchemy. When the medicinal effect of the holy pill gradually dissipated, Yang Kai felt that his whole person seemed to be a little different from before. The body is light and the sea of AA consciousness is clear, and the power of spiritual consciousness is undoubtedly stronger than before, and there is a strange feeling in the sea of AA consciousness. As soon as this feeling came out, it made it easier and faster to use his spiritual power. With a frown, Yang Kai quickly immersed his mind in the sea of AA consciousness and carefully examined it. The spiritual body of the divine soul just manifested, and Yang Kai was stunned. During this period of retreat, he has been spying on the mysteries of Danyan, and he has not paid too much attention to the situation in the sea of AA consciousness. Now that he has discovered the great changes in the sea of AA consciousness, he is suddenly a little unbelievable. That soul energy like the flaming sea water became more intense, which was a natural result. The demon eye of destruction and the court of war of God were still suspended in midair and did not change. And the biggest change is the island where the 5-colored soul-warming lotus has been transformed. At this moment, the island was shining with colorful rays of light, radiant and beautiful. Yang Kai took a closer look and found that there should only be 5 colors on the island, but at this moment, there is an extra color that has become 6 colors. This extra color is a little weaker than the other 5 colors, but it is really born. 6-colored soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment and laughed wildly in the sky. After he got the warming lotus, he never thought that in his lifetime, the warming lotus would grow and evolve. After all, according to Earth Demon, the process was too long and too long. But who would have thought that the absorption of the medicinal effects of the holy pill this time directly made the multicolored soul-warming lotus evolve to a level, only one step away, and it could be upgraded to the final colorful form. With each additional color, the efficacy of the lotus will double. Yang Kai can feel that the effect of nourishing the soul of the soul-warming lotus at this moment is indeed much stronger than before, and this effect is generated all the time. As long as Yang Kai has the soul-warming lotus, the energy of the soul will continue to increase continuously. The huge harvest this time is simply unimaginable. It took nearly 10 years to evolve from 5 colors to 6 colors. During such a long period of time, Yang Kai had taken a lot of elixir, and this was not counting the nutrients provided by the previous owner of Wenshenlian. Yang Kai didn't know if he would be able to see the soul-warming lotus evolve into its final form before his own deadline. However, he was satisfied. Watching the island that exudes 6 colors, Yang Kai giggled and couldn't help himself for a while. At this moment, there was a strange movement in the body of the soul. Yang Kai frowned and hurriedly investigated, and after a while, his brows furrowed. It wasn't that there was something wrong with his soul, but the brand of the soul belonging to Enlinger. There were waves of unusual fluctuations. This woman seemed to have encountered something that terrified her at the moment. She was trembling in her heart. A very uneasy feeling. What danger could she encounter? Yang Kai was puzzled. Although her strength is not too high, she is a supernatural first level like herself, but no matter what, she is also a saint of the 9 heavens holy land, and her status is revered. In this overseas archipelago, who else dares to harm her? Confused, Yang Kai stepped out. After breaking through the many restrictions and barriers in the secret room, Yang Kai just walked out of the door of the secret room, and there were bursts of lamentation and miserable howls from his ears. Not far away, some huge sounds were born, and the whole world seemed to be filled with grief. In the shutter, a frightening terrifying pressure was pressed down. Yang Kai's color suddenly changed, and he quickly ran his true chi to resist the tyrannical coercion. On the island, it was a mess, and countless people were rushing in one direction, as if something terrifying was chasing behind them. Boom-a-a! With a loud noise, Yang Kai was almost unsteady, and there was a crackling sound from the secret room behind him. Under the violent air wave, it turned into a broken wall. Yang Kai looked around, but found no trace of the enemy at all. His consciousness quickly let go, and in the sky not far away, he detected an aura that made him extremely fearful. Looking up and looking over there, I saw that in the sky over there, a huge sword with a length of 100 jong was slashed from the sky, with the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, almost tearing the space. Xuantian sword. Yang Kai's expression froze, and he immediately recognized that this was one of the 9 heavens divine skills. He also obtained the inheritance of this move from Enlinger, and used it even more, but the Xuantian sword he used was a divine soul skill, while the move in front of him was a martial skill, condensed from true essence. Attributes and power are very different. Clack clack, the giant sword slashed, and an island was split from it, directly breaking into 2 halves. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared at the beautiful figure in the void. The Xuantian sword was displayed by this person. It was a woman wearing a clean white dress, spotless, with a beautiful face and a graceful figure. The aura on her body is somewhat similar to that of Enlinger, both have a noble and holy feeling, but in addition, there is a faint death aura. It seems that she has lost her vitality, and at this moment, she is just a walking corpse. Yang Kai felt terrified for no reason. The huge Xuantian sword was pinched by this woman in her small hands, like cutting a rice cake, and she scratched it a few times at will, and an entire island not far away shattered and sank directly into the sea. Those people on the island, under her terrorist attack and tyrannical coercion, had no idea of AA resistance at all, and there were countless casualties. The azure sea water was dyed a deep red in an instant. The doomsday scene is terrifying. The woman took a step and came to the sky over the next island again, and continued to wave the Xuantian sword in her hand. In an instant, another island was destroyed. In less than 10 breaths of time, 3 islands were destroyed by her hands. Yang Kai's head was awe-inspiring, seeing that her nameless anger was about to burn to the island where he was located, and he no longer dared to stay in place. He quickly cast his body technique and moved towards the rear. His movement seemed to have caught the woman's attention, and a ray of light shot from there, like a fanged snake, approaching Yang Kai swiftly. Yu Tiansuo. Yang Kai was shocked and finally determined that this woman must be a person from the Nine Heavens Holy Land, and it is very likely that she is a high-level figure, otherwise, where did she cultivate the Nine Heavens divine skill? What makes Yang Kai even more uneasy is the other party's cultivation. This mysterious woman is definitely a Saint Realm powerhouse. The nether skylock that was chasing behind him was unbelievably fast, and the true essence was so rich and pure that Yang Kai couldn't get rid of it at all. Without hesitation, the wind and thunder wings slammed open, and Yang Kai's speed suddenly increased several grades, disappearing in place like a flash of lightning. The nether sky chain was bound, but it only bound the afterimage that Yang Kai left behind after moving quickly. Far away, the woman stared at Yang Kai's back with a pair of beautiful eyes. Her pretty face seemed to have a suspicious look, and her delicate body suddenly disappeared in place. When she reappeared, she was not far behind Yang Kai. Feeling the murderous intent and chill behind him, Yang Kai's hair stood on end. Before she had time to act, he disappeared in place again, and at the same time, he hurriedly restrained his breath and swept away quietly in one direction. The woman stopped in midair, tilted her head, rolled her eyes, and found Yang Kai's position with great precision. Although he found Yang Kai, he didn't rush to do it. Instead, he looked in another direction, with a slightly wrinkled brow and a look of pain. Yang Kai was annoyed. He really didn't know why such a strong man was staring at him, but Enlinger should know something. The most important thing now is to find this woman quickly and ask her to understand. In front of the palace, the experts from the Nine Heavens Holy Land gathered here, looking at the woman who was standing in the sky looking at her in despair. Mother Nan, Enlinger cried out, her delicate body shuddered for a while, and her beautiful eyes suddenly burst into tears, and she burst into tears, looking extremely sad. Saint Aunt Nan is here, could it be that the Holy Master has died? Qian Ning's lips trembled, and his face turned pale for a while. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to A Unknown Currency First Release a cent to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation.